that's not really the case. Weekend, that's not really the case here. I think Mix had some numbers on it. I think it was like 3 for Echo, 3 for Mandatory, 1 for Perplex, 1 for Legendary for like best times on the weekend. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
So that's pretty unprecedented. So
here we
that's
go.
a big deal.
Is that all right? Let's get into it.
All right, starting us off here, we talked about it going into this game. Mandatory not opting to bring that Warlock that we have seen so many times in the Elgathar Academy, and instead, Tettles, we're seeing what I think is another Beast Mastery Hunter.
It's so interesting. I think that generally this is used for like snapping, but we've seen some weird stuff with like meld juggling or like stasis like across the map for snapping, but the BM Hunter has a really easy time being able to do that just with that misdirection ability. And right off the bat, we have both Echo and Mandatory doing absolutely massive pulls into the Veximus trash area. They're grabbing this Ravager on top of all of these manifestations. Now, you're really worried here about the manifestation casts, and one of the things that the Warlock does provide is actually has some CC that's a bit more reliable than that Beast Mastery Hunter that we do see that RX is on. But RX, on that BM Hunter, his single target damage is going to be very, very high.
Yeah, I think so too. And with the Unholy DK being taken out, you have all of those PIs for Crims, who is just loving that with his combustion, right? Same thing happening on Echo, although I do think Mirrors probably sometimes gets PI. Now check out what Mandatory is doing here. It's something we've seen from teams before, where I think that trap didn't really work out the way it was supposed to be. But they're pulling stuff up from the bridge to then take into Veximus, which I just always love. Same thing, of course, happening on the side of Echo, who started this boss just a little bit earlier. Both teams have used up their Bloodlust, so now we're looking where they're going to put it a second time, because judging from what we know from this dungeon, there will only be one more Bloodlust in the entire key for both of them.
I mean, but Mandatory off of this boss fight by already pulling this trash, we know that from seeing Echo run this dungeon a couple times, they do this thing that we like to call Priest Shroud, where they like walk up through the pack and then meld off the aggro. But Mandatory are just going to be able to mount up and just run all the way through, and so that can actually be a slight time save there for them. But I mean, just look at the count differential. Mandatory is going to have somewhere in the order of maybe 1.5% ahead. It's not going to be like the end of the world, but it is going to allow for slightly different routing, especially like later on in the dungeon.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of Sanguine healing on the side of Mandatory, though, during this boss fight. I'm not sure how much of that was on Veximus itself, I suppose, and how much was on the trash. But yeah,
Mandatory pulled. How much delay did Mandatory pull this boss? And they're actually starting to catch back up, and I think a lot of that's due to this Beast Master and single target damage.
Mirrors was just ramping. Veximus dropping even lower for Echo here now. I do think they still are very much in the same parameter of how much later they've started, and their trash count is also looking pretty equal, with a little bit of more trash on the side of Mandatory. But this is only the first boss in this 23 Tyrannical dungeon. There is so much still to happen that I think might have also been a little bit due to that Sanguine. We're going to have to check how much happened on that boss. I think it was only the foragers, hopefully.
There was also like a battle axe that delayed Mandatory even getting Veximus pulled too, because that also got stuck in Sanguine for a little bit. Echo on the left side of your screen, though, going to be able to down Veximus around 17% ahead of Mandatory, but Mandatory still has a couple of more foragers and one of those mana fiends to be able to kill off before they are able to make their way through. Now Echo on the left side of your screen here, they pre-bop Xaylia, he walks in, he fears all the mobs, and so now all of the players are going to be able to walk through those mobs while they're feared, not have combat. Xaylia is going to then meld it off, as you see on screen right there, and they are not going to be combated by that pack. And so a great skip from Echo, allowing them to set up their next pull pretty fast, as they're already onto this Arcane Ravager.
Yeah, and that's a massive pull. You saw Xaylia use that pre-rapture, making sure nobody or everybody is a little bit more protected going into this one, as it does hurt quite a lot. Mandatory already cleared this bridge trash, and it looks like they're opting to snap what we're seeing here onto the sentry. The misdirect already being placed onto Skylark. We're going to see the rest of the team walk up, take that bridge. Aric's going to stay down, pull everything, and then with that misdirect should be able to put it onto his tank. There we go. It snapped away.
Okay, he had to watch out for Thundering there too, because if he went up too early, then he would have stunned some of the members of Mandatory with his Thundering. But yeah, like you said, this pack already getting snapped, and that wasn't the hardest snap ever. Like this is a pull that is actually very dangerous, especially with this Ravager Battle Axe pack. So you got to watch out for Skylark's HP here. On the left side of your screen, though, Echo does a very unique snap. What you saw is that Xaylia and Clix are going to be running off to the Overgrown Ancient area. From then, they're going to do some like weird aggro juggling with multiple shadow melds, where there's something with like a power word shield for Xaylia to get combat.
Yeah, you can see it now. Here we go.
Yeah. So Clix is going to combat all of these mobs. That's the starting parameter. And then Xaylia is going to heal him to maintain threat. Clix is going to then meld off the pack. And then while he hits this wind tunnel, then he's going to regrowth Xaylia to regain threat. And so with a bit of meld juggling, we're going to snap all of the lashes onto this platform for the side of Echo. For Mandatory on the right side of your screen, RX is doing this solo with Misdirection. Oh, he's actually using Eyes of the Beast. Wow, this is actually so cool. So he's using Eyes of the Beast to not consume his charge of Misdirection. And so he's getting the pack fully grouped. And so then once it's fully grouped, he's going to shoot one multi-shot here, or I guess it's a Cobra shot in this instance, and then everything should be looking to snap as he feigns death. Wow, that's so sick.
Yeah, let's see. Here we go. RX is on the way over there, and the mobs are appearing. Like you said it, on the side where his team is waiting, he is going to be with them in just a couple of seconds, but we are seeing side by side the same pulls between Echo and Mandatory. A little bit of a comp difference, but the technique is exactly the same. Now, yesterday when Echo was in this dungeon, this snap didn't really work out for them. Clix going down for Echo.
They do have a battle rest to be able to afford to give here, so it's not the end of the world that Clix has died. But Echo is through a lot of the hard part of this area, right? So they're just dealing with a few small lashers. They also have some of the remaining Alpha Eagles. Now, where are they?
No way they killed them that fast, right? I'm going to check the replay and see. Oh, there's one again.
They pulled them into the Guardian Sentry.
They lost. Huh?
They pulled them in the Guardian Sentry. Where are they, though? Okay, maybe they're just delayed snapping. Okay, so...
No, see, they're coming now. Like, they weren't dead.
Okay. Well, maybe there's a chance they were dead. That wouldn't have made sense. That's a good point. All right,
like, they have so much HP. You can see it on the side of Mandatory, but it looked like for a second they snapped back when Clix died. I'm not really sure if that's what happened. We're going to have to wait and see what Dratnos has to say about this, but it looked like something went wrong here with that death of Clix, and the Lashers disappeared, or didn't appear in the first place?
Yeah, what?
I'm not sure. Okay. We'll have to ask Dratnos.
Yeah, well, they're back. It's fine. Everything's fine. Now, there is a question as to whether or not all the small Lashers reset, because that might not be all of them, but it also might be all of them. So if they have to do another pull in the Overgrown Ancient area, it wouldn't be ideal. But at least we have all of the large Lashers in this area to be able to finish off for the side of Echo. But for the side of Mandatory, I think that they're in the lead here, Makes. Like, look at this. They already have all of the Alpha Eagles killed off. They have all of the birds dealt with. They are about to be ready to engage Croth.
Yeah, now the question is, what we've seen so far from teams is that they buff up both of these golds simultaneously to get to the checkpoint where they have a specific amount of haste and a specific amount of boss damage to get out, and then they throw both golds in quite late into the boss fight, where the Warlock mostly is going to send his full cooldowns with Thundering ideally and PI, as far as I know. So Mandatory not having access to that Affliction Warlock, are they going to try and do the same thing on the Hunter, or will it just be the combustion from Crims that has to carry that phase, or will they just pull the boss differently, approach it differently?
You know, it's funny. I've seen BM Hunters on this boss, just like on live, do 100k DPS, which is typically more than what you see just from like the Affliction Warlock by itself on this encounter. And so I think that like with that PI for Mandatory, they might be able to just have the raw amount of damage to be able to do either a similar strat or even potentially get a faster Croft kill than something that's like as optimized as Echo's double dunk strat. Now, looking at Mandatory, it looks like they're also going for the double dunk. As you see at the bottom, the goal of Searing Blaze and the goal of Rushing Winds is getting dunked almost immediately. Actually, it looks like they only dunked all of the wind ones and they didn't get the fire dunked. Huh.
Yeah, the buff meter is not showing right now, but maybe it's only the wind ones, because I also can't see the golds on the side of Echo. So I don't know how far we went into that fire one already, but the wind one definitely has been triggered for Mandatory. And right now, it looks like Maestein is doing most of the damage here for Mandatory. Echo now starting to throw some golds. They have the Searing Blaze 2 out of 3, and the Rushing Winds 1 out of 3, and they're going to stay here for a couple more seconds as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and looking at this, Mandatory now have their goals spawning again as they push Croth below 45%. Mode's holding a ball. The goal of the Searing Blaze is at 2 out of 3 stacks, and so Mode, whenever either cooldowns, probably like this Combustion is the cooldown we're waiting for. Oh, and Thundering, and so now we're going to be looking to dunk and just get all of our cooldowns paired up with the Croth damage amp and Thundering available to him. He's going to take increased damage here as he gets stunned, and Mandatory may be able to kill this boss like in this stun.
Yeah, look at how much damage they're conjuring right now. Croth is dropping lower and lower, down to 10%, not just in the stun, but I think they can finish off the rest quite quickly, whereas Echo still haven't reached that peak that they're looking for. So once they do activate those golds, we're going to see that boss drop very quickly as well. Don't be mistaken here, but it is going to happen any second now. Zelia is ready. The goal is being tossed. The stun should come out any second now. Now we're going to see how fast Echo can take down Croth, but Mandatory looking in the lead of dungeon progression right now. We have a couple less percent. Wondering where and how they're going to make up for that, but we'll see as they now move on. And you can see Echo is right behind them.
I think that Echo may have gotten the better of this exchange. Like they pulled Croft a significant amount later than Mandatory, but I think that strategy of double dunking the orb, both of the goals at the same time at 45% on the boss, is just such a unique strategy that it has allowed Echo to catch up a little bit. It looks like they still have some of these small lashers that are snapping around to them, so I don't think that Echo has killed all of the lashers that are in this room. Now, the big lashers are the ones that control Overgrown Ancient spawning, but that clicks death. Like, there's a Hungry Lasher that's on the ground. Like, what's really going on? Maybe we missed other count for the side of Echo. It's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for later on. But as it currently stands, they're grabbing all 6 Skitterflies and engaging the Overgrown Ancient on the side of Echo. On the right side of your screen, though, Mandatory already having killed off a bunch of those Skitterflies, and the boss is at 60% for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at them go. I mean, once again, they still have to make up for that trash count. I think they're probably pulling one more group of Echo Knights later on. We're going to see about that. But right now, the Overgrown Ancient is getting it from Mandatory and Echo alike. But Echo still has to deal with these Skitterflies here. And they cause a little bit of a ruckus before they go down. You need to be careful here with that Sanguine healing. You don't want that boss anywhere near it. Making sure that's not going to happen now. Drags it out here, saving what could be fatal for Echo. And they are trying to catch up, but Mandatory is leading.
I have a question, Mick. So whenever you're looking at Mandatory's count, so we know that Echo has been doing like the Echo Knight Invoker pull, all of the remaining trash into the boss. We know that they have one pull that separates them from the end of the dungeon if it goes well. Do you think Mandatory is going to do Echo's pull, but just bigger into Echo Adorgosa? Is that what's about to happen here?
if it is, we are in for a ride, because we saw that poll yesterday escalate for two of our best teams. Cheese and Echo both struggled with it, trying to recover it with a couple of deaths. Now, if Mandatory is opting to make that even bigger, I'm not sure how, if it's possible, but maybe they're going to try. We'll see. Boss has gone down for Mandatory. No Bloodlust, they used it. Echo's still holding on to it, so I think Mandatory is just doing one big pull here and then pulling into the boss on its own. I don't think we'll see one big pull.
I think that seems likely with the lust on the Overgrown Ancient. But hey, I think that fate may be in Echo's hands here. Whether or not Echo is able to pull off this Echo Adorogosa large pull and take all of the remaining trash that they need of the dungeon, the remaining 22-ish%, that's going to be the big pivotal moment here, as you see Zalius sitting down to drink while Now and the gang are running ahead, getting all the pack grouped up. Now, it does take a little bit of time to set this pull up, so there is some time that's lost here, but I think the big thing for Echo is watching out for Sanguine Healing. Watching out for Sanguine Healing and making sure that nobody dies while this pull is getting set up. That's one of the big things that happened to them yesterday. You had like Invokers getting missiles off on players that weren't Now, and so that ended up causing players to go down.
No.
What happened for Mandatory?
Look at the details. They're getting so much Sanguine Healing right now on the end of that Echo Knight pull. It's looked really good. But towards the end, we had some Whirlwind in one of the puddles, so really unfortunate. But they're now opting to also go in. But Echo is already there. They have one Battle Rush available. Bloodlust is running right now as the rest of the Echo Knights are coming to play. This team is throwing up everything that they have with Boss and everything. Exactly, that's what's happening. This pull, it cannot be overstated how dangerous it is.
Oh, okay, there's a question as to whether or not Mandatory might be able to catch back up here. So Mandatory has done a significantly smaller trash pull into the boss. Whenever there are this many mobs, like, you want to be prioritizing the Echo Adorogosa damage. That's going to be the final mob that's going to die before the dungeon is over. But with all of this trash alive, it's just so dangerous. And for Echo, they continue to Sanguine heal the trash. Now, they're doing a good job of making sure that the boss itself is not getting healed by Sanguine, but it looks like the boss might get one tick, but Now does a great job of continuing to move that boss. And
Careful.
Mandatory are just chugging away at the boss on the right side of the screen. It might be a situation that Mandatory, with a slightly smaller pull, is able to take this a little bit faster, but Echo is able to maintain that lead by pulling earlier.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's all about that Sanguine Healing, and the Sanguine Healing on the details meter that you are seeing for Echo is quite substantial now, but we'll have to check. I think, once again, most of it is only to the Echo Knights. So Echo of Dorogosa shouldn't have healed. Now the trash is done. Echo of Dorogosa at 48%, and Mandatory a little bit behind that. They still have to finish off their Echo Knights, make sure there is no Sanguine Healing happening on their part, and try to get ahead here. Both teams are equal in terms of penalty seconds that they're getting from a death. So there is nothing that separates them right now other than what you are seeing on screen. And that means Echo is leading this by a little bit more than 10% boss HP on 23 Tyrannical.
So both of the teams have a restore mind control with Dominate Mind. That's why you see at the top of the screen there's a difference in count, and they're not at 100%. That Dominate Mind is going to be fading here in a couple seconds. You see it on screen, that Restore. It's going to be redommed, and like at a very late time on the fight, that Dominate Mind will expire for both Echo and Mandatory, and they are going to have to kill that mob. That's also another thing that's going to be giving both of them count. I think that if we have a death on either side, it might tip the scales, but Echo on the left, they're killing that Restore. It's come out of the Dominate Mind. It's the Echo Adorogosa is at 5% HP as Maris has his cooldowns popped, and I think that Echo is going to be able to do it. They had such a bad run yesterday. Things looked really weird with that Click's death on the Croth area, but Echo able to get 100% count. Maris wiping the sweat off of his brow, and they are able to take the first map in the series.
Wow, that is exactly that's exactly how I wanted the day to start, right? Where it's like, what little extra stuff does Echo have? You know, just a little bit of extra speed that they're just waiting for the final day to bring out. And there it is, right there. A little bit extra speed, a little bit cleaner run, and they win the first map. makes. Like, you seemed as impressed as any of us with that. It's pretty cool stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, so far the fastest Algothar Academy we've seen in the entire weekend was by Echo with 1934. What we just saw was 1827 or something, so they underbid their own fastest time by over a minute in a setting like the MDI. That's crazy.
The craziest part as well is they could have gone even faster if things had gone a little bit better for them as well, because there were certainly some time losses in this run for Echo. But I want to start out by looking at the bridge onto Veximus strategy here used by Mandatory, getting these mobs out of the way, getting a little bit of extra count early on. Different plan at the beginning than Echo. Echo have this bop on Xaylia. Xaylia runs through Psychic Scream. When mobs are CC'd, they won't get aggro on anybody else who runs through them. And then Xaylia can meld there, and they were only in combat with him, so they drop off combat like that, and they were able to skip that bridge entirely. Then we had this area. So this is RX on the right-hand side that you're going to be able to see doing this Eyes of the Beast tech
so cool.
to grab these mobs in, sending in the pet. And by doing this, the pet can group up all of the mobs and have them be nice and in the same place as each other, but also RX himself not in any danger. A nice way for Hunter to make that snap work out really nicely. Now here was where Clicks died. When Clicks died, those mobs all appeared to snap back. Now Clicks got rezzed and came back. Now here's my working theory on what happened there. The mobs snapped back, but they didn't clear their Feral Druid dots super fast. So when Clicks got rezzed, they still had those dots on them, and so they got back in combat with Clicks and the rest of the group and snapped back in. That's my thinking of what happened with
That's
that, but
scary, dude.
I'm not 100% sure. There you could see a cool little binding shot out of RX, a nice way to group up and AoE stun those mobs. Binding shot a little bit weaker than it used to be in previous expansions, but still really good for when you want to kite and you want to get a bunch of mobs that aren't grouped up to all be grouped up because they all end up stunned on the same spot. This pack, you can see we ended up having about 5 million Sanguine healing on the end for Mandatory, which may have been costly for them because Echo were able to get straight into the boss with all of this trash. And I mean, it's really impressive as well that Mandatory were so close. I do think that if the Clicks death hadn't come out, if Echo hadn't had to kill those extra lashers to spawn Overgrown Ancient, I think there's maybe another 30 seconds or a minute faster that Echo could have been. But I think Mandatory could have easily saved 30 seconds on Sanguine healing on that penultimate pull for them as well. So, I mean, it's just an amazing run, right? So high-level gaming between both of these teams here. Really, really impressive.
It's so sick.
Yeah, it's the final day of this tournament in a nutshell, basically, where it's like the differences are going to be minute. A little bit of Sanguine healing there, a little bit of a, random death here. One mob not kiting the way you want it to there. Like, a little second or two off and on is going to make the difference between all these dungeons. So there's some stats there for the first one. Unless anyone has anything to reference on the stats side of things, I want to start talking about our next map, because this is another one that's going to be interesting. We're going to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds next. I don't know, anyone want to talk about the numbers? I feel like I'm forcing people to talk about the numbers sometimes. But you don't have to.
No, I don't really want to
People
talk
can
about
read.
the number side, but I do want to talk about the tech from Mandatory.
Sweep here. They lost the Algothar Academy. All right, we got one mulligan. That was a really good run for Echo, but for Mandatory fans, we got to be looking at this next map, making sure that the first couple of pulls for them go their way, because this first boss is
Oh wow, we're already in it. Here we go, game number 2. Let's see if Mandatory can tie it up.
All right, we are seeing the Disc Priest out of Mandatory, a combination with that Fire Mage that we have now seen a couple of times. Echo on the other side opting to stay with the Preservation Evoker, will not have access to that PI, but will have access to the greater throughput that Preservation Evoker is giving, and also the greater AoE burst that it is giving. So we'll see how that pairs up as they start the biggest of the polls at the beginning here onto Sadana Blood Fury.
All right, so immediately right off the rip, Echo getting Sadana Blood Fury pulled maybe somewhere in the order of 10 seconds ahead of Mandatory.
Yeah.
Both of the teams immediately ripping Bloodlust here, and hey, this is a point where we see teams actually lose some time with just being a little bit slow on the trigger of getting the first boss pulled. They're waiting for that pack to group up, but Echo able to get this pack pulled faster and this boss pulled faster. This might be a situation that is very strong for them. We know that like a good Sadana split on the weekend is like 205 I think were the numbers whenever I was looking at it earlier. So let's see if Echo is going to be able to improve on that.
Yeah. Oh, clicks going down for Echo. That will probably be a battle rest. And then a dungeon as short as Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We've seen this cause issues down the line. For now, he's back with the team, but it is 5 seconds against the clock for Echo, as Mandatory has now caught up in boss DPS and is chugging along happily. The Bone Mender still needs to be kept under control here, as they haven't DPS'd that down quite far enough just yet. But Boss is going to die very, very closely to both of those teams.
Yeah, I think that clicks death probably cost them. I mean, we see it where they're at like 206 on their boss 1 split. They could have saved a few more seconds on top of that, but then they also have the death penalty. So around a 211 split 1, that really could have been slightly better. Whereas for Mandatory, I think they're in a pretty good position with being able to kill off Sedana at that 207 mark. Now, both of the teams doing something similar going into the Nihilish area. For Echo, doing this pull, by the way, the double pack with the Prot Paladin is very dangerous. Where for Mandatory on the right side of the screen, grouping this up with interrupting Shout from the Warrior makes it a lot more consistent. But Echo they have to be diligent with their CC, rotating all of their AoE CCs, things such as like Divine Toll, Avenger Shield, getting single interrupts on the Dominators is paramount for them, where for Mandatory they do have a little bit more leeway. But this pull is not easy on either end, and we've seen teams have 1 or 2 players die to these Void Lashes.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are waiting for that Soul Steal. It's now going to come in a half a second faster for Echo than it did for Mandatory. They're finishing these possessed souls and they're going to come back. And now they have access to these ads, to the trash that they pulled on top of the boss without needing to deal with all of those casts. It's a fun little interaction that we've now seen a couple of times on the MDI. They will use everything they have on the side of Mandatory. That's Combustion with PI. That's going to go into that. Make your mage very, very happy. RX does not have the army ready just yet, same as Miras. They'll have a couple more death coils to go to send that in if they want to, and they will want to get this boss down as quickly as possible. And it looks like Mandatory is a little bit in the lead here.
And I mean, Echo looked like they have this Exhumer that's off on the left. If you look on the left side of your screen, you see that Exhumer. He's going to be patrolling into a bad spot. I wonder what Echo are going to do with that Exhumer. I wonder if they're going to be pulling it in their next pull. I wonder if they're going to be forced to like invisibility potion past it. Like what is the Echo strat for dealing with that Exhumer? On the right side of the screen here, we do see Mandatory. They also have that Exhumer in a weird spot. Both of the teams looking to mind soothe it, but Echo lose a little bit of time there. Hey, they're just a little bit slow on the cycle makes, and they have to wait for that Exhumer to go by, whereas Mandatory get a great mind soothe and are able to save somewhere in the order of 10 seconds by that.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Echo. They'll now try to speed on and get that group up there. They will take the spider and the bats and all of the spiderlings down the stairs, or rather the circle bridge, but I don't know what you call this, but they will grab the spiders, and you can see from Mandatory, they actually now have 5 spiders. Same thing happening for Echo, and for this, I really love the Paladin. He's going to make your life so much easier. They're even adding the bats into that. On the side of Mandatory, we are seeing that they're single target focusing a little bit that first spider that they pulled, so now it's only 4 for them that remain, whereas I'm not sure if Echo did the same thing. This pull is so crazy. They're taking so much damage from the spits from the bat. They can take damage if any of the spiders go through. You can see our interrupt tracker is just going round and round, making sure that all of that stays interrupted. One more burst to go on both sides, and then hopefully they can take down this pack. But this is very, very difficult.
All right, so that first worm killed off for Echo. They do still have some of these bats left to deal with. It looks like there was 1 spider remaining that they're going to be killing off. Ooh, a grip from Mira is grabbing these other bats
Mandatory
out of the
had a cast
sky.
go through.
It's fine. Mode heal.
Just 1 heal. All right, both of them are moving on. There's still some more bats to deal with, and I would assume that we are going to see both of the teams pull the staircase pull on to Bone Maw. Now, that is also very threatening, but we'll see whether or not it happens. Right now, it's just neck and neck between the two of them. Those 5 seconds that Echo lost in that very first pull due to the death definitely has to hurt them right now. Xaylia now on the way with that Evoker utility being just super easy, able to grab everything that's there and pull that onto Bonema. The trash will come now. On the side of Mandatory, we saw something similar happen. Both of the teams now have grouped it up and are on to Bonema next.
I mean, dude, this might be just a 5-second gap, like you referenced earlier. That death on the first boss, both of these teams pulling Bone Maw within mere seconds of one another. This is also a situation where if one team is able to skip one of the downstairs phases by Bone Maw more than the other team, that can make a massive time differential. And you look at this, just all of the offensive cooldowns are being pumped into Bone Maw. The tanks on both sides now in Skylark are doing a great job of being able to stay alive. This pull is not easy for your tank. And it looks like Mandatory are getting good RNG on their inhale timings. They don't even have those ads that have spawned yet. So this boss for Bone Maw is going to stay here for an extended period of time, where for Echo, it might go downstairs here in just a couple of seconds, halting their damage on the boss.
Yeah, but those spiders are still here for both of them, so they need to die off rather soon. They have them under control, and something that could pose a problem to Mandatory after this is, as you call them, the blueberries, right? There are some elementals waiting for you, and something we've seen from other teams, and I believe Mandatory as well, is that they focus one down, soothe the raging off, and then focus the other one, whereas Echo, with Xaylia, who's spec'd into Overall, is able to just AoE soothe it and not have that problem.
Yeah, I mean, the raging void pulses are something that certainly can cause a problem. And looking at the right side of your screen, Mandatory did get a little bit better RNG. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to beat this next inhale. Actually, Bone Maw goes for a fetid spit, which means that they're not going to get another downstairs phase for Mandatory. Getting this boss killed off one cycle faster, and that is a massive time save for Mandatory. That's probably somewhere in the order of 15 to 20 seconds differential just on this boss alone. On the left side of your screen here, Echo is going to be able to get Bone Maw killed off, but Mandatory are about ready to pull the blueberries.
Yeah, the blueberries are waiting in that room, but Echo, with that rescue onto Maris, is not losing any time either. They're running up those stairs, and like we said, they have the option to just focus both of them. Now, is that going to make them 10 seconds faster? I'm not sure about that. They even need to be 5 seconds faster in the overall than Mandatory to even out that death that they had. But this pull is so lethal. You cannot have any mistakes here. Mandatory getting that first Soothe the spell out, making sure the Void Spawn is not giving them any problems. They now need to get the other one down, whereas Echo needs to have perfect timing on that overall to make sure nothing goes wrong here. I believe there was a single Soothe from Clicks deployed as well onto the one that's a little bit lower, as they're chewing through those Void Spawns. One more Void Pulse for Mandatory, and they will be on their way to Nerzul. Again, a little bit in the lead over Echo.
950 for Mandatory is when Nerzul got engaged. For Echo, 10 minutes, but Mira's going down. It looked like that might have been a quaking death. I couldn't tell exactly what happened, but Mira's going down. They deployed their other battle res, but I don't know if they have 10 seconds to give now, Makes.
They didn't have 10 seconds to give from the very get-go. They had 5 seconds to win, right? To take. They needed them. So this could very well be the upset in this series here, as Mandatory is going to move on. This boss is not tyrannical. It is a 22 fortified key, so Nerzul shouldn't give them too many problems. They need to be careful with those omens. They need to be careful with the malevolence. We're seeing a beautiful bait out of Mandatory here as they're breaking the Ritual of Bones and moving on. Same thing happening for the side of Echo, and it all comes down to how quickly can they finish off this boss. Bloodlust will be ready for them. You can see across the board, everything is being held. We have Incarn, we have Combustion, we have Army of the Dead for both of those teams nearly being ready. Gingy a little bit late on that Combustion. PI is also ready, allowing Mandatory to have an even stronger single target burst, and it is going to come out now.
Dude, the fact that they have pre-planned their thundering 11 minutes into this dungeon for this exact moment for their second lust is just gross for both Echo and Mandatory. And look at this. Is Mandatory committed to killing the boss here? I don't even think they're killing the wall, Makes. Or if they are killing the wall, it's just Combust.
They're killing boss. This is a commit. Wow, 11 minutes, 26 seconds, and Mandatory equals out the score in this game against Echo.
What did I just
Hey,
watch?
I mean, people were saying the dungeon was Mandatory favored, and apparently it is, but only by the slimmest of margins. I mean, just a couple deaths for Echo, slightly perplexing, and just a couple things like Bone Maw dying slightly slower. Mandatory, though, getting the edge and getting the win and tying up the series. I feel like, though, Dradnos, I feel like there's a lot to unpack with what we saw in that dungeon.
Oh yeah, that was something for sure. I mean, it was really, really close most of the way through as well, right? We're talking about slight time losses and gains here or there. Echo, of course, got this first boss pulled faster, but they had clicks die here. That actually only ended up costing them 5 seconds-ish plus the res time, so 5 more seconds, maybe call it 10. Then they ended up being 1 second faster still in terms of dungeon time, like in terms of progression, after killing that first boss. But then they ended up being 2 seconds slower than Mandatory after killing the second boss. But they had to wait for that Exhumer, whereas Mandatory, they're playing a Priest, right? So they can Mind Soothe and just run past. So that actually was more costly than any of the deaths or anything else that happened earlier here. This Mind Soothe and run past was like plus 10 seconds. And this game ended up being decided by a very small margin. So that time, plus some time gained on the path and on the fight with Bone Maw, ended up meaning that coming out of Bone Maw, now Mandatory have actually gotten up to about a 20-second advantage, which was really, really... That's a lot in Shadow Moon ever in general, but it's a lot especially when you have teams of this level, right? And no big mistakes are being made. 20 seconds was a huge, huge deal, and that was the lead that Mandatory had out of this boss. Even if everything had gone well for Echo, even if everything had gone perfect from there, I'm not sure that Echo could have caught up. But Echo actually were making it look close, right? They did that blueberry pull really quick. The blueberries ended up going down a little bit faster even for Echo in terms of how long they spent on the blueberries than it was for Mandatory. They gained back a couple of seconds there. But they had this very strange Mirez death that we'll get to see again here, hopefully. I'm not 100% sure what the cause of it may be. My thinking was maybe it was one of those left behind swirlies, something like that. It's a quake. Yeah, so you can see Xaylia like hovers and goes away, or I guess glides and goes away like that, but Mirez just unable to escape there and gets, I guess, triple or maybe quadruple quaked and went down. Weird, though, because it's physical damage, so you wouldn't expect it to just take a DK out like that, but I guess it just did, and that was really, really costly for Echo. At the end of the day, I think Echo weren't at the spot, though, where you could look at one of their mistakes and say that was it, because, there was kind of like 2 or 3... either mistakes or the Mind Soothe thing, which is a comp difference, and they probably needed 2 of those to not go wrong, not just 1, in order to catch us up, because Mandatory, ended up being 25 seconds faster.
Yeah, 2 or 3 tiny things. Makes I want to go to you next and ask, what jumped out to you as far as like the best things Mandatory was able to do to stay ahead?
I really prefer the Disc Priest in that dungeon. I think with that PI is going to allow you to have access.
There's like, is my healer going to get Goomba stomped 3 times while in a lightning storm by the aspirant? That's a situation that we can see players also die in. So I think that those are the 2 moments of the dungeon that are the most pivotal.
All right, well, it's time to get things started here. Echo, Mandatory, one of them. We'll move on to the grand finals. Let's find out who it is.
Different comps.
Yeah, there's a difference in the healer particular here between Echo and Mandatory. Echo opting to go for that Resto Shaman. Mandatory once again with that Disc Priest. Now we know Xaylia plays a great Disc Priest as well. It's not about that, I promise you. They just think that the Resto Shaman brings something that's better here. We know that the fastest time in this key here is 18 minutes and 21 seconds coming out of Mandatory. Will all be about whether or not they can keep that up, but RX going down for Mandatory, which is fatal during that pull here. He sent his army, he ramped up his damage, was not able to see that through. They're going to lose out so much damage here due to that death.
Yeah. Oh, dude, look at what. Oh, did you see what Skylark did right there? It's actually crazy. He lines the breath on this pillar here to be able to avoid taking damage from it. These tanks are out of this world with how good they are at being able to avoid the damage from this dragon. This Storm Drake does insane damage. I think the big difference between the comps, though, is like the Fire Mage for mandatory versus like that Shadow Priest-ish composition on the side of Echo.
Yeah, absolutely right. But when mandatory locks in that Disc Priest, you know they're bringing crimps on that mage as well. It's a combination that they called out even before the very first group stage as if we're playing Fire Mage, we're only playing it with a PI. So I think that was to be expected with crimps also being a mage main. Now I'm gonna see how that Shadow Priest plays out. I think they need it for the Mind Soothe in particular, and also maybe for a little bit of extra healing on the Vampiric Embrace. Of course, it also does good damage, but that's, I think, the main points for what you want to bring it here. Now, Echo is moving on here. They skipped the upper part of the stairs, and they're now going to grab these hallway Wallajar up the stairs and into the mini bosses. And on the side of mandatory, you're seeing exactly the same thing, just a little bit slower due to that death at the very beginning. Mode backtracking there a little bit, getting rid of those explosives, making sure nothing is going to hit them through the wall.
Mandatory polymorphing a mob off to the side, whereas Echo utilized that Hex to be able to get that mob CC'd. And both of these teams are actually taking all of this trash into Solston. So this mob is actually the most dangerous because of the Eye of the Storm ability. And so you need to make sure that you get all of your players into melee. And Zalea going down. Now, he does have Ankh, but he can't press it right now because he's outside of the Eye of the Storm range. Now, Echo needs to make sure that all of their players are able to keep themselves top through that Eye of the Storm. They did have Vamp Embrace and Nature's Vigil rolling, so everything was okay. Zalea then is able to press his Ankh and res himself. That was a very scary moment for Echo Mix.
Yeah, and he got jumped right after that by one of the maidens, just targeted down. Thankfully, he was back to full health, but it happens again. Both of them go down. They only have one battle rest. They will pick up Zalea, but Gingy has to walk, and Zalea accepts that rest and gets downed once again. Tragedy unfolds for Echo here.
Are they going to wipe? It looks like they've killed off Solston. And so they're going to be able to get Olimir pulled here in just a couple of seconds and have to deal with the Sanctify. Maybe they're just going to try to stabilize. Gingy, I think, had to run back. And so that... Okay, so they're actually having to take this slow now because of those deaths. With all of their players not alive, they have to wait. Where on the right side of your screen, you see for mandatory, Olimir has already been engaged. It's at 50% HP. They just have Olimir, one of the shield maidens. Valajar Aspirant is left alive. I think that mandatory is going to be able to be somewhere in the order of 45 seconds ahead off of those deaths from Echo, plus 20 seconds of death differential.
Yeah, this is a big bad if you're an Echo fan. Mandatory able to finish those mini bosses. Now they can take the trash that they tagged earlier and actually rooted it, I think, can tag it, pull it into Herja, and go on their merry way. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We see Mandatory now in fight with Herja on top. There's a little bit of Valajar, but that's a nice trash to pull on top, right? You saw that damage out of the Aspirant, 22 fortified. She does quite a little bit of damage, and Zalea was on the receiving end there for Echo. They're trying to still get through Olmir, and then I think we're going to see them also pull something onto Herja, but they're definitely behind now, not only in the dungeon progression, like you said it, but also with those death differentials, which is going to hurt them. Interestingly enough, Mandatory opting to not invert Herja, something we have been seeing from, I think, all teams so far. Let's see if Echo does it.
Dude, I cannot believe that Mandatory is able to play this boss with that much trash. This is one of the hardest bosses in all of Mythic Plus. They were doing it on a 22. And the fact that they do it with that much trash, particularly like the Rune Carver and the Thunder Caller, which does like random group-wide damage occasionally, and you have the Arcing Bolts from Herja, and you also have the Expel Lights, that is just ridiculous for Mandatory to be looking to do that trash into this encounter. And look at this. They have even count on both the sides of Echo and Mandatory, but Herja, a 35% HP lead for the side of Mandatory.
Yeah, that is so big, but this dungeon still has a long way to go, so it is not all over yet. Don't count out Echo. The Mandatory definitely leading right now. Skylark taking a bunch of damage here from Herja as she is in her final percent, opting not to pull her away from the Sanctify side. You're just gonna kill her right here and right now. We'll move on. Now I expect to see another very big hall pull from these Valajar that are here in that hallway. Yesterday, we saw things go very wrong for Cheese during that pull. There's a lot of interrupts you need to get, and you need to be very careful with where your melees are standing. So let's see how they do here, assuming Echo will finish Herja in a couple of seconds and follow up with that exact same pull.
All right, so yeah, looking at Mandatory, like you were saying, is this just a double? We've seen teams in this area before do like a triple pack into this corner, and this may actually be a triple for Mandatory. There are a lot of interrupts that you have to be looking to get here, and it looks like they're getting some of this rune healing on these mobs. Now, it isn't the most amount of rune healing that we've seen from the weekend, especially even from them. But I think that Mandatory are doing a good job of continuing to throw the Avenger Shield to get interrupts. They're making sure the Mystic's Holy Radiance isn't getting casts off either. And look on the left side, Echo grabbing that 3-pack that's in front of this hallway area, and they're taking this 3-pack into the corner with all of this trash. Very interesting strategy from both of these sides and both of these teams about where they're going to be getting count. Because at the end of the day, you have to have 83.7% coming out of the Fenrir area. That's the number that we know that these teams need. How you get it is a little bit up for debate, but in general, teams have been pulling a similar mix of mobs.
Yeah, we have seen teams at Valajar or Bulls onto Fenrir in the first place. We've seen ginormic pulls of wolves onto the second phase of Fenrir. We've even seen dragon pulls. It's all allowed. They can do whatever they want as long as they get the count. And Mandatory opting to go for the Valajar here onto that first phase. The difficulty in this is that the bear traps will come out, and you need your team to stay very close to Fenrir to actually soak him. So they now need to watch their feet. Yeah, that Claw Frenzy, need to stay in it. Happy little feet, Death Grip from RX helping and getting that marksman back where it belongs, right in that Zerg and the AoE passive cleave. But this is not entirely easy. Let's see if Echo does the same thing. They finish off their pull. They're on the way here, have a little bit more trash count. And will they also pull something on top of Fenrir?
Double Death Grip is just phenomenal utility whenever you're pulling these marksmen on top of this boss. Every single time they leap away, you saw RX for the side of Mandatory just gripping those marksmen back immediately, utilizing both of the charges to be able to make sure that mob is stacked up. And right now, there is about 40% of Fenrir's HP separating these two teams, and the count is dead even at 54.81%. Now, for Mandatory, here is one of the final few hard parts of the dungeon. These Even Claw Wargs, they do an ability that leaps onto players. It does AoE around them. Now, there are ways to be able to avoid them from jumping, and that is creating a no path available zone. And this, what is going to happen here for Mandatory is their ranged DPS players are going to hop up on this rock, as you see Mode doing a little bit of parkour. He's going to grip Crims up here in just a couple of seconds, and then those wargs are not going to be able to leap. Crims is actually sitting in block out of the group right now.
Yeah. That was very interesting because, the RX going down. Skylark taking so much damage here. Crims is still down there. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he gripped them
this is gonna be a
and
wipe.
then it didn't work. But yeah, stuff is unfolding badly for Mandatory. They seem to realize that now as well. And they are going to wipe here and redo that pull. This is the thing that Echo needed to get back in the lead here. Very, very unfortunate for Mandatory and Echo. It's working out for them. We see Clix and Zalia both up there on that stone. They're safe and protected. Clix actually going down here as well. They need to finish this. They can grab him back up. They do have a battle rest, but it is going to be very hard to rest him in the position that they're in, because if Jinji rests him, he'll be down and he'll get attacked by these wolves.
Yeah, in addition to that, one of the reasons that is terrible too is if the scent of blood actually went on Zalia, he has to come out of the spot, and these wargs are nowhere near dead with that Clix death. And now they're starting to kite the boss around. This is starting to get really scary for Echo. They may, if this pull lasts too much longer, they may also have a wipe. Look at this, Jinji is dropping incredibly low, Miraz is dropping super low. We're gonna start having bursting rolling in here in just a couple of seconds. Now, okay, they do a good job of getting...
now.
They do a good job of getting the prowl on Fenrir to make sure he doesn't leap on everybody. Gingy going down to that AoE, and Clix does get the battle res, but Gingy's dead. But it's less costly than what we just saw from Mandatory with the full team wipe. I think Echo's going to be able to pull it off here.
Yeah, I think so too. And with all of these deaths across the board, Mandatory and Echo have evened out the death percent seconds that they get here. Both of them are on plus 30, and you can see Mandatory just has such a long way to walk all the way back to Fenrir. RX trying to help his team here with the Path of Frost, getting them across this pond. There was a battle rest deployed for Echo. They did pick up Clix now that all of the wolves are gone, whereas Mandatory is just now restarting that same pull again.
Oh, dude. I mean, for Mandatory, it looked like Crims just wasn't in the spot. Like, whether or not the grip didn't come through, he just wasn't in time. He had to sit in the ice block, and he dies again. He gets left on by the wargs. They just weren't fast enough to be able to get into the spot. And so with Crims going down, we're in a similar situation to what we saw from Clix earlier, where he was just... With Clix being dead, it was just a no-win situation where you can't accept the res, because if you accept the res, then you're just going to get leapt on and die immediately again. And so we are in a no-win situation, and Mode has to come out of the snap because he gets the scent of blood on him.
They don't have Bob. Oh, the wolves are coming. He has to dodge. Mode is running. Happy little feet all across the board. This is what he has to do now. There's no way around it. He cannot stop moving. This will be the end if he does. You can see the Rapture being deployed, trying to get the team a little bit safer as the wolves start to die off. But Maystein also goes down here. This is so tragic for Mandatory. RX once more dying on the side of Mandatory, and Scent of Blood hits Mode again. They're trying their very best to somehow finish out this pull, but I don't know how they're going to do that with 2 DPS down. Crims accepted that battle rest back up, but it's going to take them forever to do it.
I think that they're at this point, they're looking and they're like, I hope that Echo wipes to something. And it's from this part on, Echo's at 83.7% enemy forces count. It's possible that they wipe from here, but it would be very atypical of a team of this caliber to wipe. From what we have left to see. So basically what Echo's going to do is they're going to do a 4 Kings pull, which it's not the safest thing ever, particularly for tanks. The amount of tank damage is rather high. The mobs just melee for a lot. But beyond that, I don't see what necessarily can wipe them. And for Mandatory, I don't even know if they're going to be able to get Fenrir killed off. Like, the boss is still at 20% HP.
Yeah, and it's just a healer and a tank currently trying to get that done here. It's tragic. They still need count after that. It will not be enough for the side of Mandatory. And now they also have 20 seconds against the clock for themselves. This is all looking very Echo favored as they're engaging the Kings. Using those ALs that you can pick up in the hallway down below, they're making sure that they can actually grab all of them. The way it works is that you throw that AL onto the Kings after one another, and then engage the first one. And because the first one is engaged while the others are in that state of, I guess, being drunk, they can then be talked to after, because they do not get that debuff of, oh, another king was engaged.
Yeah, and look at this. Echo on the big screen here. They were able to get all 4 of those kings dealt with. Again, I think one of the few ways they wipe from this position is having a now death. Now, I think... Now can die to this 4 King pull. It does a ridiculous amount of damage, particularly like the Sever cast on the tank. It makes them take more damage, and they absolutely can get blasted by it. But now they have one of those Kings down. Now is seeming fairly healthy here, and it looks like Mandatory having another death on Skylark. I think that they're going to end up wiping to Fenrir. Also,
come on, Mode. Come on, the Rapture, go strong. Scent of Blood maybe trying to get in here. Can they kill this boss? Please at least kill Fenrir. It goes down eventually for Mandatory.
So that is bad. However, if they had wiped, I'm pretty sure they automatically lose. Now, the situation that they were in is if they wiped there, they just auto lose the dungeon. Now, they're in a situation where if Echo wipes on this boss, I think Mandatory can still win. And that's because Echo would have to run back from the very beginning of the dungeon. That is the only reason that I even think that this would be the case. It's because Echo would have to run back from the beginning of the dungeon. Now, fate is in Echo's hands here. If they can avoid wiping, they're in an okay position. They could even have deaths on DPS, and I think they're still in a fine spot. But the thing that they cannot have is a full team wipe at any moment. And they don't have a battle res, which is not ideal, but I think they're okay.
Yeah, we are seeing Mandatory now back alive. They're doing the beers and the bowls as Echo is chugging through here. God King Scovold down to 70%. There is only Odin waiting for them after this between Echo and the final game of the global finals, where they will wait for whoever gets out of the lower finals. There's going to be a little bit of a lower bracket run going on after this series, but Echo, I mean, that second map did go to Mandatory, and it was very close in this dungeon here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mandatory back up in that very final game.
All right, so God King Scovold for Echo here. 30% HP remaining. And then all they have between them and being able to make their way into the finals again is Odin. That's the only thing that's going to separate them after they get God King Scovold killed off here in just a couple of moments. It wasn't the cleanest run of Halls of Valor I think I've ever seen from Echo. And I think if Mandatory run it back, and those mistakes don't happen on Fenrir, Mandatory, like, they have a very fast Halls of Valor. Their Halls of Valor is spectacular. And I think that it's a position that this MDI in particular has been one of the closest MDIs I've ever witnessed. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely right. Mandatory now also arriving there on the King area, but Echo already finished one entire boss in the lead, as well as all of the Kings. Yeah. They're just waiting for Odin to show up and down him. They only need to get him to 80%. No bloodlust available for that, but looking across the board, we're going to have PI for that extra rune buff. We have Army of the Dead ready. It's looking pretty good. Incarn will take another minute, so it won't be ready right away, but we're on a good track to get this done quickly for Echo.
The thundering timing is actually decent too. So you typically want Odin pulled whenever thundering is at 45 seconds to have perfect timing with those runes. That's generally the timing that you want to where it lines up with the first Shatter Spears, and then you don't have to clear it before. But the timing that they do have is going to allow them to get a full Thundering buff during that Valajar phase. And so it is nice. They're going to get a pretty sizable damage amp. That by itself should allow them to get the ability to, or at least get very close to the ability to be able to one-phase it coming out of these runic brands. Now players are going to be marked with these runes, and once you reach these marks, you gain a fairly sizable damage buff. Everybody is able to get the Valajar phase, and all of the offensive cooldowns are being popped. Thundering is going to be summoned here in just a couple of seconds, and Echo is going to be able to deal with Mandatory, and not the cleanest run we've ever seen, but it was definitely something that they kind of got a little bit lucky, but they will make it to the finals anyways, and that's the big point. It doesn't matter how you made it to the finals, just that you made it to the finals, and Echo are going to be able to take a deep breath here as they do finish off that boss. As you see Mira's here clapping. It's like, oh yeah, maybe we got away with murder here. That's what he said.
Hey,
I know it.
You know, I call it plot armor. We talked about this earlier in the weekend. Echo's got the plot armor, but you know what? It only works if you pair it with some skill, and they certainly have that too. And like you said, Tunnels, not the cleanest HOV that we've seen, but man, they got it done. And Mandatory, how heartbreaking for them. But again, they're going to be a huge threat in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a brutal lower bracket here. Now, this series actually had some uncharacteristic uncharacteristic issues for both teams, right? We had some deaths coming in. We had RX dying for mandatory on the first boss, during their lust, during army, but all that paled in comparison to what happened to Azalea here. So this first death was actually to Mortal Hughes from the Shield Maidens. That caused him to be dead outside of the Eye of the Storm. That caused this whole thing to just kind of start going wrong. We started having just a lot of mobs there, out of control, damage, never quite able to stabilize, ended up losing quite a bit of time to that. So that was, taking a small time loss on RX's death on the first boss to a pretty big time loss for Echo there. But then we had this huge time loss coming in for mandatory on Fenrir, which was Crim's, got gripped up, and I think was gripped up a little bit late, ended up falling off, hits the ice block here, but unfortunately for ice block, it only lasts for 8 seconds or so. He ends up canceling his block, or coming out of his block rather, and just immediately gets the bop. That is one of their bops used, but then you could see RX actually ends up going down. Well, so he can't get up easily, right? You have to jump up, and it takes several seconds to be able to make that happen, and Leap of Faith was already used by Mode to get him up the first time. Yeah, but it's like it takes like parkouring up against the edge there in order to get up.
But
it's not an easy thing to do mid-combat.
I
don't know. I think the alternative was to get max range and just start dodging the wolves, which we've seen teams do in the past, right?
Azalea do that a little bit too.
Ended up doing it on this pull for Echo, for instance, which also did almost go wrong in the same way. We had clicks going down here, so watch how this one happened for Echo. You have the Ravenous Leap coming out. Clix ends up jumping off and just immediately getting murdered by all of the wargs there. But they were able to stabilize it. Gingy ended up dying. Then they got Clix back up. Now, a problem with doing this boss with less people as well, the reason Gingy died is because that Claw Frenzy is split damage, but if you only have like 3 people in there, it does a lot of damage. But they were able to stabilize here, able to keep using the Shadow Melds against the boss, and able to eventually beat Fenrir here. Did lose some time to it, and you can see that Claw Frenzy doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the third attempt of Fenrir, second for mandatory, they had a lot of trouble here. But Mode was able to get them over the finish line, kiting and killing Fenrir using that speed boost from Scent of Blood as well.
What a boss.
Able to eventually get the win there, so at least they were able to finish that boss, to get it killed. So nice little bit of upside for mandatory. Unfortunately for them, though, they are getting sent down to the lower bracket, which... It's scary, right? Because even if you think, oh, these two teams are maybe the teams that we're going to see in our grand finals, which I think a lot of people maybe are expecting, although I wouldn't count out Legendary or Perplexed yet either, it's a really big advantage now for Echo, because Echo get to spend the next 2 or 3 hours just looking at the lower bracket and looking at the
similar comps from both teams. So we saw Perplexed before play Prot Paladin, Disc Priest, Feral, Fire Mage, and then that Unholy DK and Legendary in their Halls of Valor played the Resto Shaman, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see here as the game starts.
That's right. Here we go. Let's see who takes the early lead.
Let's get right into it. We were playing chicken. Go for it. Go for it, Go. You take it.
Alright, so Perplexed and Legendary both pulling all of this trash, like we just mentioned, onto Himdall. So Bloodlust being popped both of the teams. We have the Fire Mage and Perplexed side, so we're going to have a lot of damage coming onto Himdall while we cleave the rest of the trash down, which does mean, though, that the Storm Drake is going to stay alive for a little while because they want to focus the boss here. So that's why we see the tanks trying to survive all of these frontal breaths from the Drake, and all of the damage dealers. The Hero's Rise actually goes down for Perplexed. They do use a Battle Rest to get him back up. They don't have Ankh, right? It's a Disc Priest, so they have to commit their Battle Rest immediately. I think it still was a good thing that their healer went down and not a damage dealer, because at least they don't lose any offensive cooldowns here. So not too bad for Perplexed, but a long time without a Battle Rest now for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, coming into this match, we've seen so many of our teams having issues with this first pull. There's so many damage events that you have to worry about. The Thundercallers with their dot, as well as their targeted Lightning Bolt ability, just so much damage on these higher key levels. If you stack that up with any of the bursting stacks or any explosives that go off accidentally, it could just be a one-shot. Unfortunately, it is Ryson that does end up going down for Perplexed. Now, of course, like you mentioned, not one of the damage dealers, so it's not going to hinder their progression too much here this early in the dungeon here. And actually, Himdall goes down at the exact same time for both teams. But you have to remember, that battle res is a problem, right? They will not have another one for the next 8.5 minutes in the dungeon here. So if any other deaths happen on any of these massive pulls that we know are about to happen in this dungeon for Perplexed, it could be a disaster for them. Legendary, like you mentioned, they do have the Ankh available to them if their healer has any issues. They do still have the battle res, so they are sitting on that little net that helps them out, that little safety net. So they must be feeling a little stronger going into this poll here. Perplex is going to have to play this absolutely safely. And we have to remember as well, the way that the teams are pulling that Thundercaller in the back, CCing it behind them, we did see Xaylia end up dying to that in our run earlier from Echo. So we have to keep an eye on that from the teams. They need to make sure they're aware of when that's happening as they gather up this massive poll.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this trash bag is being CC'd with Ring of Frost and other means, and then they want to have the trash bag come in later because they want to deal with Solstin here. You can see both of the teams are engaging Solstin with the Aspirant pack, and there's just so many interrupts they need on the Purifier, because otherwise you have all of these swirlies that he cannot dodge within this bubble. So they kind of want that other trash to come in later because they don't have extra interrupts for the Thundercaller and for the Rune Carver as well. So this time around we do see Legendary actually having a Rune Carver in there, so they need some extra interrupts on that mob. But Perplex did use that Ring of Frost, and they're gonna have to replace it in just a second once those mobs are going to be coming in from the back. You see some of them are positioning themselves already to the right to make sure they can do that as soon as that trash bag comes in. But Legendary already done with Olmir, and they are technically able to engage the other mini-boss in just a second as well. But it looks like they're trying to finish off some of these Shield Maidens first, because Lepan may be running out of CDs at this point because there's so much tank damage going on all of these pulls.
They've got that fresh Thundercaller, and as well, there's 2 interrupts that they're going to have to worry about here. 2 melee kicks should be very easy to deal with for their comp for the Thunderous Bolts, as well as the Searing Light. That Aspirant's still alive. They'll want to cleave that down before another Stomp goes off. This is going to go off on Igloo. Oh, dies midair, actually. Never mind. Good focus damage at the last second there to reduce the extra single target damage onto their healer here. And it looks like both teams are relatively home free with a Thundercaller for Legendary, and that Aspirant still alive for Perplexed. And you can see now, after most of the trash is dead for both teams, Perplexed has taken a little bit of a lead based off of the class comp and the damage compositions of the group. That Fire Mage thriving in the massive AoE pull, having access to the power infusion, whereas that's just going to be going on the Unholy DK or Legendary. Slight advantage here for Perplexed.
So one thing about Perplex, though, is that Ryzen does not have Shadow Melt available, and he's in perma-combat with this trash that we talked about that they're seeing and pulling into Hersha now. So Ryzen is going to be low in mana for Hersha. They're not inverting Hersha either. That means that the Eye of the Storm is going to do the maximum amount of damage. So Ryzen is going to have to be a little bit conservative with the mana here. They have to use all of their defensives to make sure that Ryzen is not going to go completely on their side. Legendary, though, Igloo full mana. As they are also fighting Hersha now, it looks like they are actually reversing Hersha, so they're going to have the Eye of the Storm that does a little bit less damage on their side, but some of the combinations of the Expel Light and Arcing Bolt are going to do a little bit more damage here at the very start.
Yeah, exactly. Teams have found a way to make the boss a little bit easier. Now, the Cleave, taking longer to die for Perplex, but again, they also pull a couple extra trash mobs here with the boss compared to what Legendary cleaved in. So their trash count will be a tiny bit higher. That means they don't have to worry about too many extra mobs when they move on towards Fenris section later on. Divine Field dropping incredibly low to that Blast of Light, but able to keep himself alive just barely. Of course, the boss, like you mentioned, a little bit more difficult with the overlaps for them, whereas Legendary should have a much easier time here. Oh, the Panda goes down to the Blast of Light as well for their team. That's their battle res gone. Both teams no longer have a battle res. Fortunately, nobody else going down to boss melees because she was transitioning between phases there. Very scary moment for Legendary, but able to keep it alive. And in the meantime, that has allowed Perplex to catch up and even pass them on the boss. So keeping it very close here between the two teams.
Yeah, it's really good for Perplex. They can move on already now. They're going to do another bigger pull on the right side. Now, sometimes I do see tanks struggle on this pull just because they had to use so many defensives on the Hersha pull plus the trash, so they don't have too much left for this. But Divine Field looking really good on the defensives there, so it shouldn't really be an issue for them. Legendary now done as well. Lepan also looking good on the defensives. So they should be fine. We do see the Mind Sooths come out, so they can just walk past up this trash. But obviously, Perplex is going to be a little bit quicker here. And you can see in the boss split, they lost 9 seconds from some inefficient, or being a little bit more inefficient than Legendary, and also having that 1 death on Divine. Wait, am I mixing this up now? I honestly think
it's just...
On Lepen, there we go.
It's a comp diff, right? Yeah, I think this is a comp diff. I think the Mage really, really thrives in the style of pulls in the early parts of this dungeon here. And even for things like the Wolf Pack on top of Fenrir, I think Perplex is going to gain an even higher advantage here. The question is, what does Legendary's comp do? It does better single target damage, but you're not going to be doing more damage if one of your DPS is down without a battle res. What is Splat going to do here? Does he release to rejoin the group? It looks like that's not the play. It looks like he's just going to stay on the ground and wait for the pull to be finished and get a res after the fact, but this is a lot of time loss. It looks like a Holy Radiance cast just got off as well, healing up the group as well, so it's going to take even longer. Staying dead. Definitely not the play, and there's the release. Eventually does end up making the call to release here, but this is going to be a problem for Lepen, though, as the Trash Pack is living way longer than they expect to. He's going to be taking more and more and more damage from these Shield Maidens, from the snapshots on the Markman. This could be very, very dangerous for them.
Yeah, this looked like a one-shot on Splat. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe there's a cast go off, or it was possibly the marksman's penetrating shot that maybe went on Splat there, and they didn't have a disrupt for it, unfortunately. But yeah, that heal going off too, just costing them more and more time. Now, none of the deaths from Legendary are an insane time loss, but if Perplex doesn't make any more mistakes, then obviously they're going to be in the lead. So Legendary definitely has to do something to catch up here. Perplex now on the first phase of Fenrir, as they're engaging this marksman pack as well, and the trappers. They have to avoid those traps, so you can see them on the ground behind Wolf Disco on that mage. Obviously not stepping into those. Those do a lot of damage. And they're also using their... Divine Field!
Oh, Divine Field!
Down for Perplex.
No res!
They do not have a battle res. Still 8% on the boss. That's still a lot for them to get through while having their tank that this whole time. You can see they're trying to kite it out, and they're doing a good job so far, but still 5% for them to go, plus the trappers that are alive too.
They have to burn through the boss here. Remember, Fenrir does not reset. You can pull him to anywhere in this entire wood section of the dungeon, so they just need to burn through this boss. A Shine ends up going down to just residual damage from the trappers being alive, and Fenrir still beating them down. Swag also goes down. It is on Ryson and Wolf Disco to finish off the boss. They have phased Fenrir. They still have to finish off these 2 trappers, but somehow they've avoided the worst possible scenario of a full wipe on a boss here. Wolf Disco does invis to make sure that he doesn't accidentally die to the trappers here, and they will be able to get a res off here. Wow, the mitigation of a disaster scenario there for Perplexed might be the thing that still gives them a chance of winning this dungeon. And you can see, after all is said and done here, they still have an advantage over Legendary. Legendary's still working away at Fenrir, but the gap has been significantly closed by those mistakes.
Yeah, definitely still in the lead for Perplex here, but there's a 2 death timer in favor of Legendary, so they're 10 seconds behind. So maybe it's completely even now, considering those differences in the deaths. Now we can see Divine Field gathering up all of these wolves on Perplex's side. Now we're gonna have to see them jump onto this rock. You can see Wolf Disco and Ryzen jumped up without using the grip. So in case Wolf Disco does fall off for some reason, they can still grip him back up. Legendary now also doing the same thing on their side, and this is where everything went wrong for the previous group, and now Swag is dead as well. They do have a battle rest available. They have to get him up immediately if they can. Shine has to do the rest, so Divine Field maybe doesn't have to use any holy power, as Divine Field is also struggling to stay alive with all of these wolves.
They had the VE active, they had the Nature's Vigil active now, and they could decide to just slam the Lust here. This is their second Lust being used. I don't remember if this is where they planned on using it, or if they were going to use it and then Swag dying stopped them from using it. But this is still a scary scenario. Divine Field is not out of the woods just yet. With that DPS dead, these wargs have been alive far longer than usual, and the damage going out on the group here is insane. Fortunately, they finally get through all the wolves, but in the meantime, Legendary has caught up. Legendary has taken the lead. They're 10% ahead on Fenrir. Their wargs are already dead. And also, we have to mention, again, the death timers. 3 extra deaths for Perplexed here. That's 15 seconds of an advantage on top of the faster run coming out from Legendary here. Legendary has somehow found a way back into this dungeon off the mistakes of Perplexed.
Yeah, looking much better for Legendary now. The time loss that they had on this trash bag earlier not really mattering anymore with the with the mistakes Perplexed made. Now Legendary is moving on, gathering up these bears, and I believe they also need some bulls as well on top of these bears. So another big pool and a lot of not too dangerous for the damage dealers, but just a lot of tank damage again. Leppen is going to have to kite this a little bit whenever he does run out of defensives, and we'll see if they can execute it well. Another thing to worry about is, of course, the bulls casting that AoE around them that they have to disrupt with different kinds of abilities. Otherwise, Tobo and Splat are going to have a hard time DPSing this pack.
Leppen dropping low from those debuffs, but it looks like he's going to be fine. We'll be able to kite this around, making sure he keeps things as stacked as possible for his teams to do damage. And it looks like they're being a little bit more efficient with the trash here on the side of Legendary. Also, they're closer to the exit here, too. It cannot be understated. It's 5 seconds of travel time, and when all of these tiny little things get added up, they can be the difference maker in this dungeon if Legendary does happen to make a mistake. We've seen it from the best teams in the tournament. Remember, the other day, Mandatory ended up losing this dungeon, right, to a 4th king not being activated. So there are things that can go wrong in this dungeon at the last second that just eat into those leads that you've accrued throughout the dungeon here. Legendary, however, is essentially done with their trash. They're going to get the last few mob percentages. I believe Splat's going to stick behind and pull some of those neutral mobs into the dragon for the remainder of their count. I would love to just get a POV of that, actually. We always see teams zone through the portal here at 82.2%. And
Splat still has CD on Shadow Melt, though. So Splat is going to have to wait for Shadow Melt to be ready. Then he can pull the neutrals. So that means they have to wait before they pick up the beer, I believe, because the beer obviously has a certain duration. They don't need Splat to pick up the beer because they only need 3. And we see the Mind Soothe already coming out. Splat is now back with the group as well. Didn't even need the Shadow Melt, so no problem there. And Perplex also on their way up. This is going to be so close between those two teams. As you mentioned, it's a lot of importance is going to be on that Quadra King. They need to be able to get all 4 kings simultaneously, because the time loss from not having all 4 of them is going to be the difference here between those two teams. So let's take a look if both the teams can execute that Quadra King activation.
Here we go. We will see 3 of these brews tossed on 3 different kings. Now, Leppen and Divine Field are going to pull the 1 remaining king and drag it so that it melees and gets in combat with the other 3 kings one by one. Got Bjorn. Alright, once it melees, you can move on, and then of course it's on the DPS players to spam click the kings when they run back to their position. All of them will be available. You can see that green name means that they're friendly and talkable. If you get them before they head back to their original spot, you can be in combat with all 4 of them. Good execution from Legendary. They have all 4. Perplexed, did you do it too? Did they? Did they get the last one?
There,
they did. Okay, all 4 for Perplexed as well. Good execution from both teams. Now it's just a DPS race.
Now let's take a look at the cooldowns here, right? Because as you mentioned, it is a DPS race. So we just saw PI being used by both the Shadow Priest. We saw Incarn being popped by both of the Ferals, and we also saw Army being used by both of the Unholy DKs. So the cooldowns are actually completely equal here. Combustion, obviously Combustion is only in Perplexed side since we don't have the same comp here, but I think the Shadow Priest and Mage cooldowns are going to be a little bit different. Do you think the Perplexed has the edge on pure single target over Legendary because of that Fire Mage difference?
It's hard to say, I think, because one of the things that we've been seeing from Igloo is that he does absolutely nuts single target damage. We're talking on these last couple of bosses, 50k on God King Skovald, 60k on Odin. Now, of course, there's a little bit of cleave on the Elementals on God King, there's a little cleave on the champion that spawns during Odin, but that is insane damage. I feel like that could definitely make up for not having the Mage with power infusion, but the Mage definitely is incredibly strong on Odin, right? They have access to that Fire Starter for half of the fight, of course, 100% crit on your main abilities, while the boss is over 90%, and of course Odin's dies at 80%, so right, you have that for the entire first section of the fight, and you can actually end up saving your Combust for the damage amp portion of the fight, where you turn into the Angels, where you pop your Lust, where you do a bunch of damage. So I think it might actually end up being really, really close here with the death timers. Perplexed could definitely end up coming back. I feel like they still might need a little bit of something to go wrong for Legendary, just perhaps a DPS death during cooldowns. Remember, you still have those 15-second death timers that you have to contend with, so It's an outside chance, but there is still a possibility. But look at the damage meters for Legendary right now. Like I was talking about, Igloo topping the meters on the Resto Shaman.
Oh my god. Yeah, Eagle doing insane damage here in that Resto Shaman. Of course, some of it is also going to be on those Flames of Woe, which is not going to be the most important damage. But yeah, Perplex did engage the boss later. And in addition to that, they have the death differential, right? So Perplex somehow would have to do an insane amount of damage to catch up to Legendary here, and it's not looking like that so far. But looking at Ryzen also doing 50k DPS almost, plus of course providing that PI on Perplex side. So both of the healers just absolutely blasting this boss, and the tanks as well. When you look at that, it's really crazy optimization of damage going on for both of these teams. Now we can see that Splat and Shine also did use their Incarn once more. So that means that, I mean, it should be back up for the Odin phase. Because usually once you pull Odin, it's still like 45 to 50 seconds until that first damage phase starts. And there's a little bit of an RP before the boss can be engaged. So the Incarn should be back for them, and the PI should be back as well. Even over Ryzen, it might be a little bit close, but it should be fine.
And just looking at the slight differences in their team here, it looks like the thundering timing is roughly the same for both teams. So there's not going to be any difference of that extra damage amp buff coming out for either of the teams. It's going to come up at roughly the same time, which is going to be near the end of the damage buff on the boss. So not exactly useful for Perplex. They're going to need a lot of things to go wrong for Legendary here. A final DPS race to the end here. Legendary with a very solid 20-second lead coming into the final boss. And as we know, Odin is very, very quick, but there are a couple of nasty overlaps that could send you to the death realm here. Those marks do a ton of damage. If you don't get to that spot instantly, you could go down in a matter of seconds here. Fortunately, they have so many tools to make sure that could never happen. I would be extremely surprised if that were to happen, but once again, the damage meters for Legendary. Look at the burst coming out from Igloo on the Shaman there, almost peaking at 100k, still staying solid at 80. So much damage comes out of that Resto Shaman.
Yeah, crazy damage by Legendary. Of course, both teams are going to be able to one-face the boss. They're only going to need one set of brands, and that's going to be fine. Legendary already got the AoE and the AD to spawn. You can see they're just passively cleaving that AD while mainly DPSing the boss still. And those brands are going to come out in just a second. They do not have Battle Res available, but they have all CGs ready. You can see the army is ready. You can see PI is ready. Everything is going to be pressed here in just a second once they make their way to their runes and get those wings and that damage buff. And it's all going to be on Legendary to see if they can finish off this boss before Perplex.
And it looks like it's not going to be the best of runs, it's not going to be the fastest of runs, it's not going to be the cleanest of runs for either team, but with this lead on the boss, with the 15 seconds of death timers, all Legendary has to do is keep it clean. No mistakes, no deaths, they have the lead on Odin, they should be winning this first dungeon here, and yep, it looks like it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Legendary.
That's right. Legendary takes Halls of Valor, and you say it's not so clean, Zyronic, but there were a lot less deaths in this one than the last time we saw Halls just a moment ago, so at least we've got that to talk about. But yeah, Legendary makes it happen. Perplex, unfortunately, running into some trouble earlier in the dungeon, losing a couple people here and there, but makes still a lot to talk about from that one, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that it was cleaner than other runs we've seen, but it definitely wasn't the cleanest. Starting us off with a death on Ryzen here, and I think that was the best case scenario if anybody was going to go down, because that allowed the team to still do damage. Then tragedy strikes for Legendary. They have their tank go down here on Herja at the best possible time, are able to pick him back up without both of the melees being target of some nasty boss melees, and they are able to kill off that boss. So both teams kind of getting away with tragedy at the beginning of the key. Now here, this moment, I was like, what was happening to Splat? He got the first tick from an edge cast, and he was bolt casted on by one of these Valajar, and just both of it happening at the exact same time put his HP down to 0 real fast. And they took a lot of time waiting for him to come back. He didn't release eventually, then he did, and it looked like the game was going to go in the direction of Perplexed, but then this happens. Divine Field goes down. The rest of the team tries to salvage what is happening. They don't have a Battle Rust available. Shine and Swag will also die here, and then it's all Ryzen and Dr. Wolf Disco who are able to finish off that boss, but Legendary pulls ahead, is able to get through Fenrir cleanly, and then back to the Kings here, where they already had, on the back of those death counters, 15-second lead, and then another few in terms of dungeon progression, allowing them to get through that dungeon here in not the fastest time we've seen, but like Tettle said before, it's not about, being the best, it's about getting there. So they did get there.
Yep, that's right. At the end of the day, the team that wins the MDI might not necessarily be the team that did like a specific dungeon the fastest that weekend. They just won their match, they moved on, they won other matches until they finally won the last one. And whatever time it takes in that particular match is the most important time, ultimately. So, Nagura, thinking back on that Halls of Valor, any comments going into the next map? As we look ahead to Azure Vaults, anything we can take learnings-wise from that one into this one?
So the most interesting thing about Azure Vault is going to be if Legendary sticks to their very unique strategy. Because Legendary is playing the strat where they only use one single Bloodlust in the whole dungeon, and they try to kill Azure Blade before the intermission starts. The last time they played the dungeon, though, they did not manage.
But the players are loading into the game right now, and we should be moments away from starting the second map of the series and seeing if Perplex can tie things up, or if our final last stand team, our last stand team, makes it one dungeon further to get to the lower finals. Let's find out, see if Legendary can get the 2-0, or Perplex ties it up.
Ooh, I think... Oh, that's very interesting. I think Perplex actually changed their comp completely. So they did play Azure Vault before, but they had a really slow run. They had a 14:09, which was really slow compared to the other teams. And they played Prot Paladin, Evoker, Feral, Unholy DK, Shadow Priest. Now they changed it up. Now they're playing a Disc Priest and a Fire Mage on Perplex side. So really interesting. They must have changed their whole route. We'll see what they end up doing. But Legendary is sticking to the same comp as they were playing last time.
That is actually really crazy. It's very rare that you see a team completely change up a comp throughout a weekend, let alone the strategy they're doing. So let's see what they have cooked up for us here. Legendary is already down onto the boss. Both teams pulling the boss at the same time, both employing that snapping strategy, getting the tenders down as quickly as possible. And we are off to the races going for similar strategies. Now, looking at the team comps now, who would you say actually has an advantage here between the team comps? Because they're running, similar differences in comps to what we would typically see in like Shadow and Burial Grounds or in Halls of Valor, right? We see the Fire Mage for Perplexed versus the Shadow Priest instead of the Disc Priest for Legendary. And also the question is, what does Legendary think is so good about Evoker in this dungeon?
Well, I still think that everything that Legendary is doing is revolving around this Bloodlust Azure Blade strat. And you can see they are sticking to it because they did not use their Bloodlust. Perplexed did use the Bloodlust on initial trash pool. They do have a little bit more, 5% more, but they're not too far ahead on the boss in comparison to Legendary, considering that Perplexed used Lust and Legendary did not. Right? So I think for Legendary, it's all going to come down to that one moment where they are trying to do Azure Blade without the intermission. If that works out, I think they can be really fast, but I'm not sure, right? Because you lose one whole Bloodlust in the whole dungeon, and if it doesn't work out, then you're wasting a lot of time. And the last time they did it, it didn't work out for them. So that's going to be a really important moment for Legendary. But right now, Perplex, they are 5% ahead on Trash, which means that they can skip something later on that Legendary still has to play.
I like that. Okay, yeah, we'll have to see. That's going to be a big make-or-break point of the dungeon for them. We'll have to keep an eye on that when they do get to Azure Blade. I'm trying to look around and see if any other teams actually opted to play the Mage in Azure Vault. I can see that Thundered played it in one of their runs, but it wasn't necessarily one of the fastest runs we've seen all weekend. I'm trying to think of what the strengths are for Fire Mage in this dungeon. It really, to me, just comes down to being one of the best per single target classes, but if they're not going for the one phase on Azure Blade, which you would assume they aren't because they don't have the Bloodlust, I'm trying to think of what the thought process is behind running that here. Now, I do know that it does make the intermission phase on Azure Blade go pretty quickly, because you can do a huge combust on the boss right before the intermission, and then once the intermission starts, you can spread your ignite to all 4 of the ads that spawn in the intermission, and that's a lot of damage. You can probably do half of the health of each of those with that ignite spread alone. But outside of that, it just seems like it's potentially not the best pick. So we'll see. We'll have to see what they have planned here. You know, as we are though, strats and routes look pretty similar between the two teams. Both of them opting to kill this Crystal Thrasher plus Fury pull here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the teams also, throughout the MDI this season, teams changed their strategies a little bit to pull more trash onto the bosses here as well. And that is where Mage shines too, I guess. So maybe they thought that's why the Mage can be good here. Maybe they decided to pull more trash onto Grey Wing, onto Azure Blade. They also pulled some trash onto the first boss as well. So we'll see what they decide to do for the rest of this dungeon. But so far, both teams are incredibly even. Perplex entering this mid ring a little bit earlier, and they're not pulling anything in that first ring area because they have more trash on the board, as you can see. Legendary, though, they have to do a pull here, so this is going to slow Legendary down quite a bit, adding 1 extra pull to their route. Unless, of course, they skip the intermission later on, then they're going to be making up that time again. But Perplex already in that Azure Blade area.
Yep, here we go, Perplexed, like you mentioned, Azure Blade area. Let's see how this pull goes for them. I feel like we tend to gloss over this pull because it's just the typical thing that everyone does, but this is like 3 or 4 trash packs pulled together, and then, you know what, let's pull the boss on top of it for fun here. Gotta keep an eye on the health bar of Divine Field here. It's so much tank damage coming out. If it gets hit by too much of that Spellfrost breath damage, or if any of their DPS accidentally get hit by one of those swirls on the ground, this pull could go south very, very quickly for them. So far, the AoE burst damage seems to be there, and they're doing a great job of dealing with this trash, and the boss's HP is so low too. They'll very easily be able to 2-phase, but no chance for the 1-phase.
Yeah, it's looking really good. They still have the Lieutenant alive in this intermission phase, which can be a little bit dangerous for Divine Field. You can see he did commit the bubble here at the very end to make sure that he can survive this Lieutenant. It's still alive. They definitely have to make sure it does go down very soon before Divine Field does run out of CDs. And then this intermission phase also does a lot of damage to the group. It's actually taking them quite some time to finish this off. And you can see there's a lot of Grievous stacks on Wolf Disco. He actually had 4 stacks of Grievous, did not manage to get healed through.
Legendary.
He did
have
War Facial available. There we go. It's all on Legendary. They used the Bloodlust as well. Boss is down to 17%, but you can see the mana bar is gone. The boss is going to the middle now. Doesn't look that great. No. Are they going to make it?
Did they get Thundering Sun there at the last second? No, 3%, 2%!
Oh no.
Have to do the intermission once again. What happened to them? Legendary so close to pulling off the 1-phase and getting themselves back into the dungeon, but now they have to do an entire intermission phase that they weren't hoping that they had to do, and Perplexed is going to hold on to the lead, and more importantly, Perplexed is going to get that second Bloodlust at some point in the dungeon. Azure Blade does go down relatively quickly after the intermission phase, but Legendary probably ended up losing somewhere around 20 to 25 seconds there by getting that intermission phase they weren't planning on getting. But here we go. This is what we were talking about before the run started. This snap is so important to get done properly here. Perplexed, a Shine pulling the boss in bear form. Going to be tanking the boss for the team as that Feral Druid in bear form until Divine Field joins the team here. Divine Field, you can see his health bar dropping. He's pulling trash upstairs, taking a lot of damage. Going to jump down, gets the grip from Ryzen, and the trash will follow soon here. Now, have to keep an eye on the shield bash on this boss. Needs to make sure they don't get anybody knocked out of this field during the Absolute Zero cast. Looks like the snap has gone well for Legendary as well. Both teams able to pull it off cleanly.
Yeah, looking good for Legendary, but there's still so much going on this pull. You have the Grievous stacking up on everybody. You need lots of CDs on the tank so they can survive, because there's just so much damage going on. And you need a lot of interrupts as well, because you have these elementals that cast sleep that needs to be interrupted. Otherwise, somebody's going to fall asleep, and that's going to be really bad in combination with the other abilities from the boss. So it's looking pretty good so far for Perplexed. Some of the trash is going down. The bursting is stacking up. They have to use the Dwarf Racials or Master Spell to get rid of those debuffs to make sure they're not going down here. And it's looking good for Perplexed. Legendary also doing a pretty good job. But look at the boss HP. Perplexed doing so much more boss damage in comparison to Legendary.
So much more boss damage coming out from their team comp. I think that's one of the strengths of the Fire Mage here, because he's topping the meters here. they just get to do full boss damage while leaving their Ignite onto the enemies, and it's just such a great strength of that class. And yeah, I was looking back at the run on my other monitor as well. It was Thundering Stuns at the very end there for Legendary on Azure Blade, stunning 3 of their players, and they got that intermission at 2%. That is going to be something that they'll look back on and think, man, if only we had gotten that matchup at the last second, but it wasn't meant to be here. Now, they're not out of the woods just yet, right? They're not out of this dungeon just yet. They are slightly behind Perplexed. 15% end boss damage. Perplexed does that have that extra death on the board, though, so you have to factor that in here. And there was a lot that could go wrong in some of the massive pulls here. Both teams look like they're going to be going down to Umbral Skull first after this boss goes down, and they'll both be ending off with the giant frog pull. Things can go wrong there. Remember, it's a bursting dungeon. That bursting can stack up. You miss a Master Spell on somebody, they could go down very easily. We'll have to keep an eye very, very closely on how this goes.
There's a little bit of a difference still in the rest of the strategy. So Perplex is going to have Bloodlust in just a second. So they will be pulling 5 breakers into their frog pool, and they're going to be lasting it to execute it. Now Legendary, though, because they do not have the Bloodlust for the breaker pool, what they are doing, or at least what they were doing the last time, was Lepan was actually pulling 2 of the breakers, and they snapped them to Umbral Skull. So they don't have to deal with 5 breakers later on. And it looks like they are doing the same thing again. There we go. The 2 breakers are appearing on the right side for Legendary. So they're dealing with those with Umbral Skull. But in my opinion, that is a slower strategy, right? It slows you down quite a bit on Umbral Skull in comparison to just playing them with the other 3 breakers in the frog pool. But yeah, because they play this Azure Blade strategy with the Bloodlust, they just can't do it. And because they didn't execute the Azure Blade strategy because of the Thundering Stun, this is just going to slow them down even further.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, looking at the state of the game between both teams, you definitely do have to hand the favor towards Perplex. Yes, they have the death on the board, but that second Bloodlust coming up with the frog pull is going to give them so much more safety in that pull. Now, one of the questions that I have is how much did they actually have to change when they swapped their comp over to this strategy, right? Because in our previous run where Perplexed played Azure Vault, they had Ryzen on the Evoker, right? And with the Evoker, you can let your healer be the person that backtracks through the dungeon, right? They port down to the 3rd boss, but then they backtrack pulling trash and frogs to meet up with the team. Shine is going to have to be the person that does that now. And if there's any inconsistencies with how he does that instead of Ryzen doing it, that could be an issue for them.
Yeah, you are right. It's not the easiest thing to do as a Feral because, of course, you have to try to run through them. You somehow have to tank some of those melee hits from the looters and from the frogs as well. So you have to make sure you survive that. You can see Ashine is holding on to all of the defensives. He does have Borg Skin and Survival Instincts available on that druid there. It would be nice if we could maybe get a POV from Ashine so we can see how he gathers up everything. But for now, we can see the rest of the group. So we'll see a Mind Soothe being used on this breaker just so... Actually, never mind. They're not even bothering with that. They're just carrying it instantly into the pool, and they're going to be meeting up with Ashine at the bottom of the stairs, and then they have those 5 breakers. But keep in mind, that's still a very dangerous pool. Even though they have Bloodlust, having 5 breakers is so hard. There's an unavoidable AoE cast they do, plus they cast a Shoulder Slam onto players. They only have 1 Shadow Melt from Ashine that can avoid it. All the other players are going to have to deal with that Shoulder Slam.
Here we go. Everyone back together. The trash that Ashine has pulled is with the group. The Bloodlust has popped. All of the cooldowns are available across the board except for the Army of the Dead, but that's not too big of a deal here. They're just going to have to burst as much as possible. Look at the damage coming out from the breakers here. Every single one of those Bestial Roars doing so much damage to the group, especially when stacked. If you get hit by that, plus a Shoulder Slam at the same time, you could very easily go down, even on a Tyrannical 20. Lowest key level. The trash not doing increased damage. Bursting stacks are up. There's the Master Spell on everybody, getting rid of a 9 stack. Great usage of from Ryzen. And look, the Dwarf Racial's also coming back out to get another bunch of stacks off. The Legendary is onto the pull as well, but it's so much later on, and there's no Bloodlust for them. All Perplex has to do is finish off these last couple of mobs, and that is going to be all she wrote. 5 seconds still on the board for Legendary, but there's no way they get this trash down in 5 seconds. And we are once again this weekend going to be going to a deciding Game 3.
Yeah, Perplexed back in it, and man, it was so close. Like seeing Azure Blade for Legendary sit there at 2% to do the intermission was was kind of heartbreaking. But then you look at the Thundering Stuns, you're like, oh, well, I guess I could see how that happens. But a lot to talk about in that dungeon, so Makes, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. So starting us from the get-go, you both mentioned it as well. There was a little bit of a comp change on the side of Perplexed, and I am a big fan of that for multiple reasons. I still like the legendary tech, but this is now the second time we haven't really seen it work out. They need to pull this trash pack here, because later on they kind of need to have more trash done because they can't go as big. Now, here was a little bit of trouble for Perplexed. They did lose Wolf Disco, but were able to pick him back up with that battle rest that they had while grabbing these extra mobs. So really not too much loss there, just a little bit of extra damage time. And then on the other side, we saw the big kicker, right? Wexy, Tobo, and Lepan all got stunned by Thundering while Azure Blade was running. And I think if they had been active, they could have actually finished this off. So maybe a little bit of greed, maybe a little bit of everything happening at once way too fast, or being used to a different timing sends them into this phase here, delaying them by about 20 seconds. So I think they would have had the faster route, but I do like the mage for the single target damage that they get out of these bosses, both of them opting to snap onto Talash Greywing, something we've now seen multiple times. I think it's really cool, it's really awesome. You have to survive so much. It's a big challenge on your tank to do that, and the Prot Paladin just a little bit more stable, whereas the Prot Warrior is better for other pulls, like the Frog pull, I think personally. Then from Legendary, we are seeing those two breakers because they can't do them with the frog pole. It's just not possible for them without having that extra bloodlust. I think you explained that as well, Nagura. They need to grab them down here, which I like because I like pulling stuff onto Emerald Skull, but it just means that the other team did have their bloodlust for that very final frog pull, and I think if your entire strategy banks on getting that one phase push and it doesn't work out, that's kind of the moment where you say, okay, we're just going to run it down, hopefully it works out. Here you see how Ashine brings back the breakers and the frogs from all the way across these rooms to the rest of his team. He does a big run, and that's how they group up the frogs very quickly. But yeah, making out the 1-1 between Perplex and Legendary.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't blame Legendary for trying to kind of like eke every last little point of damage out of the Thundering Ethics, but at some point you gotta clear it, otherwise that happens. But so close, but yet so far. Either way, they are not done quite yet. We are going to that third map. Before we do, I mean, I'm curious. I want people to actually make some predictions. I'm going to go around, and I'm going to ask everyone to predict who they think is going to win this match. I think it's very difficult, but I want you to tell me who it is and why you think it is. I'm going to start with you, Zyronic.
For like a small safety pull beforehand, and then they pull the rest of the trash beforehand. If Legendary is able to go for all the trash together and they pull it off, they're a shoo-in for winning this dungeon, because that extra pull for Perplexed, it just costs so much time. But here we go. We are into the dungeon here. Warlocks for both teams. Similar comps, the only difference being the Unholy DK for Legendary instead of the Feral Druid for Perplexed.
I do love the Wolf Disco Warlock versus Splat Warlock timeline, though. I think they're both amazing Warlock players. So we'll see how that works out now. Yeah, as you said, they decided to go with the Feral for the Mark of the Wild. And on the other side, Legendary is playing that Unholy DK. Very interesting to see the difference there. While both of them have the Shadow Priest with the PI, they can buff either of those damage dealers. Perplexed still dropping a little bit low with all of that damage coming out of that pack. Legendary actually dealing with this first trash ball quite a bit quicker in comparison. That might be the Unholy DK difference, right? Unholy DK, of course, having the potential of just doing so much AoE damage.
Also, Splat is doing a lot more initial burst damage on that pull. I'm going to take a look at the talents in a bit here and see if they're running similar things or if it's a little bit different on that MDI companion tool. Of course, you at home can take a look at that too. In the top left corner, there'll be a little arrow you can click if you're on the official Warcraft stream and check out the talent and gear loads that the players are using. On to Wise Mari here for both teams, though. And yeah, Legendary holding on to that very, very slight single target advantage. Unfortunately, Igloo going down for Legendary, but another death as well for Perplexed. Both teams trading blows back to back here. The difference is Perplexed has to use the battle res, whereas for Legendary, it was just an Ankh that they had to commit, so they still have the battle res in their back pocket later on if they need to use it. Once again, Perplexed for the next 9 minutes of the dungeon just don't have a battle res.
And this is not great for Perplex at all. I mean, it's not great for either of the teams to start this dungeon with a death. This is the most important game for them, right? This game is going to decide who moves on and who is going to be out of the tournament after this one. So having a death here at the very start must be very dangerous. You have the Quaking come out here as well. Quaking can be so dangerous on Wise Mari in combination with Wash Away coming out. But it looks like Perplex dealt with it pretty nicely. But now Legendary, 15% ahead on boss percentage because they did have a death too, but it wasn't their healer, and they had an Ankh that they could use immediately. But Perplex lost one of their damage dealers, and whenever you lose a damage dealer, you might be losing resources, you might be losing certain cooldowns that were up at that moment, so usually that's a little bit of a bigger time loss in comparison.
Yeah, definitely a bigger time loss for Perplex, but it looks like on pure single target damage, the Feral really kind of keeping them in things here. Unholy really didn't want to pop too much extra cooldowns here, and even though they had the DPS death instead of the healer death, they're keeping things very, very close here. There was a little bit of like micro single target increases that Perplex was getting at here. They had a corrupted droplet banish so that Wolf Disco could actually get full Havoc value every single time that cooldown came up every 30 seconds. Get a little bit of rolling Havoc stacks, get some extra intellect so it does a little more single target damage. So that, little optimizations like that were definitely keeping them in things. Here we go into the second boss room here. What is the pull routing going to look right here? Who is going to get onto the boss first? We'll probably end up seeing both of the healers hopping up on the ledge here using their Desperate Invoker's Codex as well as their single target damage just to get that book down as quickly as possible. Here we go into the first big pull from both teams. Got to keep an eye on the burst from Haunting Shaws.
I saw something really cool by Legendary there, actually. So Splat tagged the last 3 mop pack over the wall, like over the bridge. He was tagging it, and they have everything in there. They have the cat in there, they have the crab in there as well. They have everything in this pull, while Perplex did not pull that last trash pack there. So that means Legendary gets all of their AoE damage with their cooldowns on all of this trash. I really like this. This is very dangerous though, because you have so much going on, literally just pulling everything together. But look at Legendary, they executed it so well, and they finished off the book as well. But Perplex finished off the book a little bit quicker. They're already in combat with Strife and Peril on their side, but they're not down yet, and they still have to pull that last trash pack as well. So this is going to be a little bit dangerous, and Ryzen cannot click the gateway at the moment. They need to get Ryzen down there, otherwise they don't get heal on the group.
He's a goblin! He can't click the gateway as a goblin! His character model's too small! His team is going to be taking so much damage without a healer there. They're trying their hardest with Nature's Vigil and VE to keep everybody alive, but the Thundering was still on him. He stuns himself. Who is stunned downstairs? Wolf Disco is stunned. Swag has gone down. They have the Ankh, but that's going to be a DPS dead for the entire Strife and Peril encounter, and they still have the trash up, the Golden Beetle. Very, very alive. It's going to be doing extra damage to the team, whereas Legendary, all their trash is dead. All they have to do is worry about the bosses. Legendary are so far ahead right now.
This is just so bad for Perplex. Ryzen not being able to click that gateway because of line of sight. Your character has to be in line of sight of the receiving gateway for you to be able to click it. And because he's playing Goblin, as you mentioned, not being able to use that, and then having the blue debuff of the Thundering as well, a little bit unlucky there. If he had the red debuff, it would have been fine. But with the blue debuff, you have to clear it, and he just didn't manage to get there. And yeah, that one death, because they had a death previously, they don't have a battle rest available. So this means, as you said, it's going to cost them so much time. Legendary, on the other hand, no issues whatsoever on their side, as Peril and Strife do go down now. They do have the gateway as well from Splat, so they can skip this and faster here, and they don't have to worry about patrolling, they don't have to worry about walking around, so this is going to save them another couple of seconds. But Perplex, of course, also has the gateway on their side once they're done with the boss.
Oh, that is just so unfortunate for Perplex, but Legendary blazing ahead here. They're not done just yet. These trash pulls can be very, very dangerous. Igloo is going to have to play perfectly to keep everyone alive here. First curse goes out onto Igloo. We'll see a decurse on himself in a second here. And as these haunting shots go down, we'll see the personals across the board committed. AG up for Igloo. We'll see a Spirit Link going down here very, very shortly to keep the group topped as these Shaws start to die. There's the VE from Wexy as well. The AMZ going down. And here comes the damage. The haunting Shaws explode on the group. But the damage mitigation is there. And they're all very healthy. This pull is looking great for them.
This is looking so good. I mean, all of the pulls that Legendary have been doing are so insanely crazy. I mean, that pull before Strive and Peril was just insane. And it's looking so clean from Legendary. It looks like they're using their defenses perfectly. Their HP bars are barely moving, it seems like, just because they're using everything so perfectly and they're handling everything really well. Now, Igloo is pulling those last 2 mobs that they still need onto the boss, as Lepan did pull the boss already now. So they're going to be dealing with the trash, and the boss should be okay for them. But yeah, it can be a little bit dangerous, this boss. And they almost did. Oh, Igloo actually went down there.
Splat?
Where's Lepan? Is Lepan deceased? I think Lepan is deceased. I don't see him anywhere. No! Oh my god, that is so incredibly unlucky. They tried to somehow salvage this, but Lepan is not in the game. I just saw his character standing around there doing nothing. I mean, this is heartbreaking for Legendary, but Perplexed, they are now back in the court. They still have to do this whole pull, though. Legendary already did this pull, so Perplexed on the left side now trying to execute the same thing.
Igloo released, getting back to his team. Will be able to get the mass res out very shortly. Hopefully that gateway is still active so we can click that and get back to the group quickly. They're not completely done just yet. Hopefully Le Pen is back with the group. I believe he is. We can see that interrupt meter filling up. That is incredibly unfortunate. Fortunately for them, they're through the big AoE pack. They just have to get onto Lou Flameheart here. Perplexed on their side, now dealing with his massive pull. The burst damage from the Haunting Shaws going down has been dealt with, so they will be right back in the midst of it here. It's going to be very close, and now also we have to mention it, the 2 extra death timers for Legendary are going to come into play. It's going to be very, very close now.
Yeah, this is so close, because Legendary is still going to be engaging the boss first. So even though they deceived and had a full wipe and Igloo had to walk all the way back, they still did engage the boss. I mean, Perplexed now too, though, did engage the boss. So it's going to be so even between those 2 teams, just as you said. Divine Field dropping a little bit low here at the very start as they get this trash pulled in. They do have to dispel all of those curses, plus the magic effect that is going to be applied to the tank here. Looking pretty good for both the teams. Of course, both of them on similar percentage too. Igloo now trying to get this trash pack that they pulled earlier again into the group. They have to be a bit careful though, because the Mistweaver can cast this 1 channel. Igloo does have an interrupt though to deal with it.
Also has to be careful about the fire waves coming back, but it looks like the timing is right. He got the gateway as well from Splat to make sure he was in a good spot when he came back into the group. Got the Thundering Clear off too. We'll get the decurse as well. Actually didn't even decurse himself, just going to heal through it. Not that big of a deal. He's a shaman. He will heal. And we are back to equilibrium here. Now, remember, unless Perplexed has gone back to the drawing boards and changed how they pull this dungeon here, there is still an advantage for Legendary, in my opinion, in this section of the dungeon. If Legendary does go for the entire room pull, I still think that they have a very significant advantage over Perplexed. We're going to have to pay very close attention to how Perplexed pulls the next section of the dungeon here. We're not done with the boss just yet. These Jade Serpent Kicks do a ton of damage. You can see the Absorb Shield that goes out on both tanks is massive, plus the damage that it deals to them. That dot has to be dealt with by the healers perfectly, but the Prop Paladin's strong enough to overcome it both times, and here we are into the last phase of the boss. A little bit of breathing room. Calm down, take it easy, get yourself mentally reset and prepared for the last pull of the dungeon.
Yeah, this is so important. We need to have the defensives available on the tanks as well, because there's just so much damage going on to the tank. It's absolutely crazy. You have those Doubts constantly casting Claws. You have the Shaz casting the Gaze as well. But just so much tank damage. And then you have all of these tiny Shaz that are exploding as well. Plus, you have the boss's abilities to deal with. Now, they do have the Warlocks, so that means they have an extra Dispel, plus the Master Spell as well. But when all of these Shaz spawn, the Shaz from the Affix, Then you also have to deal with the fragments of the intermission phase of the boss too. So let's take a look at Perplexed and Legendary to see what kind of pull they're doing. And it looks like Legendary is doing the big pull where Perplexed is doing the smaller one.
Perplexed is doing the smaller one, which means all eyes need to be on Legendary here as they engage this massive pull. Bloodlust has not yet been popped. They're going to DPS this trash down a little bit here. Get it all to around 30, 40%, and then hopefully we'll see the boss engage for them here as well. Perplexed also dropping pretty low on their pull too. They're dealing with a lot of those Mistweavers, so the debuffs aren't that big of a deal here. Spiteful Shades are out for Legendary. They only have the Shambling Infestor left alive, and here we are on to the boss here. For Legendary, they have engaged the Shaw of Doubt first, and the Spiteful Shades are going to be despawning by the time they get to this very first intermission phase. This execution was perfect for them, and it's given them a significant lead over Perplexed here at the end of the dungeon here. Now remember, they do have to kill this boss at least 10 seconds faster than Perplexed here. Otherwise, Perplexed could win off of death timers, and it's going to be very close. Perplexed, not out of the woods just yet, though. Their trash is still alive as they pull the boss here, and as this trash goes down, Spiteful Shades will begin to spawn, and those Spiteful Shades could be a problem for them.
Look at Perplexed boss damage. Perplexed pulled the boss so much later, but they fully focused the boss. The boss is already lower for Perplexed than it is for Legendary, and neither of the teams still use Bloodlust. Legendary, though, is already out of the intermission phase, so if they last here with their next set of cooldowns, they could be able to finish off the boss 15 seconds faster than Perplexed, because Perplexed still has to finish off this Infestor. Because if they don't finish off the Infestor, they're gonna get more Shahs spawning, and they got another set of Shahs, actually. So this is pretty dangerous for Perplexed. There's just so much AoE damage on the group whenever these Shahs explode. They have to finish off this Infestor. They have to survive those tiny Shahs exploding as well. At the same time, we have the 15 seconds in favor of Perplexed, though. So this is going to be such a close race between those two teams.
When is the Bloodlust going to come out for both teams? I'm looking at the Power Infusion as the marker for when they probably will end up using that Bloodlust. It's probably going to be after this intermission for Legendary and after the next intermission for Perplexed as well. And if that's the case, Legendary have a very significant advantage here because this boss is going to melt the second they get out of the intermission phase here. Here we go. There is the Bloodlust. There's the Army of the Dead. The Power Infusion used on the DK, and the Shaw of Doubt is going to melt as Perplexed gets into their intermission phase here. This could still end up being incredibly close here, because the same thing is going to happen for Perplexed. The second they get out of this intermission, the Bloodlust will be popped, and they'll be off to the races here. Remember, 15 seconds of death timers separate the two teams here. It's going to be extremely close here at the end, Nagura.
Yeah, they have Bloodlust now popped as well for Perplexed side. Legendary still has 3% to go through, and then the 15 seconds timer is going to count. There we go, Legendary does have the boss at 15 seconds for Perplexed to finish off this boss. Bloodlust is still running, they have all cooldowns available. They only have 6 seconds left at this point, and I think it might be Legendary. After a DC and a full wipe, it's still Legendary, winning against Perplexed and making it to the next game. Absolutely incredibly close game between those two. Wow.
Wow, that was as close as it gets. What can you say? We were watching the boss damage too, and even then, it looked like Perplexed was just straight up doing more harm to the boss quicker than Legendary could, but the PI timing, the Bloodlust timing lined up really well, and Legendary able to take it. Makes, tell us about some big moments from that dungeon.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm still a little bit stun-locked by what just happened there towards the end, but we're going to start, of course, at the beginning. Perplexed falling a little bit behind right at the start with that pull and pulling Wise Mari later, and then here's where stuff went pretty weird. On one side, we're seeing pulling everything. So they had all of the upper floor in this library pulled together, which is a ginormous difficulty that they're doing here, and they were able to execute that cleanly. On the other side, we saw them skip the very last pack, so splitting this floor up into one big pull, and then the last pack that you can see running down there in the background with, like, I guess the mini bosses, the tiger, the beetle, and Horizon was just not able to take that portal. So they had a little bit of trouble then, a death here, but because they already engaged Strife and Peril, they couldn't rest, and they had to 4-man this boss, which cost them infinite amount of time. There was a Thundering Stun involved there because Horizon, of course, had to run around, and then that was also problematic, so just did not go well for Perplexed, okay? It was bad. Now, here, you can see Lipan must have DC'd. I have no other explanation for what happened here other than this. This was a passive heal that just happens when he takes damage. The rest of the team is engaged with Leo Flameheart already. That's why he doesn't take any damage. He's not in fight. He just takes a hit. And then in the end, the Mistweaver and the Guardian finish him off. He does lock back in quickly, though. They can finish the boss off and kind of go neck and neck with Perplex, but here comes the big difference. Legendary actually opting to pull everything before Sha together is what I think saved them here. The fact that Perplexed goes one small pull and then everything else into Sha, and the fact that they had their PI better aligned and better ready for the end of this fight here, and therefore could Bloodlust just a little bit earlier, basically, I don't want to say carried them, it pushed them across that finish line, which seemed to be impossible there for several minutes toward the end of that dungeon.
It does seem like it is one of the things that maybe made the difference. Do you think, what do you think, Nagura? Do you think the Bloodlust timing, if maybe Perplexed had popped those a little bit sooner, do you think it's possible they would have been able to just get the boss done in time?
I mean, it's possible, but obviously the biggest mistake for Perplex was the mishap that they had with the gateway and Ryzen, right? Ryzen not being able to click the gateway, getting stunned by Thundering there, and having one that damage dealer throughout the whole second boss phase because they didn't have a battle rest, because we also had that on the first boss too. So that was the biggest mistake for Perplex, I think. Otherwise, they definitely would have won. And yeah, the slow pull at the end, it's definitely slower than the other teams, but they knew that. And we've talked about this the last time Perplex played Temple, and they had time to improve, but I guess they maybe just focused more on Asher Vault because they changed their whole strategy there, right? So that must have cost them a lot of time improving their strat there, and maybe they just didn't have enough time to improve Temple.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Either way, Legendary the team to move on, and that means we've got a mandatory versus Legendary lower
stars yesterday. It matched up against Cheese, who we thought had a banger core to stars, and Legendary's like, hold my beer, we got this. Kiting 3 mini-boss, Mandatory wants no part of that. Legendary saw Mandatory's Shadow Moon Battlegrounds today, where they popped out an 1126, no part of that.
Wow.
Perfect bans, but we're already into the Ruby life pulls.
And this is going to be one of the most MDI maps that we have in terms of the speed of this dungeon. On a 20 key level, it is huge pulls all the way through. Time to beat is something like 9 minutes and 16 seconds out of Perplexed, who are no longer in this tournament, but we'll see if either of these teams are able to put up a competitive time with that. Both getting started with basically every trash enemy all at once into the first boss is the idea here.
And this is a pull that we've actually seen wipe teams multiple times. I think that last time we saw this dungeon, it was like a Sloth, a series with like Sloth and Legendary, and I believe that both of the teams ended up wiping to this pull. And so for Legendary, they need to be able to surge back and just have the confidence to be able to pull this pull off and make sure that it is clean. Because like looking at the person who's most likely to die here, it's actually your tank on both sides, with Skylark and Lepan taking just an intense amount of damage, not only from the boss, but you have like Draghar, there's this Primal Juggernaut that just melees you for infinite amounts of HP, and then at some point you start rotating through your defensive cooldowns, and whenever you start running out of things, just such as that shield wall that just fainted for Skylark, now we're in a scary spot.
Yeah, it looks like no shield wall charges left for Skylark as well. Lepan falling out of shield block as well. Lepan did a good job of holding that shield block for pretty late here, so he was actually pretty safe most of the way through. Skylark also doing a good job, though, rolling through those defensives as they come back. He's now under a lot of pressure, though, as there are still a few enemies left, and the boss itself just does so much damage to a Prot Warrior whenever Spell Block and Spell Reflect aren't up. Lepan, on the other hand, back into shield wall now, totally chillin'. However, Mandatory look like they're going to be able to get this boss done faster. Defiler Draghar at a higher health value than Melodressa for both teams as well, so they'll be able to finish it off during the RP of these dragons flying down to pick them up.
But a downside is that it's spiteful on this affix combo, and whenever you have spiteful on this affix combo, it actually also delays you from being able to click these drakes. Oh, but Mandatory clicked them all instantly, and so that was well gamed.
Look at that, Legendary setting up for the same thing as well. You can see they're all pre-spread, and you get about a second from the mob dying to the Spiteful spawning, during which everybody can click and avoid potentially getting into combat there. So both teams going to be able to head upstairs here. Mandatory 5 seconds faster on their boss split. Also didn't have a death used there. Splat ended up going down for Legendary. Looks like Splat maybe didn't consume a battle res, though, based on when he died. So it's possible here that Legendary are still going to have that available to them. Both teams now looking at what they want to do next. It's going to be double Destroyer on the left. Nobody interested in pulling Thunderhead. But they're going to fight basically everything else that is on this side. Pretty massive pull here.
All right, so this double Destroyer pull, it is a 24-5, which is one of the lowest key levels that we see on the weekend, but the double Destroyer, just the amount of damage that comes out is an insane amount. Couple that with the fact that you are playing a Disc Priest, which isn't known for being like the highest HPS throughput healer, and you have to be able to rotate your defensives perfectly if you are the DPS for Mandatory. The Inferno cast is incredibly scary, and then couple that with any of the bombs that are going off onto these players, and that can cause deaths, but Mandatory able to make quick work of that double Destroyer pull, where on the right side of your screen, we see Legendary, and they maintain about that 10-second disadvantage that we saw coming off of Meladrusa.
Yeah, they're going to be taking these Scorchlings with them further forward into their next pull. Mandatory also going to be starting this next pull. Neither team interested in the Flame Dragon here. Flame Goulet, as Zyro calls it. That one is in a good spot as well. Neither team delayed by it. They'll be fighting off this solo Destroyer pull. This is pretty much just a pull you do on live, right? Just one pack. Couple of Scorchlings. It's pretty hard to go any bigger than this because Flame Goulet is in the way.
I mean, we saw where Flame Gullet was whenever Mandatory was walking up. We saw that they had to just like wait a couple of seconds. They lost like 1 or 2 seconds waiting for that mini boss to land. Now maybe if they were a little bit faster, they could have somehow dragged that pack through the Flame Gullet area. But right now, as it currently stands, just with the timing, this is the strategy that they have to implement. And now they are doing a double pull. They're doing the patrol into this Blazebound Destroyer, and I mean, this is
it looks like no patrol scary. Actually for Mandatory. Looks like they mind-choose the patrol to avoid it. Yeah, exactly. So that patrol is just not going to get pulled, or if it is going to get pulled, it's going to be later for them. Legendary also not interested in that patrol right now. They're just fighting the Destroyers. This is going to get them to that 70% trash count mark. We'll see what they decide to do with the patrol, though. It's in a slightly different spot for the two different teams, and it looks like Mandatory have that patrol pulled with the start of the boss. They're going to pull back over to the side here. Now, they do have to be a little bit careful of Spiteful Shades during this moment, as there are still a few enemies from that last Blazebound Destroyer pull that are now dying. Those Spiteful Shades need to be carefully managed. One running after Crims here. It's going to be a Frost Nova, but it actually breaks out of that Frost Nova. You can see just hunting Crims down, forcing him off of his Rune of Power. That can't be ideal.
Another thing, too, that you have to think about is whenever you do this on live, a common strategy is to utilize a large portion of the ring area before you're able to kill off Kokia. But what these MDI teams do is they have optimized their boss movement so heavily and where they're spawning these Blazebound Firestorm adds to where they basically kill Kokia up against the gate. And that saves you an insane amount of time just in regards to travel time, because you're utilizing the room as travel time. On top of that, they do have double Dragon up. And so like, if they didn't play it perfectly, there could be a problem where they pulled Thunderhead and they ran out of space. But both of these teams have like such a high level of skill and such a high level of play that they know exactly where Kokia is going to die, and they know how much damage everything is going to take. As that boss is going to be going down for Mandatory, I think that it's just one pull and one boss that separates Mandatory from being able to finish this dungeon, and we are only 6 minutes in.
Invis Pot's going to be used here. No rogues available, so no Shroud. At 76% count, they can skip this Tempest Channeler, and now they'll be fighting basically all the rest of this stuff all at once with their no Bloodlust either, so just cooldowns. Look for Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil to help carry them through these lightning storms. Then once those expire, things are going to start to get pretty dangerous here. It's going to be Vigil first for Mandatory. And oh yeah, of course the Vampiric Embrace is coming from Mode as well, not from a Shadow Priest, so it's a little bit less of an off-healer CD, but it is now deployed as well into that barrier also. Legendary setting up this same pull, but like you said, now 20, 25, maybe 30 seconds behind.
Something that's also important for Mandatory, and it's actually something that we don't see all too often, is they're running 2 Blood Elves on their composition with RX and Skylark, and The most important part of that is for the mini boss here, being able to belf off the shields from those Stormling ads allows the mini boss to not gain a shield, and that actually saves you an insane amount of damage. You could Mass Dispel it off, but Mass Dispel is pretty costly in the mana department, and we know that Disc Priest not really known for having the most amount of mana, and while it is something that can be used every other Tempest channel phase, if you can just utilize Blood Elf Torrent, especially since you also needed it for the first pull, it makes sense in this dungeon in particular.
Yeah, Legendary only on the one Blood Elf with Tobo, whereas Mandatory have the two, so Lepan instead opting for that Dwarf Racial for a little bit of physical DR, and it's also actually really good against several bleeds or stuff that you can get with it, like the second boss's dot on you is actually a bleed in this dungeon, so pretty big value to play Dwarf against that. That being said, though, we are going to see this boss just melt for Mandatory now as it enters the second phase here. They are just focusing on some nice even cleave here between the two. It's a scary phase, especially with Grievous, but they only have to survive another 30 seconds or so.
The best time to beat again is 9:16 on the weekend, and if Mandatory are able to get out of this without any deaths, they might be in the position to be able to beat that time. As both Urquhart and Karaka are sub 10% now, there's a chance that we see a sub 9. There was a question as to whether or not we see a sub 10. But Mandatory
no way.
Go and do this dungeon in 8:54. Wow.
They did it. The sub 9. It happened. 8:54. I can't believe it. Like when I asked yesterday, will we see a sub 9? I did not think we would actually see a sub 9 finish, but Mandatory has done it. And Legendary, a couple deaths there, but like it's over anyway. But man, like, what do you do? That was a pretty perfect run for Mandatory, wasn't it?
It was the perfect run for Mandatory. Again, these guys are on another level when it comes to doing these runs cleanly. They've been the most clean team all week. You know, apart from a couple of mistakes against Echo, they could very easily be that team sitting and awaiting in the grand finals. And we talked about it earlier in the weekend. That 9:16 run we had on Ruby Life Pools was the fastest run ever in MDI history. 2 days later, we now have a new fastest run in MDI history, sub 9 minutes. Absolutely insane performance from Mandatory. And, you know, it's kind of hard to talk about what went wrong for either of the two teams here, because really the only mistake that was made the entire dungeon was this death from Splat at the very, very end of the first boss, right? But they didn't even have to expend a battle res for it. The boss died, and he could just release because the res point was set here. So 5 seconds on the board, maybe a couple seconds of him not damaging the boss, not that big of a loss from them. And honestly, I don't think Legendary's strat was bad. They played fine. They played the same strat as Mandatory. It's just that Mandatory was that much better overall. These guys just destroyed this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean,
really isn't much else to say.
Like Legendary was still going to put together a really good run themselves, you know? I mean, if they had finished, they would have had, it seemed like, pretty easily a sub 10-minute time, which we thought yesterday was just like the best thing ever, right? But apparently now you need to be like sub 9 to even compete against Mandatory now. So, yeah, still a fine dungeon for Legendary, but just at this level, at this point in the tournament, just not going to be enough. Pretty interesting.
Sets us up to go to Algathar Academy for Mandatory versus Legendary, and whenever we saw Alg Academy earlier for Mandatory, they looked like they were pretty good in there. They did seem like they were a little bit slower than Echo's time, but the big question mark is like, what is Legendary going to be doing in Alg Academy? Because we haven't seen them there this weekend. Like, are they going to be busting out anything that's like a weekend best time? Are they going to be able to maybe play a similar strategy to Echo, which, again, we heralded as better than the Mandatory strat for there? But it's going to come down to consistency, because that is a 23. It's one of the hardest keys of the weekend. So both of these teams, there's a lot of room for error. But hey, this is why we're in the global finals. They're up to the challenge.
Yeah, imagine being Legendary here. You just put up this run. I mean, you're going to have a run as fast as Perplexed yesterday, and then before 9 minutes have even passed, you got the little message in your chat that says the other team has won. Like, oh wow, that has got to be just incredible. Yeah, you look at the dungeon timer, you're like, what? How?
You're probably thinking the whole time, you're like, oh, we're cruising. We're in such good shape.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Because in an MDI, right? Like,
so they have the ability to be able to play Fire Mage plus AF Warlock. I think that seems pretty reasonable because like Splat's like a long-time Warlock player, and then Wexy can play that Fire Mage. Oh, actually, Dr.
Like that's what we're seeing, maybe. Wow. All right, let's see if Legendary ties it up.
Okay.
Okay, so Legendary are saying, yeah, we're going to combine that Affliction Warlock with that Fire Mage. We're going to hit them with the power infusions as appropriate. We're going to do huge damage with that. We've got the Prop Paladin as well, bring us extra control, extra ability to set up some of these large pulls with a lot of interrupts. Whereas Mandatory are saying, you know what? We are going to play the Warrior Hunter instead. Now, Warrior Hunter, a little bit of a synergy there, right? Battle Shout, Attack Power. I guess Attack Power is not as important for BM Hunter, but still pretty good, you know? Does do some, does scale a little bit with that, so not bad. And then you do have a Feral Druid as well on both teams and that Fire Mage, so this is going to be really interesting. Both teams are starting off with this Veximus pull that is really, really scary. This is a lot of enemies. This is a lot of Sanguine healing as well if you're not careful. So let's watch for these mobs dying, how they handle the Sanguine. Wow, look at those knocks.
By the way, Mandatory, their comp does not have a lot of CC for that pull. With that BM Hunter, like, I guess they have Binding Shot, but they don't really want to use Binding Shot on Sanguine. It does have some value, but it's not like insane.
He also just used High Explosive Trap.
Oh,
High Explosive Trap as a anti-Sanguine knockback. Yeah, Maystein down here. They're going to have to spend a long time on this res.
Well, in addition to that, now Skylark has to be the person that is pulling this pack that is back to the group. So they lost Maystein's ability to be able to grab that pack and the 5 seconds of death penalty. And this propels Legendary to be a bit in the lead here.
Yeah, early days still, but definitely a bad trade for Mandatory. At least they were able to save that battle res, but you know, if this game is as close as that Ruby Life Pools was, and teams make as few mistakes as they did in that run, that will be by far enough to make the difference, just that early exchange there. But there's still a lot of dungeon ahead of us here. First check for Legendary was the Sanguine healing on these worms that they brought in. It has been succeeded. Now Mandatory are going to have the same challenge. For them, it's going to be a little bit harder, though, because they brought in this bridge pull instead of the worms. So they're going to have to deal with the Sanguine from a few more casters and from a few mobs that live a little bit longer than those foragers do.
They're going to grab the foragers late into the boss as well. So they're going to be coming off of this boss with a little bit more trash.
Yeah, that's going to be something to look out for. Skylark here, in a lot of pain, does have Spell Block available, lands the pain suppression as well from Mode. Spell Block, okay, not even needed here, just Last Stand and Spell Reflect against that frontal from Veximus. What are the strengths of the Paladin versus the Warrior? That frontal from Veximus, a lot scarier on the Warrior than it is on the Paladin. On the Paladin, just as long as you're in your Consecration, you're going to be fine. If you're on a Warrior, you usually are going to want to press something for each of those.
Yeah, so now Mandatory is going to be grabbing the Foragers with this Mana Fiend, and it's just like super efficient cleave for them to be looking to do this. Now the downside is it opens them up to the possibility of Sanguine healing, and there's also going to be an explosive going off on the far side of the room, which drops some of the players from Mandatory low, but it wasn't coupled with a Mana Bomb, so it looks like the members of Mandatory with that barrier from Mode are doing a great job.
They had 3 different Mana Bombs, and they formed up inside the barrier so that they wouldn't cleave each other, but they all still got value from the barrier DR as well. Just little optimizations. It almost looks like strats you see people do on raid bosses, right? But they're doing it here on M+ bosses because that's the level of optimization that they've reached here.
Okay, so Legendary going to be able to down Veximus first. Now there's a question as to what they are going to do on this next bridge area. We have seen things such as the classic Priest Shroud, where they fear the pack. Oh. They get bopped, they fear the pack, and then they meld it off. Is that what Legendary is going to be looking to do here? Do they have something different in mind? Are they going to be potentially pulling this pack? Are they going to be Invisibility Potion? Actually, those aren't even up, so can't
okay, it's going to be the bop, yeah. So this is the strat that you can do if you have the Prop Paladin, right? Because you can bop Igloo. Igloo can run through and then meld on the other side and drop combat by doing that. You can't really do that if you're Mandatory, though, but Mandatory don't have to because they already pulled that pack. So again, we're seeing different strategy informed by different composition.
Yeah, and now you're definitely going to start seeing a divergence of strategy here. Mandatory, with that Beast Mastery Hunter, they're going to be using misdirection to be able to snap a bunch of mobs to the Guardian Sentry from this platform. Where Legendary on the right side of your screen here, they've already engaged a lot of these mobs. They're going to be playing this Ravager pack, and they're likely to be looking to snap some of the overgrown Ancient trash into that Guardian Sentry. And so it's just a little bit different in strategy. Where the mobs are getting snapped is also a little bit different. But look at this, RX is off the other side. He has that misdirection already applied to Skylark, and here now the Foragers, the Ravager, all of those mobs that they were looking to snap have arrived.
Yeah, Crim's just backing away from the edge of that circle. Meanwhile, Legendary finishing off here. A little bit of Sanguine Healing, but not too bad. It's not landing on anything too important. That Spellbound Scepter, the worst target that did get a little bit of Sanguine Healing there. But it is okay. They are going to finish this pack off without losing too much time at all. Not more than a million Sanguine Healing there. For Legendary, that is fine.
That's not bad.
Hard to do better than that on a pull of that size. They now make their way up to this platform as well. We'll see if they bring in... Yeah, they probably are going to be bringing in the 3 other mobs at least, right? Splat ended up getting the old Warlock snap.
Yeah, that's that utilizes like Warlock Pet to be able to snap those mobs up. And so, yeah, Legendary do a great job. It's a little bit smaller than what we've seen from some of the other teams where they are snapping like all the Lashers. I wonder if Legendary have found a way that they're happy with how they're able to snap Lashers to the Cross platform, because if Mandatory, we know that they have an easy avenue of being able to do that with that Beast Mastery Hunter. RX is off to the side. He's going to be using like a Eyes of the Beast tech to group up all of those mobs and then misdirect them over this platform. We're going to see those snap in a second. Does Legendary have something similar planned? What is that going to be looking like for them?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know what exactly it would look like, right? Because they don't have any threat redirection abilities, so...
Ooh.
Looks like they are just going to be doing those mobs later. Now, I got to imagine that this is going to be a time loss, but we'll see how it works out, because maybe they can do something like a big Echo Knights pull with that. Although I don't know how this comp would grab Echo Knights either. Usually you see something like an Evoker flying up and around the side, so... That is going to be something to pay attention to. Maybe they could just burn everything down faster and get through the dungeon a little bit faster that way. Maybe they think, oh, you know, those snaps, that's just too that's too fancy, right? Doing that, you're just going to lose time. Just keep your group of 5 doing damage, doing effective damage the whole way through, and that will be our fastest way through the dungeon.
Where did the Lashers go for Mandatory?
You know, I'm not sure. I thought they Eyes of the Beast snapped them in here. Did they just return home? Okay. Well, that's got to be really bad for Mandatory.
That is really bad.
Now, sometimes we see them snap away and then come back later. I still have no idea what causes any of that to happen. Apparently, Mandatory
Skitterflies. Okay.
Yeah, I could see that. Or like if one of them refuses to snap, and then that causes the rest of them to all come back as well. I'm not sure either. That'll be something that maybe we can see exactly how it went down in the replay afterwards. Although, either way, that's got to be terrible news for Mandatory, right? Because they spent really time trying to set up the snap, and then they weren't able to get it done. RX is actually dismissing his pets now and resummoning.
I think
not sure.
I think that Mandatory are still in an okay spot. So look at this. Legendary is going to have a little bit of a count advantage, and we know that Mandatory has to do an additional pull over Legendary. We know that they have to do an additional pull over Legendary before Echo Adorgosa, but I think that with the amount of time that they are pulling Cross in advance, I think they should still be okay, because both of these teams have to do that Lasher pull in front of Overgrown Ancient. Now that is going to be a mandatory pull, not Mandatory the team, is going to be a forced pull for both of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see how much time loss that costs both teams. I think I like Legendary's spot here because Legendary planned to do that, right? They never tried to skip, whereas Mandatory did try and snap those mobs on here, so they're more likely to be off of their plan here. That being said, I agree they don't look like they're in that bad shape when you look at all the fundamentals of what's going on here, right? They have 20% of a boss's health in their favor. Against them, though, is 6.4% count, so all in all, I would say it's a tied game right now, but I do think I would rather be Legendary here, knowing what I know.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be very close. But Mandatory here, with that Beast Mastery Hunter, he's going to be able to do just an insane amount of damage to Croth. Like, looking at this, a lot of the times we have like mixed damage meters that have like trash attached to them as well. You're not able to see exactly how much boss damage is going on, but we're going to be able to see just how much damage RX and Crims are able to do to this boss for the side of Mandatory. And we're going to be able to look at the same thing for Legendary. Now, Mandatory haven't thrown that stun fire gate yet, and so that also makes Croth take increased damage for the duration of the stun, and so that's something that you have to factor in.
They actually went for the goal of rushing winds first rather than the searing blaze, so a little bit fine, you know, like that. It's something you maybe wouldn't do if you were playing the Aflock, right? Because the Aflock doesn't want to have to be running against these winds for the rest of the fight. But if you're playing the BM Hunter, they do not care at all about the movement from the winds. It costs them exactly 0 damage.
Yeah.
Looks like they're getting ready to dunk this final one in here. RX holding on to one of those orbs. Probably will be sending it in. Getting a little bit zoned by those tornadoes, though, potentially stopping him from going to that goal. Has to be a little bit careful, but does throw in. So that's going to be the stun and damage amp phase for Mandatory. Legendary, on the other hand, haven't activated either goal yet, so they are getting to do this fight without doing any movement to dodge swirlies or move against the winds. But you have to think that they are going to activate at some point, and here it comes. It is going to be the winds first for them as well. They're going to pick up that haste buff, but Wexy actually goes down here. That is very bad news for Legendary. They do have 2 battle reses. They're going to need to use one. Lepan, a prop paladin, does have access to battle res now. Needs to build up some holy power to be able to cast it. There it goes. Wexy is back out. That holy power actually a little bit scary to spend on the res.
Died.
But Mode goes down for Mandatory.
That's like
and Mace-Tide as well. Ooh. Okay. Skylark dies to the bleed now as well.
That's not great. However, the boss is dead.
Yeah, 4 deaths on the board now for Mandatory, I believe, once that updates. That's going to be quite rough for them on the timer, but the good news for them is that Legendary also had that death, so only going to be 10 seconds between them. RX actually heading back over, and they are going to be taking 2 Foragers, or maybe some more. Nope, it's exactly 2 Foragers are going to get snapped forward here.
He MD'd Crims, by the way, because Skylark, Mode, and Mace-Team were dead. Because
Skylark wasn't there.
So it was, yeah, exactly. So they snapped a Crims now, which is, it's not ideal. It would be kind of scary to have those Foragers land on top of your mage's head and Crims dies.
Yeah, okay, they're getting this big pull going. The Foragers are involved in it as well, but this is really, really ugly for Mandatory having to have it set up this way. Something that they're going to try and keep going, but this is very sketchy already. Now 5 deaths on the board for them as well, so that is minus 15 seconds relative to Legendary. Legendary entering this area as well with a little bit more count. No need to set up any weird shenanigans to snap those 2 Foragers in as well. They are just going to get this pull started, grouped up in the middle. And not pulling all the skitterflies. Some of those want to come with boss. Yeah? Oh, yeah, he is. Wow. 1 million DPS on Mace-Tide here. Unbelievable.
Is it the cat gap?
It may well be. Yeah, Wexy starting to ramp up as well here for Legendary. I think probably what happened is we only started getting in range for details once Mace-Tide was already ramped for Mandatory because we were following RX. I think there may be some cheating involved here, but I'm not 100% sure.
Dude, don't say that. Don't say that. That's just the power of the Feral Druid.
Oh! Oh, no!
An explosive went off.
Was that explosive? That looked like maybe it was one of those green swirlies from the plant, but maybe it was invisible because it was on a higher elevation. I'm not sure.
I have seen that. I've seen that before, too. But 3 people died to the same one, then?
Yeah, because they all exploded at the same time, but I think that's what happened. Maybe we can get a wipe scene investigation later on that one, but... Looks like Mandatory are going to be okay, at least.
I mean, look at that kill, man.
Yeah. They're behind on count now. They're much behind on deaths. Legendary just have to hold on here. I don't think that's part of their plan, though. I don't think that's something they're going to be ready to attempt. So realistically, I think that Mandatory are going to be hoping for a Legendary wipe at this point. It was indeed the seed detonations that got Mace-Tide, Mode, and RX there. Not an explosive, an elevation seed detonation.
I mean, look at this. Mandatory lusts this boss, and so like you were saying, they might, if they want a chance to be able to win, they might have to take the 27% remaining count that they would have needed into the boss. However, that's not on the table for them. Instead, they lust this boss, and they just try to burn this guy as fast as possible. Where for Legendary, with their lust available, they're positioned to be able to take the remaining 22% enemy forces that they need into that Echo Adorgosa. Now, that is a pull that we have seen cause problems across the whole entire weekend. Getting the pull set up in particular is one of the most dangerous parts. We've seen people die to the missiles from the Invoker. On top of that, if you accidentally Sanguine Heal the boss, that can become a catastrophic mistake, especially with that many mobs. And so I think the ball is in Legendary's court right now as to whether or not they are going to be able to win map 1. They have 35 seconds of death differential in their favor also. So there's just a lot of things that are going for Legendary in this position right now.
Yeah, the downside for Legendary is that they have the more dangerous end game in this dungeon, right?
Yes.
They have trash onto boss in their future. That is something that we've seen take out teams of all skill levels, all the way up to the very, very top. So Legendary are going to do their best to make that work, but they need to make sure they get through this boss first as well. Without lusting it, this boss is also kind of nasty on 23 Tyran. Not a lot of people in the world that can kill this boss on this level, let alone speedrun it, so very scary for Legendary here. Lepan ends up having to dwarf off that bleed right towards the end of its duration as well. Unfortunate for Legendary. Meanwhile, Mandatory getting this pull started. It's going to be a medium-sized pull for Mandatory into a small pull onto boss. And if they can avoid Sanguine Healing here, they'll maybe be in position to capitalize on a small mistake from Legendary rather than needing a wipe.
What's your highest tyrannical Algothar Academy that you've done?
I believe it is 23, so I believe it is this very level that they are speedrunning.
And what time did you do that in? Can you give me a number?
Let me pop open the Raider IO here and give it a look here. For reference, this dungeon has a 32-minute timer, right?
Yeah,
my best tyrannical Algothar is a plus 23 in 27 minutes 24 seconds. So still a solid 10 minutes from here where these teams are.
Oh yes, all right. I mean, these affixes are brutal too. Sanguine Explosive in this dungeon is really tough. Dude, wait, Legendary isn't taking the trash into Echo Adorgosa.
Okay.
I think this might be a mandatory win then. Because look at this, Mandatory.
Well,
they're getting ready to pull the boss here in just a couple of seconds.
Oh, this is going to come right down to the wire here for Mandatory. They are going to take these 2 trash pulls into the boss, and they are definitely in position to kill the boss first. But are they in position to kill it 35 seconds faster than Legendary? Because Legendary, crucially, still have lust here. Look at this Sanguine Healing for Legendary. That's going to be the big thing they need to make sure they avoid. Echo Knight is dying. Is it going to die in a second? Oh, it gets a little bit of Sanguine Healing. Okay, minus 5 seconds to that one. They now will have the opportunity to mount up, get this pull started as well. Are they going to be able to kill it enough faster than Mandatory? In their favor are 35 seconds and also Bloodlust here. And also, they don't need as much trash into this boss, right? They only need 1, maybe 2 packs in here, whereas Mandatory need 2 or 3 instead. So this is going to be so close. There is the time warp for Legendary. They need to get this boss killed very quickly to catch up to Mandatory.
I think that this is Legendary favored, man. Just the smaller pull with the lust. I think that they should be able to kill the Echo.
I think they'll catch up with the Deathfind timer.
Yeah,
exactly.
Within 35 seconds. I don't think they're killing the boss ahead, although I think it's
close, wow, look at this damage. They are almost there, within 10% now. They pulled about 20% behind. They have closed that gap, though, already. They are just nuking damage into boss here. However, their Bloodlust is expiring soon. Their cooldowns are expiring soon. Mandatory are going to be getting a second set of some of their cooldowns towards the end of this one. Maybe they'll be able to use this to get the win here, but it's going to be so tight. Again, 35 seconds is just such an unbelievably high amount of time to overtake here. Mandatory probably need Legendary to have a death or 2 to catch up on this one. Looks like Legendary... Oh, I thought for a second there they were actually gaming that bomb to get extra stacks, but no, they're not interested in intentionally getting any stacks here. Just want to keep their floor nice and clean.
Do Legendary kill the boss first? Look at the Echo Adorgosa HP. Legendary's about to match where Mandatory are. in regards to HP. Ooh, and RX goes down. They do have a battle res available as Mace Team does res RX, but I don't think that they can afford 5 more seconds.
Look at the count, though. Legendary are sitting at 99.11. They do have a Restorer, that diamond-marked mob, yes. So they do have to kill that one off. Both teams will get count once they kill off those Restorers, but what they've been doing is having their Priest cast Dominate Mind on those Restorers so that they can get those Celestial Shields, which are a 50% spell haste buff. That is a pretty powerful effect to be able to get access to, but at some point they're going to need to break that out and kill it. Both teams will need to do that to stop the clock here. Mandatory actually have already been cleaving it down. Legendary are dropping it now and are starting to cleave into it. So Mandatory, there's just no way, right? 35, 40 seconds now of death difference. I think this one is going to go to Legendary. Wowee.
It's going to be so close. Just a formality. I mean, it's the death.
And Legendary are somehow killing the boss first. That is crazy. Wow, the speed out of Legendary.
Basically identical both deaths, but yeah, the death timers make a huge difference and give Legendary the win and send us to a third map in the series again today. But who's really surprised by this? Not me. I'm surprised by Mandatory having so many deaths on that map. That's what I'm surprised about. It's ironic.
This Algathar Academy all weekend long has just been a grounds for some of the most suspect and crazy things to happen this entire weekend. I don't think we've seen a single completely clean run of this dungeon all weekend long. But let's talk about what happened for Mandatory in this run, because honestly, it was a freak set of circumstances and events that led to the mistakes happening here. The snapping technology in this dungeon is largely unknown exactly how things work. Of course, we'd love to see the Eyes of the Beast tech. That's all great, that's all fine and dandy, but the big issue for Mandatory was that while they were on cross platforms, the Vile Lashers despawned on them. They didn't know that there's a particular spot that you can go to, which will cause the Vile Lashers to despawn, so they end up not being able to kill the Vile Lashers on this platform. They lose trash count, and that sets them up to have to do an entire extra pull later on in the dungeon that's not usually in the route that they're not used to dealing with. So, when they do get to the Overgrown Ancient Room, and they do have to do that entire pull, they realize, okay, our count is off here. We have to snap more mobs. And in the process of snapping those mobs, Crims dies. He loses his combust. His damage on this pull is below the tank. And this pull gets kited out to a point where they're not comfortable with the pull, and they end up dying to seemingly invisible detonation seeds that, in the first place, they probably shouldn't have ever had to deal with if their snap pull earlier in the dungeon went correctly. So, honestly, I feel bad for Mandatory. Their route in this dungeon, their play in this dungeon this weekend has been great, and I would hardly expect for what happened to them in this run to ever happen again. But in the moment, this is like the worst set of circumstances that could ever happen to them. And it gives Legendary the win. And once again, in this crazy weekend that we have, we go to a deciding Game 3. It's going to be a crazy one.
Just like, how do they snap back? Clearly, it's a situation where that snap is a lot more challenging than the MDI teams make it look in some specific situations. Because the fact that we saw something weird happen to Echo earlier today, where the mobs snapped back and then they re-snapped to them. Like, that clearly wasn't intentional, but it worked out in Echo's favor. And then with it happening to Mandatory here, maybe it's just something that's not super consistent.
Yeah, could be. I mean, that's the thing with snapping, is that, like, you can do it a bunch of times and it may work one way 10 times, then the 11th time something new happens, right? It's just kind of the nature of the beast when it comes to it.
Zyra, you said there was like a spot that you had to not stand in that cross platform that would cause them to go back. Was that the
it was just hypothesis? some spot that the tank pulled them to made them reset. We don't know what it is.
Okay.
We don't know exactly where it is. But something about what they did, be it positioning or cult or ability usage, made their snap reset, and it cost them that entire pull. So
brutal.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see. But looking back at those damage meters, like, they played well in this dungeon, right? If you looked at the Sanguine healers, both teams kept it below 10 million, and I think 6 million of Mandatories was on that last boss alone, right? So they played this dungeon insanely well. But what can you do? Sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Well, luckily for them, it's a best of 3, which means we get to go to one more dungeon to decide who goes up to face Echo in the grand finals, and
to be, like, on their top form after having some weird stuff go down in that Algathar Academy. And crucially, the last time they were in Halls of Valor, it was in that upper finals against Echo, where they could have won that if they'd survived that Fenrir pull. So this is going to be such an important game for how well they are able to bounce back from those things and keep their strat going, because we know that they can win this if they play their plan as well as we know they can.
All right, so
who goes on to face Echo? Time to find out. Sorry.
Right off the rip, we have a slightly different composition between these two teams. We have Igloo and Igloo on that Shaman for Legendary with Wexy on the Shadow Priest, where Mandatory are running that tried and true Fire Mage, Discipline Priest composition. That Mandatory, they love to run that. Anytime they can get Macing on a Feral Druid, Crims on a Fire Mage, Mode on a Disc Priest, they would love to play that composition. Just having the comfort of basically everybody being on their live mains is always a blessing.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you get your mains to be the specs you want to play anyways in these dungeons, but it does line up like that this season for Mandatory pretty often. Although, a lot of teams, one of the best parts about this MDI is that the meta is so wide open that there are a lot of dungeons where it's unclear what the best thing to do is, and so people can be playing their mains and it can be good. And arguably the best comp with multiple different comps in different dungeons, right? We have, even among our global final teams, just so much disagreement about what the best strategy is for both tanks, DPS, and healers as well in all these dungeons.
Yeah, I'm just a massive fan of the Fire Mage in this dungeon. It feels like there's so many pulls that just work great with how the Fire Mage wants to engage with this dungeon, with things such as whether or not you have Firestarter on Odin. That's one of the big things. But on top of that, like this first pull, you can just combust into the boss and you do infinite damage. You have like great ignite cleave to all of the champions, all the smaller mobs, while that do have some priority and they need to die. You don't need to be like full AoE, and you're able to do effectively full single target to that to Himdall. Mandatory getting a little bit faster of a kill, somewhere in the order of 5 seconds faster. The Legendary hot on their heels here as they all make their way into this banquet area of the Halls of Valor.
Yeah, they get these pulls together. It's going to be a Ring of Frost from Mandatory to keep some of those mobs CC'd as they get this pull going. Legendary, on the other hand, have no access to that ability. They're just going to have those mobs following behind here and getting wind sheared by Igloo and mind frozen by Tobo to keep them interrupted and brought with them. Mandatory go straight into Solstin, whereas Legendary, once Lepan can stabilize here, are going to be looking to pull as well. Looks like Olmir first for them. But Lepan, in a little bit of danger, does end up having that Gift to the Golden Valkyr proc as well.
Beam is coming out. A nice dodge by the side of Legendary, as now they grab Solstin. So they just wanted to like establish threat, make sure that the Aspirant was either desynced a little bit as well. Because whenever we saw them in here earlier, we saw there were some problems with this Aspirant with Solstin. If you get too many of these Eye of the Storm casts, whenever the Aspirant is leaping onto people, it can just combo and then take people down. On top of that, there's not a lot of room in melee just generally because you have the Shield Maidens doing that Mortal Hue cast. And so like there is like a ton going on in these pulls, but both Legendary and Mandatory able to kill off Solstin. Now it's just Olimir that they need to kill off before Herja is going to be able to be engaged. And I think that Legendary is going to be able to get the trash killed off a bit in advance, but they still have that required mini boss ahead of them to be able to deal with before Herja is going to be able to be engaged.
Yeah, this is a tight matchup so far between the two teams. If you look at that Boss 1 split, Mandatory ended up 5 seconds faster there, which I suspect might be that Fire Mage gap at the start of the dungeon, right? That's one of those pulls that you were talking about as one of the Fire Mage differences. Yeah. Now when we're looking at this, it looks like they're going to be maybe 10, 15, maybe even 20 seconds faster on pulling Herja here. Although, are they going to be a little bit less count, perhaps? We'll see once it all gets killed, but maybe Legendary have a slight count advantage to show for it. Yeah, because there have been some mobs that were CC'd off to the side there by Mandatory that they're going to be fighting right now.
Yeah, we saw them utilize like Ring of Frost and Polymorph and stuff like that to CC these mobs off to the side. Now, the Thundercaller on this boss is very dangerous. So the Thundercaller and the Runecarver do some like ambient group-wide damage, and then whenever that's combined with this Eye of the Stormcast, this can allow players to die. Now you need to just make sure that you're really, really topped. It is a 22 fortified, which isn't the highest level that we see on the weekend, and Mode has the ability to be able to keep members really healthy, but whenever you're doing this boss natural, like they're not doing an inversion strategy, it can become problematic, but the trash pack is going to be looking to die for mandatory, and Mode gets sniped out by that group-wide damage that I was talking about. That's what pulling the trash in the boss does to you. Sometimes you get arc lightninged with that Thundercaller circle on you, and you just die.
Yeah, not much that can be done about that besides just committing the battle res. So mandatory now -5 seconds, but crucially -1 important piece of safety that they may need later in this dungeon. Legendary, on the other hand, working on this boss as well. A little bit higher HP on Herja here. Mandatory just holding the boss over in the holy side as well, saying, you know what? No need to go over to the lightning side pretty much at all, right?
So the Expel Lights are going to start one-shotting you if they go out here, but Mandatory have such a fine-tuned amount of damage that they know that they're only going to have like one of these Expel Lights go off, and it was on RX, who is, I mean, a Death Knight. He's not going to die to that. And hey, Mandatory able to get Herja killed off and continue to maintain a lead, but the death differential, I think, really evens it up here.
Yeah, this is basically tied between the two teams. Mandatory do have 2% in their favor of enemy forces count, but that doesn't change much in this area because they're basically still going to be doing the same set of pulls as each other. Maybe +1 warg or something.
I think if you look at the splits down at the bottom and then factor in death differential into it, Mandatory should be somewhere in the order of 6 seconds ahead, but 6 seconds in the MDI is certainly a lead that can evaporate immediately if you just have either slightly better damage, somebody misses a global here or there, something doesn't go exactly perfect for you. And while it is looking good for Mandatory, Legendary are also in just a great spot. The count is pretty similar for both of these teams. One of the things you have to know about count in this dungeon is, like, coming out of the Fenrir area, the number we were looking for is 83.7 real difference, and I have a suspicion that both Mandatory and Legendary are going to be doing similar-ish pulls here, and it should be fine.
Yeah, what a fitting end to our lower finals here. These two teams are just neck and neck. Legendary with that extra death advantage, moving through the portal a little bit slower than Mandatory, but definitely in range here. Mandatory tagging a couple of stags, getting them killed off by that dragon, getting a little bit of bonus count. Legendary potentially doing the same now. Yeah, you can see Splat hopping out of cat form and firing off a few moonfires. Getting there, you can see bursting stacks now landing on them as well as their count does go up from those stags. Nice little bit of tech. Little way to get some extra count there. Just tag those stags into the dragon where it will eat them for you. Mandatory now working on the first phase of Fenrir, as are Legendary. We can see Legendary have pulled those off into the Valor Jar over on the side there. We can't see it for Mandatory, but we can also know that that's what they're doing. Oh, there we go. Now we can see it as well.
Yeah, it's abstract MDI. It's an abstract MDI viewing experience. If you really think about it, you can...
The absence of information is information in and of itself.
Oh, word. So this pull is really dangerous for your tank. The snapshots from the marksman and the potential of dying to penetrating shot is something that you have to really worry about. Now, this is a great pull for that double grip on the Death Knights, so RX and Tobo. Being able to just grip those marksmen right back in after they do the disengage out, it allows you to be able to get very substantial cleave on that pack. And the marksman is going to be the final mob to die here, right as Fenrir does hit that 60% threshold. And Mandatory are making their way towards probably what is the hardest pull of the dungeon. This is the pull that we saw them wipe to earlier. You saw Mastein there kind of taking a deep breath as they're getting ready to set up this pull. And what has to happen is Mode and Crims need to get on this rock, and any failure can cause a full wipe because these wargs need a path to be able to jump, and standing on this rock forces them to not. And it's very, very crucial that they set this up correctly.
Yeah, the team's setting this up at the same time here. 9 minutes, 18-ish seconds. Mode running to that rock, needs to land these jumps correctly. Looks like a slight misstep there the first time, but gets up there the second time and grips up Crims. There we go. Wexy now doing the same thing for Legendary. Does need one more jump and gets there. Now going to be gripping up Igloo.
Good job.
Both teams now have their players upstairs. Now there is a clock that has started for both teams. They need to kill these wargs before Fenrir gets through the Scent of Blood cast. If the Scent of Blood targets one of those ranged players, which it's not doing for Mandatory, so that's nice, they actually have as much time as they need now, then they would need to bop the person, have them jump off, and then kill those wargs before bop expires. Whereas Legendary, yeah, you can see doing that exactly here. Wexy has that bop, is getting attacked here by those wargs, but now Splat ends up going down. And now those other wargs, they are also starting to jump.
Oh,
yeah, they're still alive. Ooh, Wexy getting murdered there, but the Mass Dispel is going to clear off those bursting stacks, and just one warg alive on cooldown of that leap. It looks like they're going to be okay here. Legendary have stabilized, but that is -1 death here, equalizing the death differential and equalizing the battle res trackers between the two teams. Mandatory now solidly in the lead here. We will see by how much here. Potentially some good RNG as well, getting a nice target of that attack on a melee rather than a ranged.
I think you just described the fail case of that scenario so perfectly, and why that pull is just so dangerous. If it went 5 seconds longer for Legendary, if those wargs didn't die, they wipe. For Mandatory on the left-hand side of your screen, the second Scent of Blood went on Macetein, which seemed to be a slight advantage because he used that movement speed for the Scent of Blood to actually go and grab a lot of these bulls. And now Mandatory has this pull set up way faster than Legendary. They have deployed their Bloodlust, and now they are bull bear gaming and absolutely owning this trash pack.
Yeah, this is a very, very sketchy pull here. On +22 fortified, these mobs will absolutely eliminate your tank if they get close, and the bears keep charging your tank as well and slowing the tank. Now, both paladins do have access to a bunch of powerful tools against this. No divine shield available, as of course that was needed against the wolves,
Skylark.
but they do have freedom that they can use to run away if they need to, and Mandatory are going to be able to get this done. Every single cooldown in the game used by Skylark and Mode to keep that going. Both charges of Pain Suppression also on cooldown here for Mode, and that Gift of the Golden Valkyr as well used, but it's okay. That is what cooldowns are for, is to be used. Legendary also going to be getting through this. That Dwarf Racial from Lepan right at the end also used.
All right, we're in a checkmate position. Mandatory are in the lead, probably somewhere in the order of 10 seconds. But we're in a spot where if either team messes up this 4-king strategy, they are very likely to lose there. The 4-king strat saves you somewhere in the order of 45-ish seconds, maybe 30. But if you mess it up, it is just such a large time penalty over another team if they are able to get it pulled off. And hey, for Mandatory, this is actually huge. Legendary get a really untimely Thundering. Look at that. It was just part of the, whenever they were pulling the dragon and getting some of those stags killed off, it procced Thundering on their whole entire group. Now they get a new Thundering in 1 minute, so that was basically just fully lost. But again, I think the big thing here is those brews. And looking on the left side of your screen, Mandatory setting those up already. Skylark getting ready to click on Tor, and they're counting down as you see Macetein talking, making sure that the brew has been thrown and everything is set up perfectly for this team.
Yeah, communication is vital here as you have such a small window of time to get these brews properly thrown and to make sure that you're clicking on each of the kings as they become friendly. They need to get over to Ranulf. You can see Macetein is just waiting right there, spam clicking, lands the click, and they have all 4 kings. Legendary, on the other hand, setting this up as well. They are not having anybody standing ahead and waiting. They are just focusing on full damage optimization as Lepan brings Tor between Haldor and Ranulf, gets combat with Haldor, and gets combat as well with Ranulf. Did they get the click on Haldor, though? Yes, they did, and they also got it on Ranulf. So 4 kings activated by both teams. Neither team will lose off of this 4-king failure that we've seen happen before.
All right, and I think that this is just a really solid lead for Mandatory in this position. Legendary haven't really even made any mistakes, and it just kind of comes down to Mandatory being a little bit quick on the trigger on the boss 1 and the boss 2 splits. They've just kind of been chunking away at this time if you look at the bottom, splits in the bottom. Now, Legendary, if our Lust tracker is correct, has Lust available for them. Is this something that you think could propel Legendary to be able to take the lead on, like, Odin, maybe? Because Odin's a boss that
maybe
if you don't one phase it fast enough, your damage kind of halts whenever you come out of that Valkyr form.
Yeah, the problem is that on 22 fortified, you don't need the Lust to be able to get all the way through, especially if you have that Fire Mage. So I think because Mandatory have the Fire Mage, I think they're going to be able to still kill Odin during the first Runic Brand. And so I think I still like Mandatory's position here, but yeah, that Bloodlust may be an equalizer here. Honestly, maybe the best way to use that Lust would be on God King Skovald, but I guess that's not an option because Army of the Dead isn't available, and you can't really send the Lust without the Army, I think, at this point if you're Legendary.
I agree.
So I expect it's going to be used on that Runic Brand phase, and maybe it will allow them to accelerate enough to kill before Mandatory does, but it's going to be so close. It's going to depend on how well they can optimize damage against Skovald as well. If they can get back to within maybe 5 seconds of Mandatory, I think I like Legendary on Odin. If it's slower than that, I think I'd prefer to be Mandatory.
You know what I just noticed? If you look at the top of the screen, the timers are off by 1 second for each of the teams.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Now chat's
Legendary
upset that I pointed it out.
Legendary started 1 second later? Is that what that means? Or earlier?
No, I mean...
So, okay, actually, so that's a downside for Legendary, right? I don't know. Either way, we have the exact timer. We have the atomic clock going. We have the fully precise milliseconds if we need them at the end of this run. Those timers at the top maybe off by a second or two either way. Not what determines the match, right? Of course, we have our admins with the official clocks. So yeah, the Lust has been used here by Legendary on Skovald. And that is going to mean that they don't have it for Odin, but I don't think they need it. So actually, I do prefer this. I prefer this for Legendary. It does mean that the Legendary Lust doesn't line up with their army, but that's okay. They're still going to get a good army on Odin here. I think this might be enough.
Thundering timing is actually also going to be a pretty big deal. I think that Mandatory is going to have a significantly better Thundering timing, just looking at where this is landing here, assuming it gets procced right here. So... Oh, okay, never mind. I don't think this is going to be a great Thundering timing for Mandatory. For Legendary, they're going to have an arguably worse Thundering timing even.
Yeah, this is actually a really awkward Thundering, because you have to clear this Thundering. Yeah, this Thundering for Legendary, they're going to have to clear before they go to their Runic Brands, I think. That's a really awkward one, actually, to get. We'll see how it works out, though. Both teams... Good?
Yeah, as I said, the timing you're looking for is like 45 to 55 seconds. So yeah, at 27, it's like not ideal at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a scary one here. Both teams just waiting to be able to click on Odin. Let's see how long Mandatory has of a head start on this boss. Looked like 17-18 was when they got in combat here. So Legendary about 8 seconds behind Mandatory on boss pull. Are they going to be able to claw this one back? In terms of resources, both teams are looking at pretty similar sets of abilities. Almost everything that they might want besides Bloodlust is available for that Runic Brand phase. So it's just a question of which team can pump more damage. If it's equal, then Mandatory will win by a few seconds. But Legendary might just be able to squeeze out more damage. I think I'd rather be the Fire Mage team, though.
I think I would rather have the Firestarter Fire Mage on my team as well. I think that is the one that I am looking at. I'm like, this guy owns. However, if you look on the side of Legendary, Igloo's damage is very high. Just being able to pump out 45k DPS, so that's something that is maybe a little bit in the favor of Legendary. And both of these teams are going to be going into this Runic Brand phase. Mandatory able to get there just a little bit in advance, and we've seen teams be able to kill Odin in this Runic Brand phase. For Mandatory, they need to make
Mandatory are going to get a Thundering as well. They are going to get a Thundering for the end of their Runic Brand, whereas Legendary had to clear theirs before this started, and I think that is going to be the nail in Legendary's coffin here. But Mode gets killed with the Thundering. Thundering giveth and Thundering taketh away. Oh, the time stops.
5 seconds.
The 5 seconds of death timer. Oh, no way. Okay,
you won.
2 seconds
Wait,
here. I think it's
What?
I think it's going to be Mandatory by the 2 seconds, but we will have to get an official clock check here as Mandatory sinks down with Maystein in his chair there. But it is Mandatory winning despite that. Wow.
Dude, we talked about this dungeon being close when we came into it, but that was on a whole nother level. Mandatory manages to make it back to the grand finals against Echo, but Legendary kept it so close, but the curse remains. The last stand tournament team ends in third, but what a show.
Just give me
Zeronic's got his head in his hands. I can see it.
My,
He's still recovering from this.
calm down a little bit. What a map. What a series from these two teams, but mandatory. They completely knocked this team out of the competition on their own. Remember, they were the team that knocked Legendary down to the lower bracket earlier on. And they finished the job here in the lower finals. What an insane performance. And this is the first time all weekend that we've seen a Heimdall clean from both teams. No deaths on Heimdall from both teams. And what a map it was. Mandatory, playing it clean most of the way through. The only time they had any issues were a couple spot deaths from mode. One on this trash pack here, and then of course that one at the end of the dungeon on Odin as well. Of course, Legendary giving that back with a death right after Fenrir too, but it was neck and neck the entire way. These teams were never less than 10 seconds apart. It was a matter of inches, and it came down to the last couple of seconds here. There's a little bit of a nail-biter moment. Crims, are you going to strafe off the edge with Combust? Not this time around. Just, honestly, it wasn't the fastest run of the weekend, but the nerves to put a run together like this in such an important game. Mandatory are going to be feeling good going into this grand finals against Echo.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
dude,
that's right.
what is
It ended
this
up being,
MDI?
Okay.
Just like, what is this
great.
MDI, man?
That's
Every
what it
single
is.
series is just ridiculous.
1.982 seconds is the difference between the teams at the end here. You can see on this scoreboard, and oh my goodness, what a close game. Unbelievable as well, and within seconds of the fastest times we've seen this weekend in here. But you know what? The thing that both teams are going to be thinking about as well is that both teams have put up faster times than this in previous series as well by a few seconds. So they both know, oh wow, this one could have gone either way, and we could have won this if we'd played our best in here. So that is rough for Legendary as well. And Mandatory, too, now looking again at the rematch with Echo, know that they need to not even just keep up this level, but probably pick it up if they want to triumph in that best of 5.
Yeah, if you want to beat Echo, you have to not just bring your
My
best.
heart.
You have to bring your best plus, right? You have to bring something else because they're going to. Final day of the tournament Echo is a different Echo than we see in other parts of the tournament generally. And you know they're bringing that. But I'm glad that we get this rematch. The first series of the day was great between Echo and Mandatory. Now we get a best of 5 between the two. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I know we meme on these graphs a little bit sometimes, but look how close together those peaks and valleys are. This was just grudge match from start to finish, both teams matching each other the entire way. Absolutely just a banger match from these guys. But unfortunately, we do have to send Legendary home. And what a surprise they were coming into this weekend, right? They went through the last stand tournament. I don't know if anybody...
Unreasonable to expect a 5-game series in this best of 5, but it does start off with that unbannable Azure Vault. So we'll get to see who has the better path in this one.
It's time. The global finals, grand finals between Echo and Mandatory underway, and we have to get right into it because we know this first poll can be a make-or-break poll in the dungeon. Both teams running through all of this trash, jumping straight down into Laymore's room. Gonna get everything snapped up together, get all 3 of these arcane tenders together, and the bloodlust has popped, and we're off to the races. Both teams doing the exact same strategy. Who can get it down faster with their AoE, though?
Alright, so it does look like we have the exact same pool here from both of the teams. There's a little bit of a difference in the cooldowns they're committing though. RX did use Army for this pull, while Mirrors is holding on to the Army, presumably for boss DPS once Lamer spawns. Now we do see the bosses engage for both of the teams a little bit quicker for Mandatory actually. They managed to finish off the tenders that spawn the boss a little bit quicker. But because Mirrors has the Army ready for the boss, Echo might be catching up a little bit of boss damage here.
They should be, you're right. Saving the Army for single target boss damage definitely seems like a very smart play. Now, of course, the Army will come up earlier for Mandatory on one of the next few pulls, so we'll have to see if that does factor in. But also, the Army without Lust or PI, maybe not the greatest use of a cooldown if they could get it with Lust and PI. I guess they just really wanted to make sure they PI'd the mage. But you can see it has pulled them ahead ever so slightly on the boss damage, even though they pulled it later. But I think it's going to be hard to try to compare this damage. I think it's going to be a neck-and-neck race. We're going to be swapping back and forth the entire time here. Now, the question is, when it comes to strategies in Azure Vault, which strategies do the teams do? Are they going to do the same thing they've been doing all weekend long? And I believe both of them have been doing that snap onto the third boss, and then going on to kill Umbra Skull, then both teams do the backtrack and pull Frog's Root. If that is the case, we do, once again, have to look forward to and heavily focus on the snap on the third boss. That has been a make-or-break pull for all of the teams this weekend, and ones have died on that particular pull. Not going to be there for a few minutes, but do have to look forward to that.
Yeah, one more thing I just noticed is that Mandatory actually does end up having 2% extra trash here. So they must have pulled maybe one additional leisure pack somewhere to get that extra percentage here. And that means that maybe Mandatory can do a smaller pull somewhere else, while Echo has to do a bigger pull, possibly resulting in Mandatory catching up some time later on. But now looking at the bosses, Echo definitely finishing off this boss a little bit quicker in comparison. But because of this thundering timing, Echo is not going to utilize his thundering at all, while Mandatory can use it to finish off the boss. And you can see 4 seconds in favor of Echo on this first boss split.
Yeah, and looking at the damage meters, there is a big DPS differential on the bottom 2 players there. Now in Zalia, both doing around 20k more DPS than their counterpart over on the side of Mandatory. Is that going to be a case? That's been one of their major strengths all weekend long. Now in Zalia's damage numbers have just been significantly better than their competition, and that's helped them so much. But look, we're getting a difference in strategy here. Echo pulling the Thrasher Mandatory. Are they snapping these down?
Yes, it looks like they are. We used a Gust of Wind potion here by RX, and everyone else used Slowfall and other means to get to this platform. If you're in combat, you cannot click the book. But if you don't need to click the book, if you just jump down, then it doesn't matter. Look at that. All of the Furies, the Thrasher, plus these elementals that they've pulled here, all stacked up for Mandatory. This is an incredibly... I mean, this is such a smart way of dealing with this trash. Wow.
I mean, if you're going to be killing the trash, snapping it on top of things is definitely something to do. This is something that we saw teams attempt to perfect during the last stand, but a lot of teams that were going for it ended up not trying to do it because it was too difficult of a strategy for them to pull it off. Somehow Mandatory has somehow found a way to pull this off. Now, they're not out of the woods just yet. Any extra piercing shards going off on Skylark could easily be a death for him, but they're doing a great job at getting as many AoE stops out on them as possible. And with that Thrasher dead, the major danger in this pull is pretty much gone here. Modeboat dropping the barrier to keep everyone's HP bar alive. Looks like Skylark does get the lay on hands on himself just to keep himself topped there. And yeah, looking very, very safe here. Now, the bursting stacking up again. Do they have the Mass Dispel this time around? It looks like they do. Massive pull for Mandatory pulled off, but in the meantime, Echo, with a smaller amount of trash, has already made their way into Azure Blade's room, and they're already off towards that first intermission here.
Yeah, so even though Mandatory did a pretty smart snap, Echo engaged the boss so much quicker, and look how low Azure Blade already is for Echo. Even though they pulled the whole trash room with the Lieutenant on top of the boss, they somehow managed to still fully... Now, does go down here to the Lieutenant. He's still alive. They have to get a battle rest to get him back up. Mirror's almost going down too. Does manage to survive here, but Zalia has to get the group back up to full health, because this intermission phase does a lot of damage to your group. I think they did finish off the Lieutenant now, so a little bit of a scary moment here for Echo, but they seem to have recovered. But yeah, this was really quick by Echo, just funneling off of the boss and just like cleaving the trash down passively. So scary on the tank.
Health bar is low for Zalia here. Clicks ends up going down to the swirly damage here. That's going to be one player down for the second intermission phase. They've also pulled trash on top of it. So they're really going to have to make sure they burn through this. Now, fortunately, this is a low-key level. They should be able to get through the boss with the DPS dead before the next intermission happens. But this is what Mandatory needs to come back in the dungeon on this boss and even take an even bigger lead. Because remember, they have all this extra trash percentage that they have from that massive pull that they pulled off here. And I think, even though Echo is the favorite in this dungeon based off of timers this weekend, I think Mandatory has a pretty significant lead.
They definitely do. Echo now finishing off Azure Blade, and Clicks did release. He's going to be able to get back to the group pretty soon. But now Echo is walking back. They're going to attempt a snap onto the next boss. So we're going to see Clicks possibly off-tanking the boss here for a second, while now is gathering up trash on the top. Never mind, it looks like it's Miras and now that are gathering at the trash. Now, when they jump down, Xaylia needs to hit the life grip onto Now, because if Now does go down, then the trash might actually reset. So let's take a look if Xaylia can do the grip here on Now once he has gathered up all of the trash upstairs.
I'm a little worried for Mandatory here, because these two Vault Guards are taking forever for them to cleave down, and only spending time killing 2 mobs off is not necessarily the best use of time in this key, because look at what Echo is doing on their end. All of that trash that Mandatory snapped those Arcane Furies on top of is now being snapped onto Talash Greywing by Echo here. They're not out of the woods yet. They've got the grip down on Now, but the Absolute Zero is... Okay, they live through the Absolute Zero. Most of the danger is gone here, but the frontals could very easily take out either Clix or Mirez here, and also have to remember the safety net of that battle res is completely gone for them. Any death from any player on the side of Echo here could be a disaster for them. It could cost them too much time. Xaylia is doing his best to keep everyone nice and healthy here, and with all of the constructs dead, they're through most of the danger. Oh, Gingy has to block just to keep himself alive. Scary moment, completely mitigated from the team there.
Mandatory actually deciding to do the frog pull here before they do Grey Wing or the last boss. They did skip 2 of the breakers that are at the end of this hall because they did this other snap pull earlier. They don't need the extra breakers here. And that's why they're doing this pull now, because they don't have Bloodlust. Usually teams are using Bloodlust for this pull if they pull all 5 breakers. But Mandatory doesn't need the breakers, can do this pull without Bloodlust. But now they're gonna have to walk over. We can see a lot of bursting stacks. Mode actually really low on mana here. They have to finish off 1 more of these frogs, and then they can jump to the bosses. They should be almost done with percentage. The last thing they need is either a snap from these 2 breakers onto a boss, or they're doing the same thing as Echo just did, where they're snapping trash onto Grey Wing.
Well, let's see. It'd actually be really difficult for them to get things on top of Grey Wing, aside from these 2 breakers, right?
Yeah.
Because they'd have to have somebody upstairs 1 floor up. They could maybe do it after Talash Greywing, but yeah, I think you're right. I think those 2 breakers on the last boss is probably going to be the play, and they are going to have the Bloodlust here. So we're going to once again this weekend have a finish where the teams are doing completely different things. For Mandatory, it's going to be when Umbral Skull goes down. However, for Echo, it's going to be when they finish off that frog pull after backtracking, the pull that we just saw Mandatory complete before heading to Talash Greywing. Now, one of the things I like about this pull for Mandatory is that they don't have to worry about cleaving ads down here on this boss. They can just full-on burn the boss, and that allows them to potentially skip an extra intermission phase that Echo might have gotten by cleaving that trash down.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like it definitely looks like Echo is ahead, but as you said, they have to go backwards afterwards and do this frog pull. They do have Bloodlust available, but Mandatory will have Bloodlust for Umbral Skull, and whichever trash pack they decide to snap onto the last boss to get that last 6% of trash that they need to finish this key. So different routes here, but both of them look really quick, and both of the teams having very few mistakes. Of course, Echo has those 2 deaths on the board, so that means there's a 10 seconds difference in favor of Mandatory. And Mandatory is melting Grey Wing here because they didn't have those extra trash packs to deal with. They might get 1 last intermission phase, which is actually going to be in their favor here as well when it comes to boss kill time.
Here we go, the second Absolute Zero coming out for Mandatory here, and you've got to love the position they're in. 0 deaths on the board here. Talash Greywing will be going down for them before Umbral Skull does for Echo here. And then, of course, they'll be snapping those 2 breakers down as well. They'll have the Bloodlust right away for that. And, you know, we've talked about this backtracking to go to frogs. It's really not that much time lost, but those 5 to 10 seconds that it takes to port back could come into play for Echo and Mandatory here. Mode goes down at the end of the boss here, trying to find a way to not cleave his team. Maybe he died on purpose, though. Maybe you're right. We'll have to see.
I think he's grabbing trash.
What is Mode up to here? He released. What is he doing?
Furies, possibly.
What's in the play?
Yeah, he's grabbing the
He tags a Whelpling. He tags a Whelpling. He's going to spawn the Furies, and the Furies are going to be the thing that snaps down to the boss here. He's also pulled these as well. Gonna fade them off.
This is really cool.
They're global aggro. I didn't even realize that.
That is such a cool innovation by Mandatory. But look at Echo, though. They're already gathering up the frogs, and this is the last pull Echo has to do. But keep in mind, Clicks have to grab the other side of this area. Clicks dropping pretty low, already used Spark Skin and Survival Instincts. There we go. Clicks now meeting up with the rest of the group. They have Bloodlust and all cooldowns available, but Combustion is still on a cooldown for 30 seconds here. They're going to have to deal with this trash bag pretty quickly, while Mandatory is just blasting the boss, and they're going to be done with trash as well in just a second.
The Power Infusion Combust is about to come up for Crims as well here, so this boss is definitely not long for this world. It's going to be a photo finish, and remember, the extra death timer is still there for Echo here. Skylark dropping incredibly low to the tank damage from the boss here, but Mode is able to keep him up. The trash is mostly dead for Mandatory. They already have their 100% trash count. It's just going to be when the boss dies versus when the trash count is gained for Echo here. And with 30% left on Umbral Skull, I think Echo might just barely be taking this one. Breaker needs to go down. Frog needs to go down. They don't have count. They don't have count. They need one more mob. 20% left on Mandatory. They have to kill this looter off. It's looter versus Umbral Skull with a 5-second advantage for Mandatory.
Yeah, this might go to Mandatory because this looter, I'm not sure if the looter is even enough.
Is the looter not enough?
I'm not sure. They're looking for other trash as well. They're missing something else. The looter is
not enough.
This is going to be Mandatory.
Mandatory wins.
Winning the first Asher Vault against Echo here. Oh my god.
What? Wow. I did not expect the first map to end like that. Just not enough trash count for Echo. If they had 2 more mobs in that group, they would have won it, but no, Mandatory with a different pull makes it happen. It's ironic.
Shades of Incarnation here, coming back to Echo here. Echo's done this before. This happened before where they missed mob count. Unreal.
It can happen to the best of us. What can you say?
I mean, just a crazy turn of events. First of all, with this snap that RX and everybody's that all the Mandatory set up here onto this big downstairs area, right? Such a cool path out of them. Something that you guys are right has been tried by several other teams before, such as in Last Stand, and not something that had worked out yet, but Mandatory found a way to make it happen, and you can see Skylark, look at how low health he got there, but ends up lay on handsing to survive. Incredible set of abilities used to really keep them alive here. And again, the Priest also making this possible with the Mass Dispel against those bursting stacks. Grievous bursting, a really nasty affix combo. Now went down on this part, and that was a extremely sketchy moment. They were able to recover with the res, but then they ended up having Clicks die as well and lost quite a bit of time to that. But even with all that considered, they still were looking in pretty good shape, right? They got this life grip, which we've seen go wrong for several teams, onto boss. They got this snap. And that was all working out rather nicely, but then somehow they just didn't end up having count at the end of the dungeon. Something pulled earlier was not how it was supposed to have been done, and instead it was actually Mandatory with this different route that we've seen, right? Not doing the frogs last, instead doing the frogs a little bit earlier, getting to 94% count by setting up this big old frog pull. Mode intentionally dying here, you could see, dying to then set up the final snap of the last few enemies. Just a little bit more optimization. Really, really cool stuff out of them. And I mean, yeah, I just wonder where that count came from. I was looking back and trying to find it. I couldn't see exactly what caused it, but just such a crazy way for this to go. And especially if you're Mandatory, you've got to be so delighted by this, because the other maps, as we've talked about earlier, later in this series, those are the ones where you have some of the faster times. This one was maybe one of the ones that was Echo favored, but if you can get through, this and the Temple 1-1, I think you got to be so happy about the last 3 maps in the series.
The only thing that I can think of that potentially cost them count in the dungeon, thinking back to the first boss, Echo had 2% less trash counts than Mandatory, and we thought maybe they just pulled an extra Lasher pack, but I wonder if something went wrong with the snap. Of course, snapping tech is not necessarily something that is frowned upon, but it's not something that the teams are encouraged to do either. It has weird things that can happen where things can reset, like what happened to Mandatory and then Algathar Academy earlier today. I wonder if that just happened to Echo and they missed out on a little bit of count that way.
It could be. I mean, it's not an exact science, right? When you're kind of playing around with the game mechanics, as it were, there, you do open yourself up to some funky things happening once in a while. But I am very curious if we do end up getting to talk to Echo later in the day if they do win it. I wonder if they know, what happened there, if they know what was missed.
Series as well, there's been these vulnerabilities that other teams have failed to exploit against them, including Mandatory in the upper finals. But now when it all matters, it's happened and it's cost them that first game of the series. Now it is a best of 5, but if Mandatory can strike again here, they are going to be in such good shape in this series.
We're right back into it already, into the Temple of the Jade Serpent. Mandatory must be riding high off of that first map victory, but here we go into this first pull. So volatile. Bloodlust popped for both teams. And once again, very similar comps. Of course, the main difference being Prot Warrior for Mandatory versus the Prot Paladin for Echo here. How does this first pull end up going for them? Very stable for the very first part of this pull, but those second set of Corrupting Droplets do join the group, but it's not going to be an issue for either Zaylia or Mode. The Quaking! They died to Quaking! Clix and Genji go down to Quaking at the very end of the pull, trying to get away from the Spiteful Shades. That's 2 deaths on the board for them right off the bat. They have to release and run back, but in the meantime, Mandatory already on to Wise Mari.
Yeah, Mandatory engaged the boss so quickly. They still had mobs up in the back that weren't fully finished, and they already engaged the boss. So even if Echo did not have the deaths there, Echo still would have engaged the boss later. But of course, those extra deaths even caused them to wait even longer. So now definitely Mandatory in the lead by a couple of seconds. We'll see how much of a difference it is once they finish off the boss, and we will see the difference in the boss split here. But yeah, really looking good for Mandatory. They Echo did not have to use a battle rest because they could still release since they were not in boss combat. So they still have that battle rest available in case something does go wrong later on. They definitely have to be careful now because, we saw how close all of these dungeons are. So having those 10 seconds death differential already is not looking good for Echo.
Mandatory already in such a significant lead right into the dungeon. Can they hold on to that lead, though? This is such a volatile dungeon. Massive pulls. So many Spiteful Shades that you have to worry about. Even bad Quaking overlaps could cost us here. Look at Echo here. They have to spread out during the wash away, make sure they don't get hit by the knockup. Good movement from Zaylia to make sure that Clix doesn't have to stop his uptime on the boss there. Great potential outplay of the Quaking there. But the advantage is huge here. 20% boss damage. An extra 10-second advantage from the deaths alone. I mean, fortunately for Echo, they didn't already pull the boss, because if that had happened, it would have been a worst-case scenario, like you mentioned, right? They were able to release because they weren't in combat just yet, but if they had pulled the boss, they would have had to wipe it instantly, right? Because there's no way you're doing this boss with the DPS down.
Yeah, definitely. So that was good that Echo did not engage that boss yet. Mandatory now done with Wise Mari. They are going to be moving on. Going to go into a really big pull onto the right side of the dungeon. They're going to have to be careful with that pull because there's just so many things that happen simultaneously. You have a lot of tank damage, a lot of interrupts you have to do, plus all of those tiny shas exploding at the same time. Well, I believe Mode is going to be finishing off that book to make sure that boss spawns early. So lots of things have to work out here for Mandatory as we see them gather up all of this trash. Stampeding Roar being popped by Maystine, making sure everyone is a little bit quicker to gather up this pool.
Yeah, huge advantage being opened up, but it's still dangerous. Like we've mentioned, massive pulls coming out here. And the important thing to mention as well is that neither of the teams are running that Warlock comp. Of course, there was so much that we were talking about at the very beginning of the dungeon. We didn't really have too much time to go over the comp. We just talked about the fact that the tanks are playing different specs, but there's no Hellstones. They don't have any of those curses to help them out. They don't have an extra, magic dispel for some of these packs as well, although they do have the mass dispel from their Shadow Priest to help out with that. But a lot of the infernal stuns that provide great utility for dealing with those Spiteful Shades as they start to spread out and chase after people, neither of the group have that available. So these AoE pulls are just that much more difficult because of that, and we have to keep a very, very close eye on the damage output from all of the casts that you really can't get just from kicks alone. You really need a bunch of AoE stuns to help out. So have to keep an eye. First pull here for Mandatory goes pretty well. Looks like it's going well for Echo as well. Easily chain that straight into the next pack. You can see the explosion from the Golden Beetle there when that shield gets popped is so much damage that Mode has to heal up for Mandatory, but they are already underway onto Strife in Peril.
So there's a big difference here that makes Echo catch up a little bit again. Echo actually finished off that book quite a bit earlier compared to Mandatory. I mean, not earlier in the dungeon, but since, if you look at the first boss split, 27 seconds, 23 seconds difference in favor of Mandatory, but Echo got there so much later, but finished off the book earlier, which meant that they had the boss spawn while all of this trash was still up, which means that if you look at the HP from Strive and Peril now, Echo actually caught up a lot of time again. So they still have the 10 seconds death differential, of course, but Mandatory being a little bit slower on this right side of the dungeon.
Little bit slower, and you're right, Echo definitely catching up just a little bit in boss damage here. You can see with all of their cooldowns, the PI plus the army on Strife, they actually got it down to 30% here, so they are actually neck and neck on the boss damage here. The only thing separating the two teams right now are those death timers. Now, looking across the board here, are the cooldowns going to be available at the same time for this massive pull coming up for both teams here? Neither of the teams will have army. Power Infusion was used at the exact same time. The Incarn was used at the exact same time. Everything is equal across the board between these two teams right now. Echo once again somehow finding a way to get themselves back into it after a massive opening mistake.
Yeah, look at the second boss split. Echo clearing the second boss in 2 minutes 43, while Mandatory needed 3 minutes and 10. So Mandatory being quite a bit slower on this right side, unfortunately. Now both of the teams are skipping that Infestor. They're so close to one another. They're literally the same moment in the dungeon here. And they are both pulling that bridge trash pack. In fact, Mandatory actually used a hex on the Mistweaver, so they don't, and Sally actually doing the same thing for Echo as well. So they're doing the whole pull here without that Mistweaver. They're gonna get that later, and this is another huge moment of the dungeon because there's just so much damage going out onto the group. You have all of these shots exploding. You have so much damage on the tank as well. And keep in mind, we have a difference here: a Prot Warrior for Mandatory, while we have the Prot Paladin for Echo.
2 minutes active for Mandatory, but Skylark goes down. They have to get the instant battle res, but this is going to be tough for them to get aggro back on everything right away during the explosions. That death is happening. RX has to kite out. Look at all of these Guardians and Minions of Doubt that he still has aggro on. This is costing them so much time. Meanwhile, for Echo, the pull has gone perfectly for them. No mistakes whatsoever. Zalia even has the great overlap of getting both of the debuffs on him, so with just one Curse to Spell gets rid of both of them. That is enough to get Echo right back in the swing of things here. Maystein also going down here while the trash is still out and spreading around is just going to add insult to injury. They don't have a battle res to get him back up, and that's one extra Curse to Spell that they don't have active here either. So if they get overwhelmed by these Mistweavers, this could be an issue. Bode doing his best to try to keep the remaining team members alive, but this is looking really, really unfortunate for Mandatory here.
Yeah, the Death and Skylark, it just took them so long to recover. I mean, it's a miracle that they even managed to recover because this is such a crazy pull to do if your tank goes down. So the fact that they didn't fully wipe here is really impressive. But Maystein going down because of multiple casts that they were not able to control anymore from the Mistweavers just going off on Maystein. He didn't have anything left, and he does go down. No battle rest, which means they have to actually finish off these shades. They have to use an out-of-combat battle rest before they can engage this boss. So even further time loss here for Mandatory, as Echo is now already on Flameheart. They're going to be entering phase 2 in just a second, or they already are in phase 2. But yeah, this is another difficult part of the dungeon. It's a 21 Tyrannical. This boss does a lot of damage to the tank, especially because they just did such a big pull, where now had to use a lot of his defensive cooldowns to actually survive that, and now you have to deal with this boss's mechanic as well.
It's so important to mention, as Mode gets bowled over by one of the waves there, but pops his Astral Shift just to stay alive. I feel like so many other teams that we've seen in the MDI would have crumbled to that pull. Your tank goes down. How do you come back from that? But the presence of mind from the team members to instantly get away from the mobs, not get meleeed down instantly after your tank goes down, kite it out a little bit, and still finish the pull, has given them that slightest of windows back into this game. They're not out of it just yet. Yes, they're 40% behind on a boss, but there is still one massive pull coming up, probably the hardest pull of the dungeon. So many casters, so much tank damage, and to try to chain it into the Shaw of Doubt as well, Spitefuls during the boss and keeping melee uptime is so incredibly difficult to do. It's still not over just yet. Echo going to get their first crack at it in a little bit here once Yu'lon goes down.
And when Yulong goes down, they're going to have to do that big pull that we've seen many teams fail to just because it's so dangerous, as Sarah just mentioned. So we'll see if Echo can execute it. They do not have Bloodlust available just yet, and most teams actually save their Bloodlust for Sha of Doubt, for the actual boss, to manage to get through that as quickly as possible. We see a Root coming out of this on this Guardian here, and a Hex on the Mistweaver to make sure they have a little bit less trash to deal with here in this initial pool, but they gather everything else up. This is so dangerous on the tank and on the group as well. So many debuffs going out, so many Shas exploding, and they already had a death earlier, so they're just, there we go, Sha of Doubt engaged for Echo. So now they have the boss plus all of this trash. This is going to be very difficult for them to execute.
That is an early tag for them as well. Got to make sure you dodge this Flames of Doubt from the Shambler Zalia right over your shoulder there. Dodges it just barely, and they do have that Mistweaver that has just now been gripped in from the team as well. But here's the dangerous part. As the trash goes down, the Spiteful Shades start to spawn. As they go into the intermission here, a Flames of Doubt also coming out. They have to dodge that frontal too, and now the fragments are out. They have about 25 seconds to 30 seconds to finish off and kill these Fragments of Doubt. And now, finally, thankfully, Spiteful Shades are gone, and they can just freely AoE these Fragments of Doubt down. Echo has done the pull. They are through the majority of the danger here. Now it's just about getting a 21 Tyrannical Sha of Doubt down. It's a tough boss, but they should be able to do it. They even have the Bloodlust saved from the massive AoE pull just to try to beat one of the intermissions.
Definitely looking really good for Echo. Mandatory now doing the same pull on their side as well. They're going to be engaging Sha of Doubt in just a second. Well, they still have a Mistweaver Hex in the background, but Mandatory actually going a little bit slower, delaying the pull of Sha of Doubt a little bit, presumably because they know they're behind, and at this point they need Echo to have a full wipe, so no reason for Mandatory to actually just pull the boss preemptively. Just better play it safe on their side. Echo, of course, not having any more trash left. As you said, this should not be an issue. They are waiting for their cooldowns to come back up. They're waiting for PI to be ready. They have the army from Mirrors as well, so they can, in a second, they can use all of their offensive CDs to nuke down this boss.
They should be totally fine. And yep, there is the Bloodlust to help get through the intermission that much quicker as well. Power Infusion up in 10 seconds will be used on Mirez when he already has the army out too, so it'll be used on the tail end of the army here. And look at that, VE Nature's Vigil just popped during that intermission phase just to make sure everyone is nice and healthy. Here we go, Sha of Doubt down below 50%. Mandatory has gotten through their trash pack. They are poised if any sort of mistake happens for Echo, but they are going to need a massive mistake to come out from Echo here with the boss now below 30%. Echo might be running away with this one on the final boss.
Yeah, they still have the Bloodlust running for a few seconds. There we go. They should be able to skip the Bound of Reality, that next intermission phase. If they have enough damage here, 9% more on the boss, there should be no problem for Echo. Mandatory is close behind, but because of this very unfortunate death on their tank on this previous pull, it's just too little too late, as Echo does tie up the series here with a 1-1.
Wow. That is amazing, and that is kind of exactly what we expected, right? Echo able to tie things up, able to do things just that much cleaner, and we have a series all tied. And I said it before, I think we're going to get all 5 games here. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it's very, very likely to go pretty deep into this series. But it didn't look that clean from Echo either, right? Again, vulnerabilities from Echo in their run. So right at the very start of the dungeon, we had this Quaking Death come out there as Clix and Gingy, I think trying to clear Thundering, ended up cleaving each other down there. And of course, fairly dangerous spot as well, because you have those Spiteful Shades hunting you down at the exact same time. So this cost them a little bit of time, and this is the sort of thing where if the run had been perfect out of Mandatory, it may have been enough off of that to win. But Echo were even overtaking towards and after the second boss, right? They caught up. By the time they pulled this boss, it was about the same time, even though they were about 20 seconds behind out of the first boss. And they actually killed 2 seconds faster than Mandatory, that second boss, although there was still death differential in Mandatory's favor. Of course, the biggest problem, though, came in that courtyard area where Skylark died. They attempted to recover it, and they weren't quite able to get it back up they were able to get it back, but then Maystein ended up dying as well, right? They ended up having no battle res for Maystein, so that was the big problem for Mandatory, of course, was the courtyard, a very dangerous section of the dungeon. And Echo able to capitalize on that, putting up the 1, 2, 3, 4 Unfortunately, then 0.05, but pretty close to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there in their timer. That's almost a big achievement for us. Really was rooting for that.
I think you get an extra trophy for that, I'm pretty sure. We'll have to check the rules, but
Absolutely.
I'm nearly positive.
You win outright, I think, at that point, so they've just been a little bit slower. Yeah. It's called a best of 5.
Oh.
Need those 5 digits in a
I
row.
thought that was just, I guess it's not Yahtzee. I guess it's it's a straight in poker?
I think it's a bingo.
It's a bingo, that's
All
right.
right, here's
They have Monopoly.
the graphs. Yeah, you can see Echo just really pulling ahead off of that courtyard, right? Everything looking about the same. Start of dungeon, mandatory, getting that edge at the start, Echo clawing it back, and then Echo just getting that 10-minute spike a minute faster than mandatory because that courtyard didn't go wrong for them. That was the story of this one.
I think
Yep, that's right. And I mean, oh, go ahead.
That second boss split.
Halls. We'll see what they can do. We're about to jump into the game right now. And we're essentially starting. We've wiped the slate clean. It was a win for Mandatory in our first map. It was a win for Echo in our second map. And now we're down to essentially 3 games left, potentially, out of our best of 5. I still think we're going to get to the end, but we'll see who retakes the lead. Echo or Mandatory. Time to get in the dungeon.
All right, so we do know that Echo and Mandatory are playing different comps here. Mandatory is playing the Disc Priest and the Fire Mage combo, while Echo decided to not play the Fire Mage here, playing the Feral and the Unholy DK Shadow Priest with the Rest of Shaman combo. And we know how much damage Dahlia can do on that Shaman. Both of the teams bloodlusting that first pull where they have everything pulled on top of Himdall. And look at the damage onto the boss. They're just fully cleaving off of the boss here, and the boss is melting for Echo. Just a little bit ahead of Mandatory on boss damage.
Little bit ahead, but once again, I think this is probably the dungeon that we've seen the most this weekend. Right? We've seen this dungeon run so many times by so many different teams, and very, very rarely do we get through this boss in this trash pull with less than 1 player dying. If nobody dies, that's a good run here, but look at how close together these teams are, even with the comp death, with the Fire Mage on the side of Mandatory and the Disc Priest from Mode, instead of the rest of Shaman from Echo. It's neck and neck once again. Now, last time around, this dungeon wasn't decided between Echo and Mandatory by who had the better strat, who had the better routing. It was determined by who made the most mistakes, and that time around it was Mandatory. But like we were talking about pre-match here, we know Mandatory, from previous experience, actually has the faster route in the dungeon. However, a little birdie landed on my shoulder right before the match, literally 10 seconds before this started, and said, keep an eye on one of the polls. I'm not going to say which, because I don't want there to be any extra information, but apparently Echo might have something up their sleeve. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. I am very excited to see what they could possibly have planned out in the last hour and a half or so since the upper finals were played.
Yeah, that's the advantage for Echo here, right? Because they won the upper bracket, they didn't have to play that lower final like Mandatory did. So Echo actually had time to come up with something for Halls of Valor, because on paper, Mandatory does have the faster route here when they execute it perfectly, which we've seen them only do once so far. Echo never executed their route perfectly and also seemed to be a little bit slower in comparison. Echo now is already ahead in the dungeon. They are engaging Solstin here with all of this trash. Mandatory only a few seconds behind though, as they also now engage Solstin. The first Eye of the Storm is coming out for Echo. There's so much stuff going on. They have to be watching out for this, as Dahlia is getting jumped by the Aspirant. Now the Aspirant is going to be casting the frontal they have to dodge. The tanks get so much damage as well. Now actually using Bubble here to survive all of these frontals that are really hard to kite when you are restricted by that area of the Eye of the Storm where you have to stand inside the bubble.
Doing a good job so far. Solstin is going down for Echo. Not long for this world for Mandatory as well. Crim's taking a lot of damage from that Aspirant jumping on his dome, but not enough to even proc the Cauterize for him. As they get through Solstin, both teams with all of their trash still alive, although it is a little bit lower, I would say, for Echo. Going to be pulling that into the other mini-boss here very, very shortly. We have to keep an eye again on that trash pack that they had CC'd behind. Ring of Frost coming out from Crims to make sure it's nice and CC'd up. Also going to be mass polymorphing it as well. Huge tech. Love to see that from the teams. Not something players are normally talented into, but a very specific spec play for this dungeon. They'll keep those ready to go. They'll pull them into Herja later on. Both teams now on to Olmir, but the trash dead a lot faster, actually, for Echo.
Yeah, Echo doing a really good job executing this pull. We also see the control mind come, that I always say wrong, that ability, but we do see basically a mob being mind controlled by Clicks here to make sure they don't have to deal with those extra casts from the Thunder Caller. They're probably going to be dealing with it while they do Hersha, so also gets an extra target as well to gain a little bit of extra damage onto Hersha as well, which is really nice for Echo, as Sally actually gets a moment to sit down and get some mana back. While Mandatory, I don't think they're going to be able to get that because they're in combat with this Trash Pack here, and Moat does not have Shadow Melt available. So Moat is going to have to do Hersha and this Trash Pack with that 10% mana that Moat has left.
Oh, that is a good point. I mean, technically speaking, he shouldn't need to do too much healing. He's got the Nature's Vigil from Mace-Team. They can pop a bunch of personals to live through this Eye of the Storm. But yeah, that mana bar is looking extremely sus from Mode. Hopefully, he will be able to keep his team alive here. We don't want to see any mistakes right now. We want this to be neck and neck the entire way through, of course. But doing a good job to keep people stacked and healed up through this Eye of the Storm. Remember last time around, though, for Mandatory, Skylark
have it in case they do get another Eye of the Storm. Yeah, definitely not looking ideal on the mana side for Mandatory. Also going to be a little bit lower on damage as well, because a lot of the damage spells that you have to cast also cost mana, right? So Echo, though, on the other hand, no issues on their side as Hersha does go down. They are going to be on their way to that next pull that we have seen teams make mistakes too as well, right? So this is another pull that is pretty dangerous. There's lots of stuff you have to interrupt. You have a Mystic there you need to interrupt. You have a Thunder Caller you have to interrupt. And there's a Marksman as well that you have to watch out for whenever he jumps out and does the penetrating shot.
I guess mana is just a concept for Mode. He doesn't need that to do healing to his team. So no issues for Mandatory whatsoever as they get through Hersha, but still, you can see the gap opened up between the two teams there in the bottom on that boss 3 timer. Echo sustaining a 15-second lead at this point in the dungeon here, on to their next massive pull, similar to what Mandatory goes through as well. We have to keep an eye on the healing in this pack. Rune of Healing has been a huge problem for some of these teams. Even letting a Holy Radiance go off is a problem, but too many casts go on to Clicks for Echo. Clicks goes down. They instantly commit the battle res to get him up, but that was his 2-minute cooldowns. That was his power infusion. That was a lot of damage just lost for Echo there.
Yeah, that was not ideal at all for Echo. Clicks just getting focused down by some of these casts, presumably, and just losing their battle res. Mandatory, on the other hand, look at their side. I mean, I think, yeah, they're done. They're going to be done faster than Echo, even though they did reach this pull later. They also pulled a little bit less trash, though. So Echo did pull that 3-pack that was standing in front of the door, while Mandatory did not do that. So that means Echo has less trash they have to do in this area. Now, we're going to go up to Fenrir in just a second. Mandatory already on their way.
Here we go into Fenrir's room. This has been the cause of a lot of problems for many teams, notably Mandatory in that last matchup versus Echo here a few hours ago. Hopefully they had some time before their previous match to clean this up a little bit. Of course, they were the originators of that strategy of getting up on top of the rock, so I'm sure they're plenty practice on it, and that was just a one-time freak occurrence for them. But on to Fenrir here, and you can see Mandatory has done a good job of staying ahead after that Click's death from Echo, and are actually pretty significantly ahead on Fenrir. So again, just like every other dungeon we've seen so far, when played relatively clean, it's just a back and forth bouncing between which team throws the tiniest of mistakes towards the other team as an advantage. So great to see teams just at the top of their form playing insanely well.
Yeah, so Echo is actually not pulling this Marksman pack here onto Fenrir, because they pulled that extra trash pack into the previous pool. They didn't need the Marksman pack here. So both of them actually finishing up this pool simultaneously, and now their trash percentage is even again. Now, the most important moment is going to come up, though, for both of these teams, because we're going to see the tanks gather up all of these wolves onto Fenrir, and we need to see all of the range players, so Xayah and Clicks for Echo, and Moat and Crims for Mandatory. They need to make it up onto this rock to be untargetable by the leaps of these wolves. Otherwise, they're going to go down. And it looks like Mandatory did a good job. Echo did execute it as well. So now they have to finish off those wolves as fast as possible before Fenrir starts casting too many spells and before the tanks run out of defensive cooldowns.
Both teams going at an insane pace through this dungeon here. The Bloodlust not available for another minute for both teams getting to this section of the dungeon. Genji using that Shadow Meld to make sure the Ravenous Leap doesn't go off onto anyone. Same thing for Mandatory over on their end. It was the Shadow Meld for Mastein. Skylark dropping incredibly low. Mode has jumped down because I believe he got the scent of blood on him, but not going to be an issue as the Wolves have ended up finally dying here. Not going to be any deaths they have to worry about from those wargs. However, the claw damage from this boss, still a huge problem for them to deal with. Ravenous Leap goes out. Crimsmage going to be the person who prevents the leaps going out with the greater invis there, making sure people don't get those bleed debuffs on them. And once again, it's just a very slight advantage for Mandatory.
Yeah, Mandatory already kiting the boss towards where they have to go with that last scent of blood that they're getting here. Really good job by Mastein, just saving a little bit of travel time here after this boss is down. And we are still on 5% for Echo. Bloodlust is available for both of these teams, so we'll see if they committed on that next pull. Mandatory is probably gathering up some of these pulls here. You can see Mastein helping Skylark gathering up the pulls, while Skylark is gathering up the bears. Echo, on the other hand, doing something similar on their side.
There was a player running off to the left for Echo there. Who was that?
Genji.
Didn't quite see who it was. Was it Genji? Here we go. Echo now pulling the entire forest together. Mandatory doing the same thing on their end too. What is Echo up to here? Doesn't look anything special. It's just another mass AoE pull here. Bloodlust popped for Mandatory here. Has Echo popped theirs just yet? I don't quite see... What?
He might be snapping this somewhere. The trash?
Are they snapping this to the Four Kings?
But then they don't have the beers. Okay, so this is very interesting by Echo. So they're moving. So the way this works is if you walk through the portal while you still have aggro of trash, it will eventually get to you. The thing, though, is, of course, that if you pick up a beer, if you are in combat, it will just disappear. So I don't see any Shadow Melts being used by them, so it is possible that maybe they didn't get in combat. Is it maybe possible that Celia, Clicks, and Maris did not get in combat with
Look at the mobs!
And so, yeah, there are all the bulls all of a sudden, and the grizzly bears. This is going to be very dangerous for Now to survive. They are carrying them all the way to the Kings. We actually see a mass route coming in here. They might kill them while the RP is happening.
They could pull them into the Four Kings here, and if they're able to pull this off, they do. They did. They had the beers. You can see the nameplates are orange. That means they got the beers off. Echo has found a way to snap the forest to the Four Kings. No one else has even thought of doing this. Now it's a question of can they pull it off. This is going to be a massive amount of tank damage. If they can pull this off, the advantage will be significant, because not only do they get the Bloodlust on the forest pole, but they get it on the Four Kings as well. Is that trash going to come in?
There's the lust.
There's the lust. Here comes the bulls. Here comes the forest.
Alright, let's see how much damage they can do to you and how fast they can finish this off. This is just so incredibly dangerous, though, because Now has to tank all Four Kings, which do an insane amount of tank damage. And then you have all of these bears and the bulls, which also are known to do so much tank damage as well, while you have to kite the Kings away from these spirits that are trying to go and reach them and heal them. This is an absolutely crazy pull by Echo. They also get all of these bursting stacks while all of these bulls are going down, but it's looking really good for Echo. Everything is dying pretty slowly. The Kings are down in just a second. As soon as the Kings are down, they will get the RP to happen for Skovald. There we go. Skovald timer started. So they can finish off these grizzly bears while the boss is spawning. There's nothing else it could do here anyway. This is such a nice innovation. But Now he even picks up the shield to get less damage from the bears.
Oh man. I mean, this is the most Echo thing we've seen this weekend, saving a strat for the global finals until the last second it could possibly be used, and then pulling it off like it's nothing, like it's something you've practiced a million times and shown everybody off. And look at the advantage they've pulled here. God King Skovald already active for them, already at 90%. Man, off the Four Kings, and before we have to think about it, look at the count. Both teams at 100%. There's no bats missing here. It's just going to be a race to the final two bosses. But Echo, they found a way to shave off, 45 seconds in this dungeon from that? That is insane.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. And so well executed too. It looked so incredibly dangerous, right? There's so many things that have to go right for this strategy to be executed. First of all, you need to have only 2 members in combat with the bulls and the bears, because you need 3 members to pick up the beer so you can do the Quadra Kings, right? So just somehow managed to pull that off, picked up all the beer, didn't get in combat, did manage to throw the beer, now somehow magically survived all of the damage that these mobs are doing. They managed to interrupt all of the bull casts so Gingy and Maris can still stay in melee and DPS them. Just all of this was executed so beautifully. Used the mass route once they came all the way up the bridge to make sure that they can deal with those grizzly bears and the bulls simultaneously. That was just so well executed. Just a masterpiece by Echo here.
Absolutely insane. And yeah, the difference, astounding. 45% ahead on God King Scovald. There is no amount of single target damage that Mandatory could pull to even come back from this. Echo just needs to do one final clean Odin, and they will have taken a 2-1 lead in our series and put themselves on match point to take their 6th Global Finals victory in a row. Absolutely insane. Not only that, but in the meantime, you know, just casually will beat the best timer of the weekend in a dungeon that Mandatory's run 4 or 5 times already. Absolutely insane. This is going to be a blazing fast run.
Yeah, keep in mind the fastest run we've seen so far was an 18 minutes 21 by Mandatory. Echo, they're going to be able to talk to Odin here in just a second. Going to be able to start the boss fight. And this boss fight doesn't take too long. It's going to take them 1.5 minutes, something around those lines. And that means that they're going to have a faster time by quite a lot in comparison to what we've seen so far this weekend. And again, just the way they executed this was just so beautiful. They only have this 1 death on the board. It didn't cost them too much. They still do have a battle rush available in case something does go wrong here in Odin as well. Even Thundering might line up with the brand phase here.
It will. Even the Thundering's going to line up for them. This is about as perfect as this run could go for Echo here. It's easily going to be sub-18, but the question is just how fast can it be for this team here. The field is gone. The marks will be coming out in just a second. One final spear will be spawned. And then here we go. The marks will be coming out. Players will get to their mark. The damage buff will be up and we'll be off to the races. Here we go. And the Thundering at the same time. The burst damage will be massive from Echo here.
They're gonna just delete this boss in just a second. Look at all of those cooldowns coming out and the Thundering at the same time. You can see just how fast Odin is dying. Mandatory also did engage Odin now, but it's too little too late. Even though Mandatory had such a clean run with 0 deaths, they're gonna beat their own record as well. But Echo is just even quicker. 1% left on the boss, and it's gonna be Echo in the lead now for a 2-1 against Mandatory, and what a run that was.
That's what I'm talking about. That is the Echo that we know and love. That's the Echo that wins MDIs. And just like that, they beat the other fastest time we saw from Mandatory earlier this weekend by like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, something like that. That was amazing. I love it. And it also illustrated to me just how hard it is to talk about WoW to people that don't know WoW and be like, well, see, they had to like throw beer on these kings and then like they had to do it in the right way. And then the bears and the bulls show up. Like, you know, you just had to be there, I guess.
Yeah, what a crazy, crazy run. Credit to Mandatory, though, getting their whole stuff set up. The Ring of Frost into that mass polymorph we see out of Crim's a really cool thing that Mandatory get access to. And another good news early for Mandatory was this death for Clix into B-Res. This put Echo in a spot where this could very easily have snowballed into a further problem, but luckily for Echo, they were able to keep that from happening. Mandatory as well, to their credit, able to get this Fenrir fight that had been causing them problems in the series earlier down nice and easily. Again, 0 death run, right? Perfect, clean play. The best of their abilities out of Mandatory just ended up not being enough against the onslaught of Echo's bull, bear, snap, mass root, bloodlust, 4 kings shenanigans that they were able to sort out here. I mean, this is just unbelievable how strong this is out of them, right? Getting this all together, getting them to snap while they're on this, the time that must have taken to get all this sorted out, and then get this, beautiful mass route with everything all together. I mean, just absolutely absurd. I don't have stronger words for it. It's just insane what they're able to make happen here. I'm shocked as well that they didn't break this out in the upper finals either. They saved this for the grand finals of the day as well. Just insane out of Echo. They've really come to game in this series.
I mean, that really is it, isn't it? Is that they had a chance to do this in the upper finals and they saved it. They were like, we don't even need it. We don't even need the secret dark tech to get ourselves to the finals. But now that we're in the finals, time to pull out all the stops. And that is exactly what they did. 17 minutes and 37 seconds. That is an incredibly fast, incredibly impressive finish for Echo. And what can you do? I mean, is that a backbreaker mentally for Mandatory? What do you think is ironic?
I don't even understand how you can beat Echo in an upper finals match, game 3 of the upper finals, and you don't pull out that strat to guarantee yourself a berth in the grand finals.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
How do you not pull? How do you save that? That is unreal. Because there's no way they cooked that up in 2 hours, right?
I mean,
No.
The thing is as well, right, that our observers are telling us that Mandatory were apparently also planning to do a similar strategy, but they were saving it for finals as well. But then they didn't end up doing it. Maybe they decided it was too risky. So Mandatory definitely was aware of the same strategy, and they probably did practice it, but just decided, you know what, it's too risky, we don't want to do it. Because as we talked about, there's so many things that have to just work out. And looking at Mandatory's Halls of Valor runs, they were just not so clean. So maybe Mandatory decided, you know what, we don't want to add another difficulty onto this run. And what we've seen from Echo so far was not that great. So we don't maybe have to do that.
They can avoid those nasty quaking overlaps that we've seen claim some lives from several teams this weekend so far.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the teams to zone in. They have done that. This is it. Echo can win it all right here with a win on Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Mandatory can send us to a Game 5 with a win on one of their best dungeons. Let's see who takes it.
Backs against the wall. Mandatory have to pull out the 2 fastest dungeon runs of their life in order to have a chance at taking down Echo. Otherwise, it's going to be Echo once again for the 6th time in a row taking that title. But here we go, underway in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Both teams holding true to the comps they've been playing all weekend long. We've got the Preservation Evoker from Xaylia, the Disc Priest, a staple for Mode. And of course, I think the more important thing is the difference in tanks here. Prot Paladin for Echo being something that can have a lot of interrupts, right? But it doesn't have access to that AoE interrupting shout that the Prot Warrior has. But here we go, off to the races. Echo already on to the first boss here. Bloodlust popped. Mandatory a few seconds behind. Gonna have to do as much damage to the boss as possible here.
The most important thing here is going to be if they can survive the magic debuffs from the casters, because you get this debuff that is a magic effect that instantly starts ticking for heavy damage, while the boss also casts a heavy AoE damage hit onto everybody. And if it lines up, unfortunately, then it could basically one-shot a player. There we go, it is on Gingy. Gingy did immediately use the Dwarf Racial to get rid of it. Another one on Mirrors has been dispelled by Xaylia. Now they're out of Dispels, out of Dwarf Racials for now on the damage dealer. So if they get more, they have to be careful. But they finished off all the casters now, so Echo did an amazing job dealing with it. Mandatory on the other side also finished off all of the casters now. They are a little bit behind just because they did pull the boss a little bit later. And actually, Mandatory did have another Mender there, so they could have another bad overlap with those debuffs, but they still have some Dwarf Racials available on their side.
Big thing to look at here, same DPS comps, but a little bit of differing damage from the tanks and healers. Once again, the same thing that has been occurring for Echo all weekend long. It's been a staple for them. Now in Xaylia, somehow, someway, find a way to do just that much more DPS than the tank and healer counterpart on the other team. Once again, on that first pull alone, 15k for now, 20k for Xaylia. These tiny incremental advantages, securing them those seconds that they need to give themselves enough of an advantage to play just a little bit more crazy, just a little bit more damage, helping them out on those pulls. And once again, they're on to Nalish a little bit earlier than Mandatory here.
Yeah, because he finished off that boss a bit earlier, they did also manage to engage the second one earlier. And now you can see now gathering up those 2 trash packs together. They have to make sure they're gathering them all up right before that downstairs phase, because we do know once you get that soul split, once you get downstairs into that other phase, then these mobs are going to be standing still for a while, not doing too much for a while, but they need to make sure they're not going down before that happens. And additionally, they also need to have enough damage onto these adds that they go down before they start casting again. If anything goes wrong here, if they lose the damage dealer with cooldowns up, then it could cause a disaster pretty quickly, because there's just so many casters, so many dominators there, and you cannot interrupt all of them.
Here we go, they're out of the soul split phase. This is the combust for Genji. Now, of course, this has happened before, where we've seen the non-PI versus the PI happen before today in the upper finals between these 2 exact teams. We know Mandatory does make a comeback here in terms of overall damage with the power infusion, plus combustion, plus the damage out from the soul split. It pulls them ahead on this boss. Here we go. Mandatory once again taking the lead here, but it's still just so close, and it's the same thing it's been the entire series. One team gains an advantage, the other team gains an advantage. These 2 teams are so evenly matched, it's hard to tell who has the advantage in a game over the course of the game. It all comes down to the wire at the end of the dungeon. Mandatory does get the kill on Nalish here, and a very, very slight advantage over Echo.
And they have the Mind Soothe, right? So Echo does not have a priest on their side. They do not have the Mind Soothe, but it looks like they got a perfect timing. They did not have to wait for the patrol to go past. But Mandatory already gathering up that next trash pool. Now, because both of the teams are going to be gathering up 5 spiders plus 2 bats onto this next worm, it's just so dangerous. There's so many interrupts you have to do on these spiders. If any of these casts go off, it can be deadly, because it's a disease on everyone that does insane amounts of damage. And these spiders can only be interrupted normally. You cannot use any kind of disrupts. You cannot use AoE interrupts. Echo a little bit of an advantage here because they have the Paladin, the Prot Paladin, that gives you more interrupts. And Celia also has an interrupt, while Mandatory has Mode on a Priest without an interrupt, and Skylark with just less interrupts than the Prot Paladin has.
Look at the tech here coming out from Echo here. In the back this entire time, Clix has been hammering away at that X-monstrous corpse spider, trying to get it down as quickly as possible, so they don't have to worry about too many corpse spiders being alive at the same time. They don't have too many AoE stops, I would say, if they do end up running out of interrupts, but they have so many extra tools that help them with those necrotic bursts if they really need to get an interrupt. They have the pet interrupt from Miras. They have the shield from Now, which can reset for them as well. They have so many just single target interrupts that it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but getting down that corpse spider early on helps them with the kicks on the other 4. And look at the speed in which they dealt with this pack. Xalia almost doing 100k DPS on this pull to help his team out, getting that AoE down. Whereas over on the side of Mandatory, they're keeping it close. The first worm is down. They're going to have to drag some of this trash into the second worm. But, again, keeping it incredibly close to Echo.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Mandatory does not have an AoE Soothe. We do have Raging here. This is a 22 fortified Raging dungeon. Echo does have the Oppressive Roar, which does dispel all of them whenever they have Raging on these big pulls. Mandatory, though, only have this single target Soothe on their Druid. So it's a lot of pressure on Skylark, on the Prot Warrior, to survive all of these trash mobs that are raging at the same time. And if a cast goes off, if any of these mobs are raging for Mandatory, it's probably going to be a guaranteed death for them. While for Echo, since they have the Soothe, they might actually survive one of those casts going off. As Mandatory now did engage Bone Maw earlier, even though it looked like they dealt with the bridge slower, they did engage the boss faster.
Just a little bit faster for Mandatory. Once again, holding that advantage from Nalish, just a little bit ahead of Echo. We're talking about a less than 10 seconds difference. Any mistake here could spell disaster for that team. Even just one player going down and instantly getting rezzed. Any cooldowns being eaten up by a death will almost spell certain victory for the other team, so we need to stay 100% safe. Even though Echo pulled the boss later on, they're still somehow keeping up and even just barely pulling ahead on boss damage from Mandatory. It's just too close to call right now.
Yeah, it looks like Mandatory did focus a little bit more damage into this trash because they don't have that AoE Soothe. It's too much pressure for a Skylark to just passively cleave them down. So they did focus some of these trash packs a little bit more in comparison to Echo, and that's why Echo did just pull ahead a little bit, because they don't have to worry about that trash pack too much in comparison to Mandatory. But still incredibly close between those two teams. You can see still two corpse spiders up for Echo that they're just passively cleaving during that inhale cast. Mandatory did have a down phase now, have the boss come back up. I believe the boss is going to go down for Echo now as well, though.
It looks like Echo was able to skip a submerge that Mandatory wasn't able to skip. Echo got more time on the boss and will likely be able to skip the next submerge. Mandatory might get an extra submerge over Echo, and that might be all Echo needs to secure an advantage here, even though Mandatory had about an 8-second advantage after Knowledge. Now, Genji did pop his Cauterize here. That's a little unfortunate. That Cheat Death is gone here. Any mistakes and any extra damage on him could easily be a death. They still both have their Battle Res available to them, however.
Mandatory does get another Thundering here to finish off the boss, but yeah, because of those extra submerges, they're definitely a little bit slower here. They're gonna get another knock here as well, but they did manage to just dodge that. Yeah, Echo now on the way to those 2 blueberries. That's another pretty dangerous moment. But again, Echo does have the AoE Soothe, so they do not have to focus down one of the blueberries and wait 10 seconds before they get the other one into raging like Mandatory does. Mandatory has to focus one because they cannot soothe them both unless they wait 10 seconds. So Echo can just evenly cleave them down here, maybe giving them another like 1 or 2 second advantage here in this pull.
Back and forth all dungeon long here. 7-second advantage on the first boss for Echo, turned into an 8-second advantage for Mandatory on Knowledge, and then it comes back to a 10-second advantage on Bone Maw for Echo. It has been swapping back and forth all dungeon long, but look at the difference in the Void Spawn HP. Like you were mentioning, Echo does have that AoE Soothe. They don't have to worry about focusing one down. Both of their Void Spawns going to die at roughly the same time here, as long as the Void Pulses don't take them out first. Everyone incredibly low. One Void Pulse goes off, but Zalia has the healing to keep everyone alive, and both of their Void Spawns are dead, while Mandatory still has to finish theirs off. It's still going to be about a 10-second advantage for Echo, with only Ner'zhul between them, and yet again another MDI victory. Can Mandatory pull out the single target damage to deny them the victory on this map?
Mandatory just got Thundering right before they jumped down, and it instantly cleared it, because once they jumped down, you're all stacked up. So the Thundering was cleared off Mandatory immediately, which means that they lost out on that damage buff, while Echo now has the Thundering on their side, and they can fully utilize the buff, not having to worry about that as much at all. So getting another little bit of an advantage on Echo's side here, as Sally just barely manages to dodge out that frontal cast there, just fully focusing the boss.
Here's the thing for Mandatory. The stars are going to align in about 25 seconds here. The Power Infusion will be active. Crims actually is sitting on his Combust for this moment too. It's going to be double Bloodlust. It's going to be Power Infusion. It's going to be Army of the Dead. It's going to be Combust for Mandatory. Is that enough to make up the 15% boss gap that they currently have to Echo right now? Both teams on a perfect run right now. Both teams have 2 battle reses left in their back pocket. The Bloodlust already active for Echo here with the Army of the Dead, not waiting for the Combust from Genji. Mandatory just follows suit with their cooldowns as well. Can they catch up?
They have Thundering as well on the exact same timing. There's everything running for Mandatory now. This has to be the one moment where they catch up. Echo has all cooldowns available as well, but Genji did not have Combust during this Bloodlust, and they didn't get the Thundering as well. But look how low Ner'zhul is for Echo. It's just dropping so quickly. They have an Omen spawn in melee. They have to be a bit careful, but it does look like Echo is going to be the one finishing off the boss first, and it's going to be Echo winning the grand final here against Mandatory 3-1.
Wow, Echo does it again. Another MDI championship for Echo. And it was less than 10% of boss HP difference between them and Mandatory. Mandatory was right there. But you just can't stop the champs. Echo wins another MDI.
Wow, and I can't think of a more fitting end to this tournament than this game, because it was so close between both teams the whole way through. And I think you could make an argument that it was pretty much a perfect run out of both teams as well. There were no major blunders, no deaths. There was a little bit of jostling for position early on, Echo ended up getting the lead on the first boss, but by the time the second boss died, it was actually Mandatory that had gained a huge amount of time on that split. But Echo clawed it back as we got towards Bone Maw, right? They were getting a little bit more time. This time they didn't have that Exumer patrol in the way, so they didn't lose out because they didn't have that Mind Soothe. So a little bit quicker in reaching it to that point, and that was all they needed to then stay ahead and pull ahead, rather, as they got towards Bone Maw. And wow, I mean, huge props to Mandatory. This was such an incredible series out of them. You know, that Exumer is in the way for them, but they have the Mind Soothe, so it didn't end up costing them any time. Just gotta walk around the side there and a little strength of their comp. But as we got really towards that Bone Maw split, that Bone Maw trash area, the boss itself, Echo were just doing the damage, and somehow they had pulled ahead despite being so far behind. That extra submerge out of Bone Maw at the end here for Mandatory, just a brutal thing to have happen to you on that fight, right, where Bone Maw is just, you know, refusing to stay in one place and keeps on submerging, and that cost Mandatory the game and the series. But 7 seconds was all that separated the teams at the end, right? This Ner'zhul boss, somehow Echo was able to find the extra time there. Mirez, AMS, and standing in the wall there, getting a little bit of value from that AMS, just full tunneling damage. Everybody is just doing as much as they can. They have fully optimized this whole run, and yeah, less than 7 seconds even separating the two teams at the end. 0 death run. Look at the interrupts as well. The teams have such similar, I mean, basically everybody is identical to their counterparts here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is World of Warcraft played at its absolute best. It does not get any more efficient. It does not get any more perfect. And, you know, in the end, you got to go back to that Halls of Valor too, right? Where we always talk about Echo bringing that little extra something to a finals. They did today again, ended up making the difference, set them up to be able to win it here. But wow, I'm in shock. What a great series. What a great weekend in general.
Absolutely insane performances from all of our teams. I feel like legitimately any of the teams had a chance to take this weekend. I mean, obviously, again, as usual, Echo once again finds a way. 6-time champions, back to back to back to back to back to back. I think that's right. I think that was 6. Unbelievable from these guys.
I don't know. There you go. Celebration. Echo, MDI 2023 champions, our first champions of Dragonflight. So props to them. I mean, just kind of keeping with tradition, I guess. It is really hard to knock these guys off their pedestal. Like, they are just that good. It's not a matter of like, oh, you know, maybe they got this here and there. It's like this has become a dynasty at this point. You know, this has become, you know, I think it's probably easy to say the best team ever in MDI. How long is it going to take for another team to even I almost said echo these accomplishments? Pun totally not intended, but it's going to be hard for any other team in the history of WoW to like get close to what Echo has done.
I mean,
sure.
It wasn't easy
Echo. Yeah, I agree. It definitely wasn't easy for them at all. This weekend was just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen that many close games, like just back to back. All of the teams just performed so